Hello and welcome everybody to the stream. Oh man, today was really a struggle to get up. I'm definitely taking tomorrow off. Man, I gotta rest up. My cough and cold and all that stuff's getting down into my chest. I'm coughing like crazy. Took some cough medicine. We'll see how it goes. Some allergy medicine. We'll see how it goes today. Definitely not going to do battle mode today. Going to get through, I think, get through the stream and then just take tomorrow and rest of my time off and just rest. Just sleep into bed, I feel like, at this point. But we got a day here left. We're going to try to get some Satisfactory going on. We're going to go in, hopefully to distract me from my coughing. We can go ahead and build ourselves the rest of our factory here. We're trying to work on our sulfur and quartz and all of that. We did a pretty awesome job yesterday of revamping the whole thing, tearing it down, readjusting it, running underneath. We did hanging hypertubes, all sorts of fun stuff, as well as we did a lot of battles yesterday. There is a new event in Stream Raiders, Retrolandia. Sadly, I will be not doing battle mode on that all day, but I will run some of those battles today, and then at the end of the stream I'm going to go lay down and then spend the next few days laying down trying to keep my health up, try to keep that high score. There we go. So let's say hello to everybody in the chat and then let's get into it. Dragon Lord says hi kids everyone. Well, it's almost in the year, as bad as it's been the year it may have been due to the virus, Kismet. May have been due to the virus. I just want you to know it's been a great source of joy for me and many others. For that, I say thank you. Oh, well, thank you, Dragon Overlord. Thanks for coming in, showing the love. Appreciate it, as always. Good morning, Ken. I hope you're doing a bit better today. Actually, my cough is getting a little worse today, but I'm going to take tomorrow, and I was already going to take Friday and Saturday off, so I'm just going to rest for the new year and come back re-energized, hopefully. We'll see how it goes, but yeah, I'm definitely taking tomorrow off on top of Friday and Saturday. Let's see, afternoon all happened Bacon Day too, to cheer up anyone with the winter blues. Well, there you go. I actually like bacon. I cannot eat bacon anymore since I had my gallbladder taken out. It actually fires up my stomach in a bad way. It really upsets my stomach. Can you hear me? Yeah, there we go. I don't know if I muted that or not. Sorry, I have a bad cough. On heavy medicine for cold and for for allergies and cough. Like I said, it's a rough one to get going today, but we're going to do it anyway. Screw it. Let's play some games. Let's go. That'll distract me from my constant coughing. All right, there we go. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Fire up some Stream Raiders, get those biddies in the cup. There we go. Where are we going here? Whoa, a lot of 4 skulls in this baby. Wow, okay. Lots of 4 skulls. Kind of feeling that low side. The mystery boss. Look at that thing. A giant rhino toad. That's going to be an interesting one. I feel like we should go for the loyalty chest. And then we'll have to do a 4 skull there. Looks like we got like a weird one. It's just like off to the side. Yeah, we're going to go low side. Let's try that. See how we do. Best thing to do is just get in there and give it a go. All right. There's a 1 skull, so we'll just... I don't know, my instincts are saying right side. So let's go right side right there. And get that going on. Man, I need to rest my voice too. I can feel my voice is all wrecked. Doesn't matter how much water I drink. I drink about 50 of these a day now. There goes another one. That's okay. I got another one at the ready. There we go. Yeah, Satisfactory is 20% off on Steam, so you want to snatch it up. Now's a good time. Okay, so we got our battle going. Feel free to come and join us. You can find the link there in the chat. Find me, your Captain Kismet. Go ahead and join us in the battle board. We're going to be doing battles all stream long. Not going to go into battle mode because I'm going to lay down after this. That is for sure. And then we've got to work a bit on our stuff. Now, last time we came in and we are smelting up our Caterium ore into ignits, and those ignits are then running to our Caterium wire. We were trying to figure out the configuration of these 12 assemblers. There's a lot of assemblers that we're going to be using for our black powder. We're going to need to run our coal and our sulfur into here. And then run that out, and then run that to our destination, which is going to be the ability to convert those into bombs themselves. Man, I forget where that is. I think that's in the constructor. Let me do those in the constructor. Let's see. Nope, we're going to do them in here. Going to do them in another assembler. What is our output? 12 times whatever this is. 12 times 7.5. Hey, Siri, what's 12 times 7.5?
12 times 7.5 is 90.
90. Hey, Siri, what's 90 divided by 15?
90 divided by 15 is 6.
6 more of those. I don't think I can get 6 more of those in there. Let's see. That'd be interesting. There's 1. That would 2. That would be 4. So definitely going to need another spot for those. And we were going to do our 13 here. And then we're going to have to do our 6 over there. All right. So we got to remind ourselves here that we need 6 more assemblers. Let's say over here. 6 more assemblers for our Novelisk. Now, I actually very rarely ever make Novelisk, but we're going to go around and blow some stuff up, which is really fun. Those are like explosives. So you go around and blow stuff up with those. It's going to be fun. I don't even remember how to blow stuff up. It's been so long. But that's part of the fun. We'll figure that out here in the chat. So we'll get into it here. Sorry if I'm choking like crazy today. Pretty bad cough going on. But we're going to get into it here. Let's do it. Now, way down here, we're trying to run both sulfur and coal into here. Once we have one of these, we have them both because we're going to just stack the other one right on top. We need to make sure it's going in the right direction. The splitter should be going this way with the orange side over there. Very nice. Okay. And so we'll line these up off of this, which should line up both sides. So we're going to take these down into here and work our magic. It's interesting, though, when you are sick, how well you keep your brain distracted, how well that actually works. Actually, does work pretty well. Oh, we're putting this real close. That's right, I forgot. Putting this real super close, and we're going that way. Should have done the first one. And then 2. There we go. Get the 1, and then you already got the second one. that it? That's it. All right. And back out they go. And if we did this right, we'll be able to connect both sides pretty easily. And to there. Okay, now we need to make sure all of our stuff is going in the right direction. We need to go like this. Oops, no. It's every other one. There we go. And like that. All right, nice. We take these out underneath. Now, the reason why you need an offset is so you can run the conveyor underneath. Otherwise, you can't run the resource down to what you're trying to run it to. So that's why we lift that one up by one. And then we connect all of these together. And then we just run a bunch of lifters, and then this part is done. And see, this is why we did it this way, is because it doubles up, especially if you have it even, right? So you have 6 on one side, 6 on the other. This makes this awesome because it really does help a lot in your logistics. So you can come down, get that one attached. See how that looks? Yeah, looks good. And then same thing on the other side. And then you can just kind of run down the line. That one going. So on and so forth. I like to be down below when I'm doing these second level ones because they're a little trickier. The first level ones are easy because they're going to, if you go too far, it'll show like that, right? Like it's going to go into the ground, and then you just one up from that because that's how we set it up originally. Makes that easy. But these ones are a little trickier because they're a little harder to see. And that's it, everybody. That's just rinse and repeat at this point. Rinse and repeat. They actually do make a noise when they snap in, if you're paying attention. I like to see it happen. That's just me. And I also like to start at the top and work my way down. I feel like that always works better. Because I can... The bottom is the tough part. The top part, you're snapping to the back of it, so that's easy. But the bottom part is often the one that'll trip you up. So if you're not watching that one closely, the inputs and outputs and all of that, that's usually what gets me all messed up. All right, let's just assume that's perfect, because it probably is. Not. We'll go ahead and run that over there. Let's go ahead and use our jetpack to jetpack up here, and we'll fill in some more of our foundations here. This will allow us to do that real sweet vertical power as well. You got the Rona. I don't know what you're trying to say. What you're trying to say there, Leaves? Are you talking in another language? Remember, I'm on heavy allergy medicine. I don't know. Oh, you got the Corona. There we go. All right. Sorry. Took me a little bit there. Again, on very heavy allergy medicine. Now, I got sick every year. About 6 years ago, I was taking some medicine for my allergies and for my sinus infections I usually get about this time of year, because I live in Tennessee, which is like the allergy capital of the world, apparently. I didn't know that. I'm originally from California. My wife's family is from Tennessee. We moved here so my kids could go to really excellent schools. I started having really bad sinus infections. And I started taking really a lot of heavy medicine, and I started getting dizzy all the time. And so I went to the doctor, and they did all sorts of tests and whatnot, and found out I have sleep apnea and a constant ear imbalance, aka vertigo. If you know what that is, you're constantly dizzy all the time. Yeah, pretty bad. And so I've had to live with that for the last 6 years, to the point in which I couldn't even stand or walk or go anywhere or drive or do anything. Yeah, that bad. It cost me tens of thousands of dollars to go to all these doctors. And they basically said, hey, Kismet, guess what? You're 45 years old, lay down and die. And I said, nah, go screw yourself. I said, that's not the way that I go out, bro. And so I got up every day, and just like I did today, even though I'm dizzy and not feeling well, don't really want to go anywhere or do anything, I thought, nope, gonna get up, make the most out of my day, bring a little love here in the stream, little moments of joy, hopefully, and off I go. Off I go, doing my thing, representing Fix It today, everybody. Forgot to mention, got my Fix It shirt on. Representing the corporate company, the home office. I love this shirt, by the way. Really awesome shirt. I wish they had done FICS MAS sweaters, bro. I would have totally got me a FICS MAS sweater. Maybe next year. Maybe next year. I just put the FICS MAS logo up there. I would have totally just full on bought it. Now what we're doing right here is we're creating really cool vertical power. If you don't know, they added the ability to do vertical power in this game. And whatnot. And so really fun to just kind of run it straight up, well, at least as straight as I'm running it today, apparently. Straight up into these connectors up on top here. And then you can just run them to each other. And it creates a whole like network of power, which is really, really nice. And then you can cross connect your power into there. And boom, now all those have power. Very, very cool. All right. Black powder. This one's black powder. There's a lot of work for black powder, but we're going to have some fun blowing some stuff up. We're going to get all of our assembly lines up and running today, at least all of our basics. Allow us also to go in and unlock some of our MAM stuff, hopefully today. We'll get into that. And there we go. Those are all set for black powder. And same thing over here. We'll get this going on. Get that going on. Yeah, I get coronavirus. That'll be it. I have a very bad immune system. So if you don't see me anymore, that's probably what got me. I've been dodging the Reaper for 6 years. I'm not kidding either. I've been doing everything I can do to stay alive at this point. You'll be surprised how much everything else in the world doesn't matter anymore when you are just fighting for your life every day. All that other stuff like money and wealth and fame and all that stuff becomes irrelevant because you may not be around. So, so all of that ego-driven stuff doesn't matter anymore. It's funny how fast that falls away too. It's like you don't care if everybody thinks you're the richest person in the graveyard. You're just like, hey, I don't want to die, man. Dying sucks. Dying's a little too final. Not kidding either. I'm just dodging every day. Every day I get up. I get up so that I don't give up. That's why I get up, right? Every day I get up so I don't give up on life. That's me. That's me every day. I was like, nah, getting up today. We're going to get in there. We're going to play some Satisfactory, even though, man, I'm coughing and I'm all congested. It's right. All the stuff's down in my chest. We're going to get up. We're going to get something done. All right, that's looking good. Looking good, looking good. All right, over here, we're going to say black powder on that one. And let's just run down here. All these black powder. Now, I don't know why I'm making so much black powder, but we're just going to max our input with black powder. And then we're going to make a lot of these bomb things, and then high chance I'm going to blow myself up with it. So yeah, you don't want to give me explosives. If you give me explosives, that's when we're in trouble. That's when things go horribly wrong, which is pretty funny, which is like playing 7 Days to Die, right? When I have the rocket launcher, I usually end up blowing myself up or my crew up more than the enemies. But then again, it's always fun to watch. Always fun to watch that kind of craziness. Okay, there we go. Now, we need to get our resources firing in here. Now, it just so happens that I have a resource level, and I've run the appropriate resources that I need right there, which is our sulfur. Get up there and roll over it. There we go, sulfur. And I've conveniently run it right to there. Well, I actually need 2 resources. I need a bit of, I'm going to put it over there, some sulfur, and then also I need some coal. Oh, of course, we're out of some of that. All right, no worries. No worries. We've got a whole bunch of resources stacked over here. There's a whole bunch in this one right here. All right, there we go. And we can probably put some of that back for the moment. Put a bunch of that. That's probably too much of that. That's too much of that. Let's get some more of this, because we're going to probably work a bit more on that. All right, there we go. Need some resources for belts. I'm running some level 3 belts. You'll see that I don't typically run any speed other than level 3. And the reason why is because it's the easiest to make. Like right now, it's making a crazy ton of it. I got like a couple boxes full of it. And I don't have to worry about it constantly running out or me having to make it and all that stuff. It really, really is helpful. There it goes, running that sulfur in there. Now, down below where we're at, and I'm just going to make a hole in the ground just so we can jump down there. Whee! Oh, probably should use my jetpack a little bit there. Down below us, what we're doing is we're tapping into this coal. I thought I was actually running that over here. Yeah, we have a dual coal line running. And probably we can divert one of these coal lines. Not sure which one of these coal lines is actually doing something. Let's get up here and find out. It's the bottom one. All right, that right one is not going anywhere doing anything. This is working for my steel production. And let's take this one out. And we'll take this out to remind us which one that is. Okay, and it's going to be that left side inside one. This one here. We're just going to follow it back to its origin. Like so. Very nice. And then we're just going to tap on into it. Oh, right into some machinery right above it. All right. Oh, okay, that's not too bad. We could go ahead and try to finagle that up here. Might have been better just to leave it where it was. And then bring it across that way, or I could bring it across that way. That's a good question. You know what, I feel like my instincts are saying take it back the way I had it. And thus why I left all the structure there. Like so. And then what I need to do is I need to go up, but turn around in the other direction. So let's go up. But let's go that way. There we go. We'll use our cool ladder. They added ladders to this game now. God, they're so incredibly useful. Yeah, there we go. And then we need to kind of work this so it ends up where we want it to go. So we could run it here on the inside. And then it needs to end up where? Over here, this way. Way over here on this side. Oh, I could have turned that the other way and ran it from this side into there, or into the top side there. Could run it down there along this side and into there. I'd have to turn all of those. Yeah, that's the move. That's the move to do. Okay, we got this. Or actually, now we'll just run it to the other side. That'll just save us some. We'll just run it all the way to the end there. Okay, here's what we'll do. We'll start over on... Start here. Run it down there, all the way to the end, and then back again. If we run it here, it's going to get blocked. If we run it over here, it won't get blocked. So... let's see how we can do that. That's going to be blocking there, so I'm going to have to caddy corner. Come on. There we go. Caddy corner this a bit. Picking up the wrong thing. Stay right there. And we'll cut that across. And we'll have to dip under. Oh, perfect. Wow, okay. That's pretty awesome. Okay, that's gonna go there. And then we'll run this down the middle. All right, how much we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 right here. On the upper right side. We'll leave room to run some more resources in the future. And then right here. And then we'll bring that to that one. That's going through there. Going across to there. And that's just so it helps it turn that corner. That's going to run that down. Look how quick and easy that was, everybody. See, I already had it set up from before. And that basically is going to run all the way down to here. We'll see it coming along. Yep, there we go. And we'll run the rest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and number 6 right there. And then we'll run that like this. And we'll use a cool little trick here where we take this and we circle back. And then we'll run into there. All right. GG, everybody. GG. All right. That allows us, we don't have to turn all of our stuff around. And we'll go ahead and see if it shows up, if I did it right. Not sure I see it coming through. Oh, I brought it down. I forgot. I brought it down right there. Gotta bring it up from that corner. There we go. I always want to make sure it's working before you walk away. That's for sure. Now, it's going to instantly start working the second it hits there. Hey, Roars, what's up? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. And there goes our coal down the line. I'm watching each and every lifter to make sure both sides of the lifters are working. Yep. And down here, one on the right. One on the left. There we go. Coffee while I'm waiting. There we go. That one at the end is going to take a while. The problem is when you're doing an inline run like that, is it has to overflow the first ones first, and then eventually it'll end up at the end there. All right, now that's going to go ahead and start producing that black powder. Now we need to get all the black powder down and merged. Let's go. All right, let's go like so. Bringing these down to line up our mergers. All right, mergers going in that direction. I like putting these real close. Ah, no. Put them like that. I find it's easier to stand on these things and then look at where your merger's going. Use the green line this way, but it doesn't really line up well. It doesn't snap Or you don't see the green line when you're doing this down here. It'd be nice if it did, but it doesn't. All right, we got this side. Now let's go do the other side. And on this one, we're going to go this way because we've got the line running right there. Okay. We got to remember to take out every single one of these things and re-put them back in again. Always a good idea to remember that. And we don't want to trust these other green lines here. We can trust the one across the way, but I'm just going to eyeball it. Always something. Look at that. I ran out of rods right at that second. Always running out of something. Alright, where are we hiding some rods here? Some over there. I just act like I'm going to take out. I hit F like I'm going to take the box out. And then it basically will show me what's in that box, which makes it easier for me to hunt down the particular item that I'm looking for in the moment. Obviously, I've got a lot of just about everything already kind of backlog from when we were building before we tore down the previous factory and then revamped it to what we got now. And so you can see we're running all of our lines underneath, out of the way, just so we don't have to look at our lines down below. And it gives us lots of bonuses, but sometimes there's actually some minuses to running it down below. And that is, sometimes it actually takes more space to run it down below than it does up above. But in this case, this is a real nice way of doing this because we can merge these all back together. And so we're going to get all of this going along a single line. Like so. Alright, we want to see those coming out. Yep, see them coming out, running down the line. We got them on all the lifters on our conveyor there. Very nice. Let's go fix up our other side. Let's take these out. And we have a whole box full of this stuff already. But we want to get the production of all of our stuff going now at this stage. And the more of this stuff that we have all kind of squared away, the more we don't have to worry about it any longer. Let's just go in and put in all of our lifters first. I love these lifters. These lifters are awesome. Do you know this game actually at some point didn't have these lifters? Didn't have them at all. I can't even think of the game now without the lifters. I use the lifters so extensively. Same thing with the splitters and the mergers. When they first had this in really early access, they didn't even have even splitters yet. Amazing. Or alpha, actually. Pretty cool. I've been watching a lot of their old videos on their YouTube channel while I've been sick, which is funny. I'm like, oh, I remember that. I remember when there was no pipes and no trains and none of that. All right, that's all coming back this way. And now we want to go ahead and merge these together. And so, let's see. How do we want to do that? We'll go ahead and run it to a central merger. And then we'll probably run it along the wall's edge. So let's say merger here. Line that up off of that. Say this will be our merger area. Bring that up into that. And then we'll bring this one up and we'll utilize. I don't want to use any of that. That's all in the way. Nope, probably want to use a stacker to get that through there. Let's say something like that. Up into the stacker, so you're kind of in a medium, middle level. And then that middle stacker. So this was great about having the lower level. You can do a little bit of spaghetti there like I just did. But the thing is there's no obstructions, right? There's no machinery in your way. And that's why I love a kind of a sandwich level, or a run level, as I like to call it. Works pretty awesome. Just Joshin, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that, bro. Thanks for coming in and hanging out in the stream. You see we're combining both of our stuff together there. I forgot what that number was already. Hey, Surrey. What's 12 times 7.5? Hey, Surrey. What's 12 times 7.5?
12 times 7.5 is 90.
90, that's what it was. 90. All right, let's do this battle. 90 black powder. Now, it's a good idea to write this stuff down as you're going along, as you're progressing through, so you can remember that in a moment when I run the black powder over to the other side and I run that. But those are all up and running. Well, we want to see is a bunch of green going. Yep, all the way down the line. That's looking sweet. And then what we'll do is we'll take this, run it here, merge it there, and then cross it over to that other side. We've got a problem of our line here, right, is in the way. I'll probably bring it over and bring it up somewhere in this other area. But we do need to work on our other stuff, which is our quartz input, which is going to be a lot. We'll get into that here in just a second. First, we need to do this battle. Oh, there's 20 of us today. Whoa, we're a small group, but we're a proud group. Let's do this. Weird, it's like grayscale. Like grayscale land. I don't know why it reminds me of Mario. Reminds me of a little Mario grayscale land. Oh, God. We already lost somebody. But that's okay. I think we got this. Keyblade Knight coming in with the epic. We got UT Timbui coming in. Also rocking the epic as well. Helping us on our first battle of the day. Let's do this. Lot of tanks, a lot of DPS going on with some healing love back there. And some support love. We got this. All right, first battle of the day is a win. All right, good job. All right, open the captain's chest, grab some love. Rotisserie G getting some love. LOC coming in. Overall MVP, just 7 peeps joined us this time. I think you guys are exhausted from that last battle. But, oh, look at that. Starting off with some gold off the day. And what we got? Bronze Glitch Paladin skin. Cool. Cool. Let's keep the battles going. We're going to try to get as many battles in today. Again, not going to go into battle mode. I'm going to go into rest mode after the stream. I'm going to rest up for the next few days into the new year and then come back even stronger. Feel free to come join us, everybody. That's a little side game we play called Stream Raiders. We play it every 30 minutes or so as we're doing other things here in the stream. I highly recommend it. Very, very fun game. For sure, for sure. All right, let's go ahead and go up here and take this out. All right, there we go. Yeah, we can feed that up from down below there into this top side over here. Let's go ahead and put in our fencing. That's going to kind of define our road area. Right over here. There we go. And now what we're going to do is we're going to kind of shift, even though we do need to finish this production line. We're going to shift from that back to our constructors. And we're going to run our constructors along here. And we got a lot of constructors to run. We want to run 13 constructors. Let's get them out here. So we can work on our quartz crystal. And I'm going to run them this way. And let's just double check before we get too far. I want to make quartz crystal. And I forget what are we making out of quartz crystal. I think we're also making silica. Is something we need to make from raw quartz. Yeah. So quartz crystal and silica. And silica is coming in at 22.5. This is coming at 37.5. God, I'm trying to remember what do we make quartz crystal into. Don't tell me. Part of the fun is me trying to remember and you going, ah ha ha, I know what that is, Kismet. It's one of these suckers. Fabric is going to be our Massilia. I think it's AI. Limiters are quick wire. That's plastic. I think it's our manufacturer. We're going to need some plastic and some motors. That I think we've got laying around over here. Let's go see. Let's see if we got to go up top or we can do it from down here. There's some plastic. Right there. And there's our motors. I know I had a little bit of all of that just sitting around down here. And the cool thing is, as we use that up, we can start taking these boxes out, and eventually all the boxes will disappear. We need to go over here and make ourselves a manufacturer. Oh, I need some wire, too. While I'm at it. There it is. Just hitting F like you're going to remove it. Helps out a lot. All this extra ore and weird stuff that we have on us there. Off of me. There we go. Manufacturer. That's what I call the play yard. I like to just drop stuff on the ground like that. Have a bit of fun. Alright, crystal oscillators. That's what I was trying to think of. Alright, we got to make a crazy ton of those too. We're going to have to definitely tap some more resources to get this going. We still have to get our cables and all of that going, which is going to tie into this. We need more reinforced iron plates, so we're going to have to gear those up. We got to get our crystal oscillators going. That's what the other thing is. And I think we're working on our adaptive control unit as well. I forget one of these. I think it's that or modular engine. One of these two we need to get going again. We can make our gas filters and that stuff. High-speed connectors. We'll get into that line as well. We got lots to do today. We got to get our heavy modular frame going again. And we do have some extra coal that we can use for our steel piping. We have our encased industrial beams already going. We're definitely going to need to get new modular frames and screws going. See, now when you have everything running on its own line, you need to continuously add more resources at some point. I've actually gotten all the way through the entire game without adding any more resources other than like 3 iron nodes, a couple limestone, and 1 copper. And then, of course, coal. And that's really it. And then, of course, you got to do sulfur and a little bit of sulfur, a little bit of cadmium, a little bit of quartz. But you don't need that much. You don't need like 15 iron nodes, right? You don't need that much resources to get all the way through all the tiers, the current tiers. But they are adding a tier 8. I hope they go to tier 10 myself. But they're adding a tier 8 next year. And they've already announced that. It's not like I have some deep information. It's not like Fix It, corporate told me or anything. But definitely... you don't need that much to unlock it, but it is nice to have all of those productions already set up. Like we already have it set up so it's all the way through to motors, right? So it's making motors right now. We actually have a whole box full of motors in there and probably backlogged all of our motors into that as well. And we have it also doing a whole bunch of other stuff where we can utilize that later. But there's so much to do in the game that if you're going to do everything, you definitely have to tap new nodes and bring new nodes in to keep that going. But we happen to know where a bunch of pure nodes are, and we're going to tap all those pure nodes, and we're going to bring those pure nodes over here because that's less line running when you're running pure stuff across. So we're going to go ahead and get that going. But we are going to get our space elevator going again so we can figure out what we're doing in our space elevator, because that should be our highest priority to unlock that final tier here in the early access, which is tier 7. And that allows us also to work on nuclear power eventually. But we're going to be working on all of our various resources first as we go along. Because we're doing like a full playthrough now where we really are revamping and beautifying our factory. And we're going through each section. I'm showing you about like the rule of 8 and all of that stuff, which does help you maximize your production, especially when you're running stuff underneath and all of that. And so we're getting each resource going. But I've got to remind myself, that we're also going to be doing crystal oscillators. So let's go ahead and put in some reminders. Crystal oscillators. Now, some things are more important than other things. Crystal oscillators are going to be very important later on. I would say stuff like, over here, stuff like silica and stuff like that, that's going to be important. Quartz crystal, probably not as much in the early thing, but later on, that's going to be important as well. And we might as well set this stuff up because the crystal oscillators that come later, I should lift it so I can show you that. The crystal oscillators that come later actually use the quartz crystal. So the quartz crystal is very important, but I also need the silica too. So we should probably kind of mix and match this into some silica and some quartz crystal. And we can always retool it later on. But let's take a look at what is our quartz crystal input right now. 480. Okay, we got a little smidge. We got 2 pure nodes coming up this way. So we got a smidge of that going on. So let's go ahead and figure that out. So 480. How do we want to split this? I would say probably very heavy quartz crystal. And silica requires less input, right? It's 22 instead of 37. I forget what the actual magic number is of that. Let's see. So, hey Siri, what's 480 divided by 37.5?
480 divided by 37.5 is 12.8.
12.8, that's right. And we rounded it up to 13. What we want to do is get a number that equals 480, right? So you want to take the original number and add it up in such a way with so many quartz crystals and so many silicas that it equals 480. Now, a spreadsheet is perfect for that. And I'm going to go ahead and pull up my settlement overseer. And we're going to use our Satisfactory over here as a wonderful way of doing that. So this says 13. So I'm going to make a 13. There we go. 7, 8. You can't see any of this. 10, 11, 12, 13. All right, there we go. So there's 13, and this is 37.5. We can't see the 0.5, but it is 0.5. 37, 37.5. And I'll show you the final result here in a minute. But what I'm doing is basically just using a spreadsheet. And what it's going to do is it's going to count across that spreadsheet. Or you can do it vertically, I guess. And then as I add more of those numbers, it's going to basically sum, because it doesn't just automatically know I want to sum, because Google is dumb. Every other spreadsheet program in the world knows that I want to sum by default, except for Google Spreadsheet. All right, here we go. So as we add those, it will go 487. Okay, so 487 is it. But we can also do some mid-level numbers. What if we did 6 of them? I hate the way it calculates. There we go. Sum 6 of those. All right, so 6 of those is 225. That's not bad. And let's just sum all of these. 7 is 262. See, 225 is an even number. That's what you're looking for. You're looking for an even number. Oh, 8 of them is 300. That's not bad. All right, let's say 8. And then how many more do we want to do of silica, which is 22, I believe, is the input of that. Let me run some power to it so I can see what the actual number is. It is 22.5. All right, 22.5. And again, let's go back and double check. Quartz crystal, 37.5. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so silica, 22.5. So if we take 22.5 plus what we've already got, 22.5, that puts us at 412 at 13 constructors. And we'll take all this out. And we need a wider spreadsheet. All right, we need a wider spreadsheet there. Now, again, what I'm doing is I'm doing this all in a spreadsheet, and I'm just counting based on their input number, a number that equals 480. So right now we're at 13 constructors. Now I'm going to go to 14 constructors, 15, 16 constructors. Perfect. I knew there was a magic number there. So the magic number is, looks like 15 constructors. 14, 15. Oh, actually it's 16 constructors. 16 constructors. There we go. So basically 8 and 8. Okay. In this game, everything in this game has like a magic formula, right? Depending on your input, right? So in the case of this, the input, hey, what's up, Creepy Low? Just trying to get through the day. I'm having really bad allergy problems. But in every part of this game, you will find the magic numbers. And we just found the magic numbers for raw quartz. And that is 8 of them equals 300, right? And then the leftover 180 that we have equals another 8 because the raw quartz that goes to silica is actually 22.5. So it's really, our number is 16 of them. And so if we run raw quartz into 16 of them, 8 of them are going to be our 8 of them are going to be our quartz crystal production, and then another 8 of them is going to be the silica. And you're like, okay, that doesn't make any sense. Well, it's because the input is a different number, and that's why a spreadsheet is great for this game, is so you can figure that out. Now I'm going to go ahead and show you the spreadsheet. I'm going to take a screenshot here just so you can see what I did and how I figured that out. Right over here. There we go. And let's go ahead, save that. All right. Put that in there. Let me go ahead and bring that up. Look how I go above and beyond for you guys. Above and beyond. To the numbers and beyond. Oh, all right, there it is. Okay, I'm going to make it real big. Woo, like that. And then we're going to slide over here to the side. Now, number 1 up here, I'll bring it down here and I can just point to it. Number 1 here represents 1 constructor, right? 1 constructor with an input of 37.5. What is our 37.5? 37.5 is our quartz crystal, right? So we can have 1 quartz crystal, 2 quartz crystal, 3, 4, 5, 6, and see also down below here, I'm totaling all of the numbers across, right? So I'm adding 37.5 6 times, or 37.5 times 6, and that equals 225. And then I do it again, 226 or 262.5, and then at 8, it's magically all those numbers add up to 300. And when you see a magic number like that, that's telling you that that's probably the perfect split. And so that's 8 there. Then we're now going to go into silica here. And when we do silica number, and then we can see 22.5, which is the input. And then we add those together. So add together. Now we're on a 10th, 11th constructor, 12th, 13, 14, 15, 16. And look at this way at the end. If we add that entire line, all 16 up now, it equals 480. That's very important that it equals that input number. And now we have our magic ratio of silica versus quartz crystal versus the original input. That is how you find magic numbers. So our magic number, in this case, since we have 2 pure nodes, now of course it'd be different based on what our input was, right? But our magic numbers here is 480, and it's basically going to be 16 constructors. So we're going to go ahead and use those 16 constructors to our benefit. And that's going to be a lot of power, too. So there's one, there's two. Now, we need to go in the back here and make sure we got enough room to feed up the raw quartz, so that's not going to work. Let's go ahead and move this forward just a bit on our constructors here. And I feel like we'll go ahead and make this real nice as well. Let's go ahead and make it so we can run our stuff in the back, since we're going to be doing our constructors here. So we'll do our crossing here. We'll check and see if our lifters are working good. Oh, yeah, perfect. Allow us to lift that right through the middle of there. Now, since we have an input, much like we did over on that side, we could go in and put them, say, 8 on one side, 8 on the other, and then have them facing each other for the output. Or what you can do is you can say 4 on this side, 4 on the other side, have them facing for merging or facing for splitting. That works as well. But I'm going to see if I can get them all in a row, because I might have enough room here. We'll see what happens. Let's go do it and find out. So there's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, now we need 10 more. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope. 4, 5. Ah, so close. 6, 7. Short by 3, but very cool. Very close. There, very, very close. Now, if it's not going to work, then what I'm going to do is it'd be better if I split them into 8 and 8. So what I'm going to do is choose the opposite direction. Take my assembler out of there. And have the line runs in the opposite way. So let's go ahead and do that. Basically do what we just did. And that is split them in opposite directions. So let's go ahead and take this, turn it around this way. So our output is going this way. Now, if you're going to center it off your output, which is pretty nice, make sure that you do have the ability to run it down. All right, yeah, we're looking good there. We just run that nicely underneath there. Now we're getting up close to our wall edge, which is down here. So we have a bunch of line runs right there. So we're going to be in trouble when we're trying to bring that down, right? So we're trying to bring it down off the back, so we have to watch out for that. And if we try to run a dual line here in the back, a dual input, that's not going to work, because all of these lines are going to be in the way. So we kind of have to think about, okay, how are we going to do all of that as well? So it would have been nice to be able to run it all in a single line. I would probably offset it even more. Away from our run lines here. And I'm also going to be running stuff on the other side, down and up into there. So it might be a better idea to say we don't have enough room for that right here. It'd probably be better to finish what we're doing over here with our assemblers. And we're trying to do some novelist. Trying to keep my coughing out of your ear. We're trying to do some novelist. So let's look at our novelist instead and say, you know what? Let's run that from over there over to here and try to use our assemblers here. Again, I'm always in flux into what's best in that moment. And let's say something like that. And then we say, okay, we want to make novelist, but we're going to need steel pipes and black powder. We already got the black powder going. This needs to go to the left a little bit here. We want to let that hang over enough so we can feed it in the back and then out the front without it hitting our stuff there. And I think that might work out just perfect. Yes, very nice. Good. All right, we're good, everybody. So we'll go ahead and start with that. Let's do this first. We already found our magic combo for our other stuff. Let's see if we can get 6 of these in. There's 3, 4, 5. Oh, yeah, easy. Easy get 6 of those in there. All right, perfect. All right, and let's get up here. Let's take out all of these floors. Do our run lines. Nice. Oh, we got a little bit of power. Huh, why is that connected there? It's a weird spot to be connected. Probably was for a... probably for that lifter. All right, and let's take these out. Match. Very nice. Okay. Let's go ahead and bring these down. Know where our outputs are. And we're just going to rinse and repeat. Going to get this going on. Over here. Your world looks so clean, so I want mine to be so neat. I want to become so neat and skilled. Well, it just takes practice. You know, there's always that hidden spaghetti somewhere. And sometimes I do spaghetti just because it triggers my chat. And it triggers me too. I can't stand it either. But it's neat because we tore down all the ugly. We built it. We were building it just, oh, I need this to go over here. And, you know, that's how you get a really messy factory, is you just start running lines in the moment. And you're like, hey, I need to run wire from over here to over there. And then you're just running it however, right? Instead of thinking it through. This is more thinking it through. In fact, the bulk of this factory actually only does one thing. It goes to making a single item in the end result. So all of this over here, which is limestone, and then you have all your iron products, then you have your copper stuff down there. It's making reinforced iron plates, modular frames, all of that stuff, and then it's making motors and stators, or making rotors and stators, and then all of this entire part on this side, all of this to way off over in the distance, makes motors. That's all that it's doing. All of that. All of that leads to making motors. Now, it's also making some encased industrial beams and some other stuff that I need over there. But pretty much the bulk of that production and all of that resource is going toward that making motors. Now, on the other side over here, we're doing a bit of our other resources. This right here is working our Caterium ore, as well as this is working our sulfur right here, making black powder. Our Caterium ore over here making quick wire. And so we brought it from way off in the distance where we had it and was just running over there on the surface level. And we brought it underneath and then ran it right here. Now we can clean this up if we want. We can go in here and make this nice if you want to, you know, just kind of, you know, in case the safety inspector comes along, you can go in and put in some nice walkway crossings over the top of this. No one would ever know that it wasn't there, right? And we can put in the railings if we want. But we could just put this right over the top of this, because we just have enough space to run that through the middle. Again, you can jazz it up a little bit. I rarely use railway crossings or walkway crossings, but it really does jazz it up a bit, doesn't it? And then, of course, you can go in, put in railings and all that stuff. And I'm putting just railings to define the areas in which my machinery is running from my roads. The yellow you see, those are roads. Those define the areas in which I don't build. I absolutely don't build in those areas. This way it leaves me a thoroughfare through my stuff because I'm driving my vehicles or whatever it is. Or maybe I want to add a hypertube or road through there. Some sort of something like that. Now, right now, we're working on taking our black powder and turning it into bombs, basically, so we can blow some stuff up. Now, we're going to do the same thing we did before. We're going to go ahead and bring our conveyor lift down, and we're going to feed from underneath it there so we don't interfere with our other stuff here. We'll take that out. There we go. So we don't interfere with our ramp. I always leave a ramp, some sort of central ramp, just in case, right? Just in case something goes horribly wrong later on. Now you see me use my lifter a lot as well. This is what's called a sandwich level, or I call it a run line level, where you're running all of your lines from underneath. And if there's no machinery in your way, right? So you can really work in between all the belts and you can run items much easier if you create a sandwich level. And this is about 1.5 walls high. So it's just big enough to where it doesn't feel too cramped. You can make it smaller if you want, if you want to go really hardcore. But I like it to have a little bit of headroom, so when I'm running along or I'm jumping and whatnot, I have plenty of room. So thanks for coming in, and hopefully I inspire you to play some Satisfactory today. It is on sale on Steam. You're like, well, Kismet, what do you get if I go get it? I don't get nothing. So you know I'm telling you legit. This game is an 11 out of 10. I'm not kidding. An incredibly fantastic game in early access. I wish a lot of games that came out last year, this year, last year, and 5 years before that were as good in early access as this game is before it's even released. This is absolutely buy yourself your own Christmas present by getting yourself some Satisfactory for sure. I highly recommend. Incredibly fantastic game. Okay, where are we going to be bringing our resources in? That's the first thing we need to think about. Probably from this side over here. We'll probably run it down that main line there and bring it in over here, because we're going to bring that one around over to here. So let's go ahead and put in our splitters. You'll spend a lot of time doing this, by the way, putting in mergers and splitters. And I find it incredibly fun. Really, really fun stuff. I think did I put that one the wrong way? I feel like this one's the wrong way. There we go. Going the right way now. Okay. Now what I do is I visually line up the first one. Right? The first one is always your toughest one. And then I go and I look to see if it's like lined up onto that. Never trust these. Always take these back out and reattach them. These should be the last thing you attach, is these. I talk about it on... I can't say it enough. I'm telling you, I can't say it enough. Now we're just going to do them in pairs. Now once I have it lined up, now I get this green line that's going to help me a bit in my direction. Now of course I want to input on this side and then split out the other direction. So I'm just going to go ahead and stand up here on the side, on top of it, bunt forward, and then this one I'm going to put nice and close. These two basically just snuggle right up to each other. So once you do the first one, the other one is just literally right next to it. And then you line up that one, jump forward, the other one is right next to it, and so on. That's the way they're lined up on the input on the back of the machinery. And so that makes that a bit easy. Try not to get off track there. Always looking at that green line. And I'm looking at how these white boxes, see these white boxes? That's the shape, or the actual shape of the actual splitter. And so you got to make sure that your two lines right here don't go like this, because it doesn't work, because it's like the thing is inside the other thing. You don't want that to happen. All right, that's not too bad. Now we're also running it in a kind of tandem, so we're running it up in the higher level. And the reason why we're doing that is because we're going to be running two resources down the line. So I've chosen which one I want, right? Every other one, starting with this one, every other one is going to be up in that higher level. Oops. Coughing made me do it. Make sure we got that going in the right direction. Then we'll take the lower ones out. On the ones that are double stacked. We'll do that battle here in just a moment. Like so. There we go. Pretty easy. And then we go ahead and take out all of our lifters. And you're like, okay, that doesn't make any sense. Oh, yes, it does. These lifters are always the last thing that you want to attach. And so we're basically running two lines in tandem at two different levels. And that's going to run as a two-input system, which is basically what we got going here. And then we're going to go ahead and tell it, connect the first one there, and then the second one down there. And just kind of rinse and repeat. Looking at our arrows to make sure our arrows are matching in direction. So it should be coming out, going into there. And whatnot. So this should go out. Yeah, okay, up into there. And this one should go out into there. Very nice. You get the idea. I'm going to speed up. I hope you don't mind. So I can finish this and we can go ahead and get that battle started. Now, this is actually how I play when I'm not on stream. I go way faster than what you see on stream. To the point in which you probably couldn't see what I'm doing most of the time. I typically slow down on stream because it sucks watching a stream and then someone's doing something. You're like, whoa, that was cool, man. How do I do that? And then they're already like 15 steps past it. Right? So I usually do stuff a bit slower just to show you what I'm doing. And then you'll see me once I feel like you've got the gist of it. you'll see me really super speed up like that. I think you got the gist of what I was doing there. That's 2 lines, and they're both being lifted at 2 separate levels into our stuff up above. Now, we know what our first line's already going to be because we're merging it right here. We go ahead and run that across and literally just run that right into there. And that's off and running. So that one side of the conveyor over there is automatically going to feed this side over here. We'll come back to the output here later on. Let's go ahead and jetpack up to here for a moment. Oh, look at that. Beautiful factory shaping up. And I love how the factory kind of shapes up as you're building. Very, very cool. Nito Miss, thank you very much for that follow. Appreciate that. Let's go ahead and get our battle going on. Now, it's a little side game we played called Stream Raiders. Very, very fun. I'm going to wipe my nose because I have terrible allergies this time of year. Ugh, they're the worst. How are we doing on those retweets? Oh, we got a couple retweets over here. Let's go click a button. Hit the refresh. Hit the refresh button. All right, getting those retweets going on, everybody. Now, again, if we do get a bunch of retweets, I will give you guys some Kiz Caps in the chat if you are trying to go for that #1 spot. If you are the #1 Kiz Caps leader, you will get something special from me on top of all those epic giveaways that I gave away. Yeah, you will. Keyblade Knight, let's see. Getting some love. Rotisserie G getting some love. And CW, look at him coming in MVP with the 7 kills. Nice. Nice, nice. Ooh, look at that. We got some more loots. What we got? We got some Archer Scrolls. And some gold. All right, we'll take it. We will take it. All right, on to the next battle. We're going to try to get as many battles as we can in today. Let's get it going. We're always doing lots of stuff here in the Mega Stream. We're, again, this little side game we play every 30 minutes or so. Spec coming in, showing some love. What's up, Spec? Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that. Now, again, if you want to come join us, it is free to play. You can play it on mobile or on desktop. It's called Stream Raiders. You can follow the link right there in the chat. You can find me, your captain, Kismet. Just search for me, Kismet, Kismet. You'll get access to the battle board, and then you go ahead and put down your units. You can see I've got my guy right here, which is the Wasteland Tycoon, which is me, by the way. That's me in that game. Boom, right in there we go. And then, of course, we jump back to whatever primary game we're playing, in this case, Satisfactory. All right, awesome. Now, we got that running over there, and our factory is really shaping in nicely. We want to go ahead and run this across here. Now, if you haven't played the game in a while, they added an awesome feature I absolutely love, and that's called vertical running power. So you can run a lot of your stuff up above. There I go, misclicking again. You can run your stuff up above. So what you're going to need is some foundations overhead here. Let's take that one out at the end. There we go. We're going to need some foundation. Now, this game is literally one of the greatest, if not the greatest, building game of all time. And you're like, Kismet, how do you know? Well, I've been around a long time. I'm the OG gamer. I'm the original gamer from back in the day. I played the Magnavox Odyssey, which you probably never even heard of. That's right, the very first gaming console. I played Apple, I played Microsoft, I played Silicon Graphics. I played games on computers that cost millions of dollars, and weren't my millions of dollars, or someone else's millions of dollars. I have been very lucky in my career as a graphic designer to basically progress as computers progressed from the 70s all the way up until now. And I can tell you that the subtlety of how this game builds, look how easy it is for me to add these foundations, everybody. This is not to be taken lightly. Someone spent a lot of time just making the subtlety cranked up to just the perfect combo of your ability to add foundation. Now, foundation is going to be the #1 thing you're adding all the time. So that's the thing you want to get right. And there's a lot of games out there that do have building, and they do a pretty decent job of it. Great example, like 7 Days to Die. But 7 Days to Die doesn't give you the ultimate building power. You know what it does? This game. See this metal right here? That allows me to choose what direction this foundation is going to go. If I go to the edge here, it knows I want to go there. If I go to that edge over there, it knows I want it there. No, I want it over there. How about there? I want it in the middle of this one. I want it in the one way over there. That's where I want that, right? And so I can control the subtlety of where that particular object is going to go from over here. I can go in and say, you know what? I want to put a ramp over there, right? Maybe way up here on the side. And I could just add ramps all the way down the side if I want. That seems like hey, everybody's got that. No, they don't. No, they don't. And if that is the precedence of the rest of this game, I would definitely highly suggest it. It's in early access right now. They're going to be adding even more stuff for the game after the beginning of the year. These guys are just absolutely hitting home runs. Hitting home run on this game out of the park. Now, if you go and buy the game, what do I get? I don't get nothing. You get a great game. It's okay. I don't need to give you an affiliate link and all that ridiculous stuff. You go and just buy it. Right now it's on sale on Steam. You can buy it for 20% off. Be playing the game through the holiday and just having a great time, because I know the second you start playing, 20 hours going to go by like that. And that's how you know you're playing a great game. It's like all of a sudden you go, oh my God, the sun's coming up. That's when you know you found the one. And I've done that a few times in this game and other games like this game, like 7 Days to Die and whatnot. But definitely, this is one of those games where you're just like, oh man, I just want to finish my little part. I want to finish this little part of my factory. I want to just finish this one last thing up. And then this time is going by like that, right? Just going by. I suggest to set a timer if you do have something to do, like you got to go to work or something like that. I highly recommend using your phone. That's what I actually use my phone the most for, by the way, is a timer. Setting a timer that says, okay, I'm going to set a timer for 2 hours. I'm going to play for 2 hours, and then I got to get to work or got to do whatever I need to do. I highly recommend setting a timer. But incredibly fantastic game. And again, you know, you always get it straight from me. I don't BS people. I'm not here to sell you stuff or whatever. If I inspire you to play a great game, hey, more power to you. But really, I'm just here to, one, keep myself alive, because that's why I do this, because I do have sleep apnea and vertigo. Inspires me to get out of the bed. I didn't want to get out of the bed today. I tell you, I have really bad allergies this time of year. I did not want to get out of the bed, but I thought, we'll play some Satisfactory. We'll have some fun. We'll run some battles. We'll get a little bit of time in today, and then the next few days I'm just going to sleep. That's what we're going to do. I was a little tempted to not stream today, but I was like, all right, come on, let's get one more day under the belt for 2020, and then we'll call it for time to rest. So we'll get that going. So if a 50-year-old partially disabled man can go on and do what he loves to do every day, then I think you're probably stronger, younger, and better looking than me, and can go and do what you love to do as well. I love to come in and inspire people to go on and follow what they want to do, what they have a passion for in their life. I've been a graphic designer for 30 years. I've worked for the top companies in the world. Very, very lucky in my career. Very passionate, very just absolutely obsessed with doing every single thing I possibly could in graphic design, and I have 100% achievement. I mean, I've done everything you can do, from t-shirts, from billboards, to all the stuff you see in stores, like cereal boxes, nails. I even did the star scrolls. I've done magazines and billboards. I've done work for giant record companies. I did a lot of stuff like Motown, Capitol Records, that kind of stuff. I've done stuff for Disney. I've done stuff for just about every single company in the world, and ended up as a senior tech at Apple, by the way, for many years. I worked from home, by the way. That was the brass ring job. That's the job you work your entire life for. Incredibly awesome, but got sick, had to step down, couldn't work at that ultra high level any longer. Very depressing. And I didn't know what I wanted to do after that, too, because I worked my entire career toward that ultimate goal of working for a fantastic company that I enjoy, working around really exceptionally amazing people. That's why I like to work somewhere. If you work somewhere, you want to research the people who work there, right? Who the people are who are in charge, but also the other people you work with, right? Because if you're working with, the bottom of the barrel peeps, right? What we call A-level people, not AAA, but just A-level, just A people. It's kind of like a AAA game versus an A game, right? It's kind of like that. If you're working around those people who just come in and punch in and they're just doing the bare minimum just to get their paycheck, it's difficult to be inspired. It's difficult to stay passionate about what you want to do, because you're the one doing all the work and they're just sitting there trying to just, do the bare minimum and get by. It just sucks the life out of a lot of people. If you don't have that kind of self-motivation, if you use others as a motivation as well. But if you are around people who are as passionate or more passionate about what they do, they bring you up with them, right? So they're up on this level and they bring you up. And that's what I try to do here in the stream. I'm trying to bring you up because there's enough people in the world trying to bring you down. So much negativity and people telling you how much you suck and this sucks and that sucks. Forget those people. Those people suck. What you want to do is have someone to show you a little bit of love in your day. You're in the right spot right here in the Kismet stream. That's what I try to do. I try to bring a little love into this stream every single day. Show you that there's more to gaming than just hanging out doing the thing. You can go ahead and actually turn it into a passion in your life as well. Now, again, I did have to step down from Apple. Had to go ahead and find something else I love to do, which, of course, is gaming. I've been gaming forever, since the beginning. Since computers began, back in the Commodore VIC-20, Apple II days in the 70s, way long time ago. Since before some of you were born. Not all of you, though. Some of you were born before me. I know a lot of gamers that were gaming before I was born. For sure. And those gamers are good, by the way. There's some peeps who are way better. They're older. They're way better than I will ever be at games, which is awesome. I like to have a variety of peeps, right? I don't... It's like, oh, well, you're old, or you're this, or you're that. You know, I don't like to put people in a box. People are complex beings. They're not just the one thing that everybody tries to, put them into that particular category or whatnot. I don't limit myself in what I can do and what I want to do in life. I find limiting yourself, you got enough limits in life than to start adding your own limitations or letting other people put limitations on you. Right? Life is already tough enough. I don't need people adding artificial limitations on what I can do in my life. And it took me a long time to figure that out too. That, you know what? I answer to nobody. I don't have to do nothing I don't want to do. If I don't want to play this game, I'm not going to play it. That's just the way it is. I don't answer to nobody. I'm high level in real life, everybody. I don't have to mess around with jack squat if I don't want to. And so you'll see me never play a game unless I like playing that game. You'll see me not come in and try to sell you stuff and pretend like, oh God, League of Legends is my favorite game while I'm sitting here going, snoozing, right? I don't have anything against League of Legends. I just use that as an example because I see people playing that game and they are just bored to tears sometimes. And I see people playing that game who absolutely love it too. So, you have that good balance as well. But I don't do stuff just for clout, just to show off, hey, look, I'm the best, thanks in sliced bread and all that ridiculous, childish stuff. That's a young man's game. I don't play that game anymore. I don't need to. I don't have to prove nothing to no one, and no matter what age you are, neither do you. You don't have to prove nothing to no one. You just be you. You're the awesome you that you're going to be. You're only going to be you anyway. You're not going to be anybody else. You're going to be you, and you are awesome the way you are, right? You're your own toughest critic anyway. You're the toughest critic on you that you'll ever have. And I've been in graphic design. Believe me, I know criticism. I know a lot about criticism, that is for sure. You will hear it just constantly as a graphic designer, for sure. Go ahead and tie that across and leave a little extra right there. And there's good criticism. There's the people who actually care about you and say, okay, hey, just give you a little feedback on this particular thing. And you're going to have feedback from customers. And then you're going to have feedback from people who are just a-holes, who don't care about you, whether you live or die. And those are the people you ignore. Every single one of them. Like when I first started streaming about 6 years ago, people come in my channel and they're like, Kismet, you're old. Kismet, you suck. And in those days when people would raid, they would raid to be mean. They would come in and say, your stream sucks, and you're old, and you don't know what you're doing, and blah, 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 blah. And I would just laugh and say, you're in the wrong stream, bro, because I don't care. If you don't care about me, what do I care about what you have to say? You're just some random jerk who probably has low self-esteem issues who has to tear other people down to make yourself feel better. Believe me, I did the very same thing when I was young. When I was in my late teens, that's what I did. I tore other people down to try to make myself feel better. And guess what? It doesn't work. It's a fail every single time. You can't fill up the nothingness inside you with nothing. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to put emptiness inside emptiness. It doesn't work. You know what does work? Creating little moments of joy, because then you got that and it fills you up inside. Makes you feel good about who you are. Makes you want to get out of the bed every single day. And I've been doing it for 6 years here in the stream. I call it the Kismet Love Train, where we come in, we show the love here in the stream every single day. We try to inspire you every single time to do what you love to do and bring a little bit of joy into your day. You know, there's enough stuff bringing it down. You want to bring a little bit of love into your life, and it does have an effect. It really, really does. It makes you want to get out of the bed and say, you know what, today I'm going to get something done. Today I'm going to play some Satisfactory. I'm going to hang out with some peeps. I'm going to inspire some peeps today, and so on. And that's what I'm doing right now. I'm trying to give you guys a little bit of love. Now, remember, it's your life. They're your choices. I'm not taking away your choice. You make your own choices. I don't like people taking away my choices. I don't like people coming in and say, Kismet, you should be doing this. You should be doing that. I ain't doing jack squat. I'm doing whatever I want to do. Today, I want to play Satisfactory. And today, I want to talk to you guys. And today, I want to run some battles. And so that's what I'm going to do in about 15 minutes. Right over there. And so it's great when you reach that age where all of that stuff becomes less important to you. Because I have sleep apnea and vertigo, when I go to sleep tonight, I may not wake up tomorrow. I'm not kidding. I'm not looking for sympathy or anything like that. I'm not joking. When I go to sleep, I stop breathing. And if I stop completely breathing, that'll be it. So every single day, I try to get the most out of every single day. And when your life changes, when your perspective on life changes to that, it flips from, hey, man, I want to be, rich and I want to be famous and I want to have all that stuff. And I can tell you, I've had that money. When computers and graphic design were coming together, guess where Kismet was? Right here, baby. I knew about computers and graphic design at the moment in which they were merging. I was making that big money where I bought a car from the factory with my name on it. They made it just for me. I had $1,000 suits just lining the closet. I had all those things, right? Went out, I'd have thousands of dollars in the wallet and I go buy $4,000 TV without even thinking about it. I just take the cash out of my thing, say I want that TV, one of the big giant things. Big deal. If you're not enough without that stuff, you're not going to be enough with it because you feel exactly the same. You feel exactly the same when you have all that fancy stuff and you got the fancy car and all of that stuff. In fact, you can really take that too far, too, where you're just kind of throwing that in people's face, right? And I've seen people do that. They get the Mercedes or the BMW or whatever, and they're like, look at me, I'm Mr. Special Pants. Guess what? If you're doing that to other people, you're an a-hole. Because there's some people who are really suffering in their life. Like right now, I don't have a penny to my name. I have $0 in the bank right now. $0. But I know what it's like to have lots of money. It's nice. You don't have to worry about your bills and all of those things. But you know what? Again, if you lose all of that, which I did because I became very ill and I had to use my entire retirement, my wife's retirement, all of that stuff, just to pay these doctors to try to stay alive. I'm still alive today, though mostly all that money went to waste because most of those doctors were just trying to capture my billing so they can send their kids to private school. Meanwhile, I'm over here spending all of my retirement. I have zero retirement now, and my wife has zero retirement, but I'm not dead. Because, that retirement don't help me if I'm dead, right? And I found out what my conditions are. I have an ear imbalance. I have sleep apnea. I have vertigo. A constant vertigo that never goes away. Right now, it's actually not too bad. It's about a 3 right now. I'm on heavy allergy medicine because this time of year, man, the allergies just kick in so incredibly strong. It makes it hard for me to breathe. Now, while we were talking, by the way, I was running a bunch of lines here. These are our outputs. We're merging, doing all of that stuff. I'm running gates around the outside to try to gate this side off, doing all of that. We ran all of our power. We're looking good. But every day is another one of those days. So again, your life will change. All that stuff will be irrelevant. Money and fancy cars and fancy houses and all of that stuff is irrelevant the second your health is on the line. The second your life is on the line, all of that stuff becomes irrelevant and all of the other stuff becomes hyper-focused into the most important thing in your life. Like my wife is the number one important thing above all things. She's number one. I set her as number one. She sets me as number one. And every person, including my children, extended family, friends, everybody becomes secondary. And they know it. They know it. My kids know that my wife is number one. You always treat her with respect, or you're in trouble with the big man. You're in trouble with the big daddy. Don't be doing that. And see, that just, it clears away all that other BS in relationships when you know that that person has your back, you have their back, and you're not in competition, right? Me and my wife been together 28 years coming up in February. The reason why is we're not in competition with each other. I'm not always trying to be right all the time. She's not always trying to be right all the time. What we do is we have a problem, and that problem needs to be solved. The kids have broken the screen door again. How do we fix that problem? Well, we go to Lowe's, we get a new screen door, I take the old one off, I put a new one on, we're good, right? Those are the type of problems you're solving. Also, you're like, we've only got $100 in the bank. How are we going to go ahead and have enough food this week? Well, guess what? We're going to have to cut back on the sweets. We're going to have to cut back on all of that. And we're going to have to just buy milk and bread and bologna or whatever and just eat bologna sandwiches. That'll just be the way it is, right? A lot of you know what that's like, right? When I was a kid, my parents were like, there's the kitchen. You want it? There it is, right? You want to wash your clothes? There's the washer dryer, right? That's the way I grew up. I'm talking from 5 years old, bro. I'm talking old school. I'm talking like, you wanna have clean clothes? Well, there it is. Go to it, right? You want to have clean dishes? There's the sink, right? That's how it is. And I'm not that harsh on my kids, but still try to instill that they are responsible for their stuff, right? My job as a parent is to teach them how to survive and eventually transfer all responsibility for them onto them, right? They need to take responsibility for themselves, including the ability to get up and get yourself dressed, to be on time, to brush your teeth, to do all of that stuff every single day in a consistent way that nobody has to tell you to do it, right? No one has to tell me to get up in the morning. No one has to tell me how to wash my clothes or how to do my stuff, right? No one needs to tell me that. And that's because I was taught at a very early age to be very self-reliant. The more self-reliant you are, the more you can do in your life. Like, I can fix anything. I'm not a handyman, but when I see that my dryer is having a problem drying clothes, I go in there and I figure out what the problem is. Oh, it's that tube in the back. Okay, that's filled up with a bunch of stuff. Let's take that off of there. Let's get a new one. Let's put it on there. Okay, now my dryer is working much better because the tube in the back is filled with all that lint. And then, or it's the output when it's going out the side of the house or whatever it is. There's always some sort of something that potentially you could solve yourself. A great example is that your toilet is running, right? It's like, wow, every time I press the button, it's like running and running and running. Well, that's an adjustment in the back of the toilet thing. So you take that off of there, and there's an adjustment. You can adjust it. You can turn it, and then, okay, not doing it anymore. But if it still continues to do it, then you got to replace the plunger in there. And that costs like $10 from Lowe's. And so you drain out all the water, you turn the water off, you take that one out. It's really disgusting to do that. But that water in the back is clean water. It should be clean water. It's fresh water that's in there, and it helps the toilet flush, right? And so all this stuff now, in my day, that stuff you had to learn from someone else, right? Or from an encyclopedia. But now you just go Google it. Oh, my toilet is running. Oh, okay, this is how you fix it, step by step. You probably find 100 videos on YouTube on exactly how to fix that particular problem. So even today, it's even easier to solve problems because you have the entire world's knowledge at your fingertips of all the people who've already solved that problem. And that's to a level of not just one or two people, but I'm talking thousands of solutions, right? Thousands of solutions to millions and billions of problems that could pop up. Like, good example, like your window regulator, if you know what that is. We have one of our windows in the back of my wife's car that all of a sudden just dropped down. And I went, oh, that's not good. Especially when it starts to rain, right? It just dropped down. So we went in there, and of course, man way of fixing it. We taped it back up. We black taped it, right? Used some duct tape, taped it up. Looked it up online on how to fix it, and it basically says you need a window regulator because basically there's a thing where the window sits on, and then when it slides past, whoop, it'll slide right off of that thing and then fall into your actual door. So there's a window regulator there. Now, I could fix it myself, But I look at the ratio of how much does it cost to buy the thing, how much time do I want to spend fixing it, or do I want to send it to the mechanic who could probably do it in like 5 minutes? And so I just said the mechanic cost me like $25, right? $25, the guy's really nice. He goes, oh, that's easy. I just go in there and put that in there. And so I bought the window regulator, gave it to him, took him like 5 minutes, put it in there, and now the window goes up and down. Works great. So there you go. There you go. Do I play on the test branch? Sometimes. Sometimes I do, Neato Miss, but right now I'm not. Right now I'm in the regular version. Man, I'm glad I stumbled across the stream. Awesome stream. Well, thank you, Neato Miss. Yes, I am. I'm one of those people who loves to get into the nitty gritty, and not just the hows, but the whys. Why am I doing the thing that I'm doing? I feel like those are my favorite things to know. Is the why, because if you know the whys, then everything else just falls in place. It's kind of like dominoes, right? The why is the first domino, and then all the rest of them just kind of fall in place afterwards. Why am I doing this right here? Well, I'm doing this so I can make a bunch of explosives, so I can blow some stuff up. And there's also some of those little glowy worms who are inside rocks that you can't get to, that you have to put in there and blow them up. There's also some animals around. I don't want to spoil too much of it, but there's some stuff around that you can use those explosives to clear those areas so you can get to certain nodes and things like that, which we'll fool around with that in a bit. But right now we've got a good portion of this going. That looks pretty good. That's all ready to rock. We've got our black powder coming from over there. We figured out the balance of how much black powder we're going to need, and now we're going to need our steel pipes. Now, I don't really need this right this moment, but I want to put it in my factory and put it in there so that we can work with it later on. Now we're going to go ahead and take a look at what we want to do next. Now, I don't really want to do anything else right here because I do have some run lines behind here where I'm running some of these back into my primary base, or what I call the train level, because way up there is where my my hub is. And we're going to take a break from this for a moment. And we're going to run up to our hub up there. Oh, I think our stuff has been finished. Oh, yeah, it's all finished. Awesome. We're running a bunch of extra resources here into the awesome sink. And we'll just take all that out. Boom, be like it never existed. There we go. All right, we'll take that out now. And why get rid of extra resources? And look at all these hypertube things. These all go to a certain place. That left one, that goes to where my power is, right? My coal power down below. The right one goes all the way to the other side of the factory, or it can stop on that side if I want. This one goes all the way to my quartz, and this one goes to my deuterium and my sulfur. And this one, over here, goes right up to my hub, up here on the train level. Turn this up a little bit. There we go. Now, what we used to have down here was just nothing but spaghetti, but it's actually getting covered up slowly. So we won't really, I guess, be able to do a before and after picture, but basically, I have a shot that is just an absolute mess that we had in there, which is funny because I hate doing spaghetti. I hate running a bunch of unnecessary lines. Ooh, look at our train coming in. Got a nice push-pull train down there, too. But this was just nothing but lines running all over the place. Just a huge mess, and we've gone in and we've cleaned it up and made it look beautiful, and we're making different layers of our factory, and one gigantic factory that we're feeding into here in the center. And we're trying out different techniques, like we're running our hypertubes a couple levels down, and then they're running wherever they're going, little hanging hypertubes, which we'll run through here in a bit. But I do love to run my resources to the hub itself. So wherever I have the hub, that's where I have my resources. Because if I need some poles, or if I need some pipes, or if I need some concrete or whatever, I'll have extra just laying around up here. I also like to leave that extra down on my construction level, which you can see I have a bunch of boxes down that construction level from when I took everything out. And then we're adding it back in way more efficiently. So let's go up here. Now, I think we already did all of our advent calendar for our event. I think we did 25. Yeah, we did. All right. We already did all of that. Got that going. A little Christmas event, which is really fun. And this is running this up here. Now, most of my factory right now is going toward motors. Why is that? Well, motors are going to make a bunch of stuff coming up here in a bit. We're going to get into our manufacturing of our higher end items, but we're going to need more resources. If we're going to have all of this doing motors and then add additional things like heavy modular frames and things like that, we need to get that upgraded. But there's another big piece missing. You may not see it in the skyline, and that is my actual space elevator. Typically, I leave the space elevator in until I get past tier 7. But this time I've taken it out, and we want to take our space elevator and we want to put it somewhere over here. Now, I'm going to need the resources for that, and this game has a really awesome system for that, which has a little to-do list over here. So if I just hit the plus here, you can see this thing way over on the right there pop up, and it says I need so much concrete, so much iron plates, so much iron rods and wire. So let's go ahead and just grab that stuff, because we got it here in the box, right? So we're going to go ahead and grab that out of there like that. Let me say thanks to all the people who are dropping the follow button. Who we got? We got Spec coming in. We got Loftic coming in. Eris Bach. I'm going to butcher all your names, by the way. The Ebe Man coming in as well. Dropping that Dragon Hammer. Crushing that follow button. Becoming part of the Teamwork Tycoons here in the Kismet channel. Welcome to the stream, everybody. We're having lots of fun playing one of my favorite games called Satisfactory. One of the few games I have ever seen that is an 11 out of 10 in early access. It's already a phenomenal game, just even before it's released. I wish a lot of other games would take note. Take note of, hey, build a great game first, then release it. That would be nice. Don't fall into that trap of feeling like you need to release it before it's ready. One too many game has taken the hit from releasing way too early. All right, floor is too steep, which means that we don't have enough room out here for our space elevator. So let's go ahead and add a bit more room right out here. Now, this is what I call a train level. And the reason why I call it the train level is because it's way above everything else. And we can go and grab a bunch of resources and bring them here to the central area for utilization of our factory. And one of the greatest things in this game is the ability to quickly add these foundations. Look how easy that is. See how nice that is? That's a lot of subtlety, a lot of effort put into that. Now, I misclick a lot from time to time, but that's just me. That's not the game. There we go. Look at that. Beautiful. And we made a big old ramp. We want to leave some room, of course, to run our lines up. But you can see I've got it painted green. Typically, that's for something like a space elevator or a train line. You see I've got the purple. That's my production line. Blue is where I have my storage. Now, I just chosen that randomly. By the way, did you notice this box filled itself back up? Watch, I'll take it out. That's because all of my concrete line automatically turns back on again and runs concrete in there whenever I need it. Concrete would be the number one thing that I would get going and keep going constantly throughout your playthrough. All right, and we're going to go ahead, and I'm going to turn... I like to have the little thing toward me because I think it's cool. It's not necessary, but I just think it's cool. And so we'll back it up just a little bit. We need another... we need another row in the back here, so we can back it up just a little bit more. Now, what does your space elevator do? That's a great question. I'm sure some of you are thinking who have never played the game before. Well, your job, you work for a company, and that company is called FICS It. And yes, I'm rocking my FICS It shirt that I bought. So, what I will do is I will go ahead and land on a planet, right? So I work for the the space corporation, FICS It, and then I landed on this planet. And my job as a dutiful employee is to collect all the natural resources and get a bunch of resources that's needed and send it up to the place where we came down from our upper company up in the space station or whatever it is they're up there. There we go. And so that's what the space elevator does. So the space elevator does that. Now you've also got a little vehicle on your hub over here, which will also take it up into space. But what you want to do at some point is build this big, gigantic machine. It's cool every single time, by the way, I put that down. So freaking cool. It's so freaking cool every time. It ain't done yet. Here it comes. Now remember, I'm playing in 4K too. We'll do that battle here in a moment, everybody. Don't worry. The animation in this game is second to none as well. The animator who does this, incredibly fantastic. All right, so it's got itself a little bit of a platform right here. Now, you don't have to necessarily go to the platform, but I do because it's fun. Okay, that's what we're working on. We're working on our adaptive control units. You can see that I've got 2,500 of these already in there, which are versatile frameworks. I've already got 500 modular engines. And right when we started working on our adaptive control units, we just said, hey, you know what? We're going to stop. And we're going to retool our entire factory. So I tore the entire factory down, and I've redone it. We're doing underline running in this particular playthrough. I try to vary what I'm doing in various playthroughs. Sometimes I'm running from down below. Sometimes I'm doing it in surface levels. Sometimes I'm building individual factories at the actual node, which is what I prefer. I prefer to do it at the actual thing. This way, I get it all set up, and I just run the final product, like, say, plates, and then I run them along. But it does make it a little bit more difficult to understand ratios, because everything in this game is eventually about the numbers, right? It's about ratios, input ratios, conversion ratios, output ratios. All of that stuff is what this game is all about. And the whole gist of this game is just like every other building game you ever thought of, except for on a whole nother level, an incredibly fantastic level, where you're taking your raw resources, you're converting them into something, and that something then goes and makes something else, and so on and so forth, until it starts getting really, really complex. Tier 7 is the most complex level they have right now. They're actually moving some things from Tier 7 into Tier 8 in next year when they come out with another release as well. And really, this game was basically a 9 out of 10 when I first started playing it. It was already a really phenomenal game. Then they added trains, and then it was like 10 out of 10. And then they added fluids, and then it's 11 out of 10. And then they added more stuff and more stuff and more stuff. I go on and on about all the epic stuff that they added to this game, and they're not even done. It's already 11 out of 10 before release. It's like the Minecraft of factory building. It's that good, everybody. It's really phenomenal. I highly recommend it for sure, especially on sale right now, 20% off. You can snatch it on Steam. You don't need an affiliate link or anything. Just launch your Steam and go get it. It's okay if I don't get credit. It's okay. You go enjoy yourself some serious Satisfactory for the end of the year, because you know what? You deserve it. You made it through 2020. You definitely deserve it. So I don't play on the test branch. Occasionally I will check it out, but most of the time just on the regular one. Having an epic breakfast this morning. Cheesy chicken buffalo tornadoes. Oh, God, that sounds good. That actually sounds really good, Blitzkrieg. I hope you brought enough for everybody in the chat. I think I've ruined my game. I was messing and I'm not playing properly. I was using mods. One, I don't drop my inventory when I'm dead. Short story, I managed to pick up a nuclear stuff and die and respawn, then die again and respawn. Repeat, infam. Yes, I have actually done that without mods, Albans. What happened was I died close to where I respawn, and so when you respawn, you get radiated, and you have those items on you. Yeah, if you can't drop that radiation, and then because once you drop the radiation, then when you spawn, even if you spawn next to it, you can start running away from there as quickly as possible, hopefully. And then you can maybe survive. But if you have got yourself into that loop, nothing like a new playthrough. I played through like 30 times. I have a tendency to restart games to play them through again whenever there's like a big update or things like that. Like I've played through Fallout 76 like 5 times now. I feel like the beginning of that game is when Wastelanders came out. Really fun, phenomenal game now. Great game now. Had its ups and downs. Really didn't like the original storyline. Love Steel Dawn. Oh, that's really good. Incredibly great. This game was already great from the beginning. Let me do a little Stream Raiders here. Let's see. Bommel, CW, Keyblade Knight showing some love. CW becoming an MVP. Let's go ahead and collect ourselves a little bronze badge there, a little bit of loot. All right, and let's try to go for the tough one here. Loyalty token. I'm going to go ahead and pull out my... I don't know even how this is going to work. There's a bunch of walls in the way. I don't know. I'm just going to go right here in the center and see how it works out. I'm just going to pull in the max level character. And again, thanks everybody for the follows. Appreciate that as well. Now, we do a little side game called Stream Raiders. That's why we call it the Mega Stream, because we're always doing a bunch of stuff at the same time. But as you can see, my space elevator needs one more item, adaptive control unit. So we got to make that adaptive control unit. We got to run it into our space elevator here. Now, our space elevator has some input ports over here. And we can go ahead and just kind of extend this out. We're going to need a little bit more concrete. We can extend that out and then run that particular resource eventually into there and then unlock our highest tier that's currently available in-game, which is tier 7. Now, because it's an early access game, you won't see me rush through the game. I typically don't rush through games anyway. But I don't rush through the game. I don't go try to see everything and do everything in the game because the game is still in the process of development. And if you want to complain about early access games, I suggest don't. Let them have issues along the way. Expect the issues if you're playing an early access or a early release or alpha game. Great example, 7 Days to Die. It has all sorts of weird stuff that happens in that game. But I don't get upset about it because it's an alpha game. I know, going into it, I know it's going to have issues. And really, every game does. Every game I've ever played, and I've played them all for all these years. And I can tell you, or not maybe every single one of them, but a good portion of games, I can tell you that every single one is typically a train wreck at launch. Now, this is already a great game, and it's not even released yet. It's still in early access. So that's saying something. If you have a really phenomenal game like this one. All right, that's my my two things that I had right there. Let's see if we have any more of these laying around. Nope, we just had those two. All right. Well, we need to get our item here. I'm just going to let us highlight it. There we go. Adaptive control unit. We need to make a bunch of those, and we need to run them into our space elevator over here. And so we need to kind of get that going again if we want to progress. Otherwise, we don't have to progress. There's nothing that says you have to rush into the next thing and do whatever. I actually stopped what I was doing, moved all of my hub to the upper level here, moved all my resources, tore the entire factory down, reran all my feed lines, ran all my stuff in what's known as a sandwich level or a run line level. Then I redid all of my factory in the most efficient way using something I call the rule of 8 to get all of that stuff lined up, and then built it all the way up so it's making now a ton of motors, and also it's making a bunch of other stuff as well as bringing oil in via train. Right now you can see the train moving up there, and it's going off, getting the oil, bringing the oil back, and then providing me some additional power on top of my coal power that's already rivaling nuclear power right now. It's like 1,800 coal power running my factory. So very nice. Now, of course, the more things we add to the factory, of course, the more power it's going to take. And it's always good to have a reference. I like to put one of these little poles down, have them as a reference. Let me go get some more wire over here. Again, that's why I keep this stuff here, because I need it in the moment. I'll just run over there and grab it. And I like to have a nice little power line just sitting there so I can run up to it. See how my power's doing. Oh, wow. Why is my power so low right now? We're like, Kismet, whoa, bro, wasn't it like 1,300, 1,400? The reason why it's so low right now is it's not making anything. And the great balance that I like to do as I'm going through the game is that it makes so much of a thing and then it stops. It turns itself off. Great example is concrete. It makes itself so much concrete, it fills this box, and then it goes off. It doesn't take me any power. Same thing with plates, same thing with all the rest of the stuff. In this case, all of that stuff was working toward making motors, right? And so the motors is full now, and so it stopped. It stopped making that stuff. And that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to get to a point where it stops. And thus, it requires less of my time, which is the most valuable thing that you have, to go and add more power and add more power and add more power. Now, I could make it where everything's running at the same time and never stops running, and it gets to a point where fills the box, and now I have overflow. I could take that overflow and run it into an awesome sink if I want, and then it just keeps giving me tickets all day, every day. But I don't like to do that because then it just requires more time for me to constantly be working on that power when I'd rather be working on progression, right, to the next tier and whatever it is I need to do. So in this case, we need an adaptive control unit. Now we got our space elevator reestablished. And so if we find some, we can go ahead and just throw it in the box and that'll go inside here. But we only need 100 of them, which seems like not that many, but it definitely is involved because it takes some other items ahead of time. Like it's going to take computers, heavy modular frames, and a bunch of stuff that we actually have already. And we can create what I call a standalone. So we go over here to the manufacturer. We can throw a manufacturer down right here. And we can do what's known as a standalone thing, where I go ahead and put the automated wiring in, the circuit boards, the heavy modular frames, and the computers, and it will go ahead and make that particular item. And so I'm going to start with that. That's an easy way of doing it. And so I'm going to go ahead and turn this around the other way, though. So it's going to, output is going to be going this way. And I'll show you what I mean. What I call standalone production. I do this a lot at the very beginning of the game and at different stages because I don't want to have to run all these lines all over the place and whatnot. I'll go in, line this up, and I like to double stack them like this just because it makes it easier for me to navigate and run lines and all of that. Like that. And so we'll have one that runs in there. And this one will run in that outer one. Now I could run this down, but that's awkward. So what I do is I go ahead and just use a lift. Bring it down, turn it that way, and then you can run it in there if it's going to let you. Now, if you're a little too close like I am right there, we're going to have a bit of a problem with that. So let's go ahead and run it again, but this time we'll go ahead and run it down like that. And then we can use another lifter if we want. It's going to be awkward. No, a little too low. We can use a double lifter on it as well. Ooh, time for a break. I put my thing on for a break. So we go ahead and line it up like that. And this one has to be lined up on this side for this one to line up. If it's not lined up, if it's offset like this one, then that's not going to work. Now again, we can also try to do this. We could say, you know what, hold on. Instead of lifting it from that side, why don't I lift it from this side? And then I could just lift it right there and try to run it like this, or try to run it like that, and so on. It's really up to you. But you can also optimize these so they're all perfectly running into the front. Right? Just basically like I did. So let's go ahead and go like this. Let's optimize this so it's straight off this outer one. Basically do what we did over on that side, right? And then that runs into there. This one does the same thing that this one's doing. Comes down, turns that way, goes like this, turns toward us, then we run it into there. And you're like, whoa, Kismet, how'd you figure that out, bro? I just figured it out by doing, right? I just tested and tried stuff and figured out the ratios of spaces and distances to figure out how to make all of that work. And that's really nice because now look how easy it is for me to move around the object. So what do I need in here? Again, I want to make adaptive control units. Now, the whole purpose of this is to burn up the excess resources that I now have a backlog of. So the first thing I'm going to do is use my easiest stuff here at the bottom, which is my heavy modular frames. And then I'm going to walk right over here. I just happen to have a bunch of heavy modular frames right there. So let's go ahead from my previous production. I'm just going to throw them in that box. Then I'm going to go right here. I'm going to take a bunch of these computers, and I'm going to throw those computers into this box. Boom. All right. So now we have 2 of the 4 elements that we need. We also need some circuit boards, and we need some automated wiring. Now, again, we have some of that left over from when we were building stuff previously. So we can go over here and say, okay, where's our circuit boards? Oh, man, tons of circuit boards there. Let's grab all of those. Now, they don't do me any good sitting in that box. They're going to do me a lot better over here, utilizing them over here. Now, we probably won't have enough resources to make all the ones that we need to make, or maybe we will. We'll find out, won't we? Now, our biggest hurdle, what we're doing right now, is going to be our automated wiring. Most likely, I don't have that much automated wiring, but let's go take a look because we did throw a bunch of our stuff that we were making before right over here. Let's see. Oh, we got one left. So we definitely going to need a bunch of automated wiring. But we'll set the precedent that this box up here is going to be our automated wiring right there. Now, we've got enough to maybe make one of these, right? But it's got no power right now. So let's go ahead and run some power to it. And so I'll go ahead and tap some power way over there. And I'll just run it right to there and run it across. All right, that's now up and running. There it goes. It's starting to feed all of that stuff, and it's going to start to backlog it all. But see, I need 15 automated wiring. So what makes automated wiring, right? So now we have to kind of backtrack what makes automated wiring and how to make that. Again, I don't like to have excess resources just laying around. I feel like they're kind of a waste in the long run. So let's go ahead and take a look. Maybe it's something in an assembler. Now we can also hit X, by the way, and just look it up in there if we want. But I like doing this. I call this the play yard. So I like to just throw it down, figure out what it is I need by doing that. All right, so we need some stators and we need some cable. Well, I don't think that should be too hard. We might have some of those extra laying around. So let's go ahead and just assume that we're going to go ahead and run this into there and run this into this. And this is how your factory starts getting junky. It starts getting spaghetti everywhere. And the reason why is what we call spaghetti, when you're just plopping stuff down and running lines randomly like this. And it starts to kind of mess up and junk up your thing. It doesn't look organized. It doesn't look like thing because you're just doing it in the moment, in the thing. But I do that a lot. And the reason why is because a lot of times that is more efficient. It's more efficient just for me to run it over here and then run it up into there, since I have all those other resources already good to go. I can just go ahead and take some cable, put it in there. I need some stators. Well, let's go look and see if we have a spot for our stators over here. Oh, we do right here. We got some stators in there. Holy mackerel, look at all them stators in there. Got a bunch of them. So let's go ahead and get our stators and put those directly into the machine is what I would do first, because that's going to start it up and off it goes, making automated wiring. We can also go ahead and take these stators now and put them back here. We could have ran it out of that box and ran it in here if we wanted to. I try not to run too many lines. I feel like running too many lines is kind of a waste of time. We need some cable. So we just walk over here. We've got a nice backlog of that cable somewhere right here. Just take all that cable out of there, much as we can hold on us for right now. Control click. Now be careful, because you're going to definitely want some cable later on. So you want to maybe grab a little bit more just for you later on. There we go. And now that's going to just work. It's just going to do its thing. Nothing I need to do, right? So it's going to just keep making that automated wiring. It's going to run that automated wiring up to there. These other boxes have computers. They have heavy modular frames. Up here, we've got a bunch of circuit boards that are already pre-made. And those are going to run in there. And the second it has 15 of these automated wiring, it's then going to start making these adaptive control units. Now, again, I need 100 of them, right? So basically, once I get 100 of these in here, I can lock this, I can send it up, and I've unlocked the highest tier in the game. And that'll take a while, but that's okay. We're going to be doing something else while it is working away. And then we'll come back and we'll check on it from time to time. And that is offline production, meaning that you don't run all the original feed lines into it. Now, all the other stuff that we have going down there is all inline production, which means all the raw resources get converted into the thing that we need, which then gets converted into the next thing and the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. And that's why we can make motors at a pretty good degree. And it runs those motors. You can see them coming up right here, actually the backlog, up into this box. And those motors are going to be useful later on when we're making some of these resources that we're using up from before, right? And so off it goes. Now, I can actually make this faster. Right now I need 2.5 per minute, or I'm outputting 2.5 per minute, and I need over here 7.5. So if I do want to make this faster, I can go ahead and start doubling up, tripling up, quadrupling up on my production. It's going to go faster, but it's going to use more power and whatnot. And it's going to use up more starter resources. Now, you can go in and just boost it if you want. You can do what's known as overclocking. I can go and overclock it, and then it will produce at 250%. If you have plenty of power, that's the thing to do because it takes less space. And it's going to feed in there faster than this, right? Because my lines are all running at 270. And it's only inputting at 50. So let's go see what it looks like when we overclock it. So we just basically have to build less stuff. And I typically keep all that stuff right here next to my hub. So I can run over here. You can see we've got some poking out right there. We'll go ahead and grab those. We'll grab these ones here in the front. We definitely have some more of these laying around somewhere. We have our cool little thing from the event. All right. And we need 3 of them over here to really pump this up and get it going. So let's go ahead and put 3 in there. And I'm just double clicking it and then cranking that up. Now the second it goes through one of the cycles, you're going to see it boost from 2.5 up to, bam, 6.2. All right, now it's 250% the thing. But it costs 65 megawatts of power. That's a lot of power when I could have just made 2 more of these things and ran the lines into those 2 more things. But that's pretty close to what we want. And it requires less for us to do it. But we're going to go ahead and make another one of these. We're going to have the same kind of inputs here in the back. We're going to tell it to make some automated wiring. We're then going to divert some of these resources from over there, from the second side of the same box, like that. And now we can run 2 of them from the same box, which is pretty cool. That's why I love the double input and output boxes there. And we'll tell it automated wiring, and then we'll go ahead and run our power line over to it, and off it goes. It's doing its thing. Now, the same thing with the outputs and inputs here. You've also got double inputs on this box. So I can actually put both of these running up into there. And now what I'm producing is 2.5 over here and 6.2 over here. So I'm actually producing more than is necessary for keeping my manufacturer going. And that's going to be nice because this is going to go as fast as it possibly can. Now, if there's something you want to overclock, this would be the thing. The manufacturer. You definitely want to have the manufacturer going at its maximum speed. Because it's the thing that's typically the slowest, right? Right now, it's at 1 part per minute, which means in 100 minutes, if it's making one every single minute, which it's not going to, but if it's making one every single minute, it's going to take 100 minutes, which is basically an hour and a half from now. It will have all of those done, if it has enough resources to do so. I seriously doubt that it does, but I do have a lot of resources, and I'm making a lot more resources as well. I do have a decent amount of stators. I do have a decent amount of wire and so on. Now, when you're trying to run stuff, what I'll do a lot is go ahead and just make a random storage like this. I'll drop all my stuff in that storage. And then I will run the complete amount of whatever that thing is into its appropriate box over here. You don't want to be mixing these boxes. You get in trouble. You start mixing them. So there we go. So we've got that going. Now, we need some stators because these stators are eventually going to run out. And we're using them at a rate of 6.25. So if we need 100 of these, we're going to need 600 stators. So we look in here. Do we have 600? Yeah, we do. We got plenty. Right? We got tons of extra from when we were making our other stuff earlier. So that's going to be fine. I got plenty of stators, plenty of wire, and I don't even have any of that production going anymore because I've had it from before when I was making it before. So there's no reason for me to make a whole line and do all that stuff and make all those things. It's just a waste of my time if I can do it from the resources I already have. And there it goes. Now it's really cranking. And how do we know if it's working properly? Well, what we want to do is we want to look up here and see if this number becomes double by the time it's done making the item, right? So if it hits 30, automated wiring, or really actually we need 22 which it already has. 22 automated wiring in the time in which it makes the next one. Then we know we're making either equal amount or a little bit extra. Like right now, I'm making extra, and this thing's just going to crank the entire time. Now we can overclock this more, right? Because we got just a bunch of stuff sitting in there. Wonder if down here at the bottom, if we have some more resources. Let's take this back out. Speaking of resources, we'll just take a little peek over the side here. And there's a bunch of resources sitting down there. Oh, actually it's over there. Where's our train at? Here comes our train. Oh God, I'm falling to my doom. Luckily I got a jetpack. We'll watch our train come into the station. That's right, you got trains in this game, including fluids. That actually is right there. This is oil. So it's bringing oil in. And then what it's going to do is it's going to unload that oil into there. It's going to run into these tanks. And that's going to run all the rest of this factory over here without even having to run lines. It's actually going, collecting the oil, bringing it back, and then putting it in there. Right there. Now this is called a push-pull train. A push-pull train basically has two trains, one on each side. This one goes to this line. They need to be going in two separate directions, your train station. One train station this way, one train station that way. And so you got an engine that goes to this train station and an engine to go that. And a push-pull train requires the least amount of track and the least amount of resources to make it run. And off it goes at 150 miles an hour. It's going to go grab that oil and bring it back. Now, we got a lot of backlog of oil in here. You see in these canisters over here, or in these fluid buffers is what they're called, as well as in the train station itself. So that's about 7,500, 8,000 oil. And that oil then is making fuel. That fuel is then being run into our giant fuel generators here. And that's generating a crazy ton of power over there as well. And you can see if we go over here and we look at our power, we're looking pretty sharp. Now, we need to make sure that all of our power is tied together, because when we go over there and we look at that power, and then we go over here and we look at this power, we can see there's a huge difference, right? 1,800 power here, because I just noticed that. There's 1,800 power here, but when we go look at this power over here, I'll just pull it from up here down to there, that this actually is separated from the rest of our power. There's something going on there. There's something going on that's causing our power not to be connected to the rest of our power. And that's most likely because when I was taking stuff out, I didn't reconnect our power lines together. And so we have two separate power systems right now, which is okay. You can have multiple power systems and have them completely autonomous from each other. I don't like doing that, but we could if we wanted to. Now we got this running right up here. We're using vertical lines, and so we can run that vertical line down and tie that in. Let's tie it in right here. There we go. And then we want to go ahead and tie these across into there. There we go. And now we go ahead and just put a power pole, say, here in the corner. And now we can see a huge jump in our power addition, right? So bam, now we're up to 2,550 power. And that's coming from our power generators over here, which are our oil generators. And that's the kind of stuff you always want to be looking out for when you go over here and you're like, whoa, there's something weird there. Why is it only saying I have 800 total power? That's because these things right here are producing so much power. Right now, 150 megawatts. And we can see that we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we take 8 times 150. That gives you your power numbers. You can see I'm also feeding all of this from underneath. Look at this beautifully single line power run, or oil run and fuel line run. So it's running the fuel down here and then up, back up again into there. As everything's being run from underneath, you can see we've got our oil running in from our train station, running down below, and then back up again into our refineries. Now, also in these refineries is also making plastic, it's making rubber, it's making all of those items as well as all the excess of those items are being run into the Awesome Sink right over here to get rid of those extra items so it doesn't stop our production. Now, we still do need to run all of our stuff from underneath, which we did. You can see that our plastic and our rubber, and you're like, well, Kismet, why is it not going? The reason why it's not going, it's already filled them boxes up. It's already filled. And so when it fills those boxes up, it back chains and then it turns itself off. And so I don't use that power unless I need it, right? Unless I need that particular resource, which is really nice. Now, let's get down here. There they are. I knew how to stack of these babies. Let's get our boosters. And let's get back to working on our space elevator. And then we're going to come back and work on our other stuff over here, our sulfur and all of that. Let's get up here and let's get it going on. When does Satisfactory actually come out? It hasn't actually come out. Several years ago is when it was in alpha, but it actually is not out. It's in early access right now. And there's like two versions. There's an experimental version, and then there is what's known as the stable version, or the early access version, which is what I'm playing right now. So there you go. Nothing like quite like upgrading your base walls in 7 days die only to suddenly collapse around you for no reason due to a dodgy block on the day before night. Oh yeah, I've built stuff that I know that was rock solid, and then I put some frames in to kind of block that doorway, and I took the frames out, and the whole entire base fell down. Yeah, with all of our resources, everything. You can go see it in a past stream. Oh yeah, it just fell down for no reason. And I mean, it has like really strong central columns too. And that's because it actually registers all the way down to bedrock. But then again, that's an alpha game, right? That's how alpha games go. Do you have a YouTube channel with a world tour? I don't really have a world tour. I don't like seeing everything in an early access game. I don't run around and look at every single thing in the entire thing. I don't do that typically. Right now, we've got it all condensed into this one little area. And what I do is I restart a lot. So I will, try this starter position and this starter position and that starter position and so on. The whole world is one big world, but you start in different areas in the world. And we've done all the starting positions now. But I don't know where every node is everywhere because I don't like to know. I want to leave some mystery for me to play each and every time I play through again. Some people like to look everything up and glitch and shortcut and get mods that make it easier and whatnot and do all of that. I don't like doing that because it makes me not want to play the game if I make it too easy on myself. I don't play creative modes. I go and I earned every single plate and every single rod, and I like to make it myself. So you won't see me go in the awesome shop and just buy a bunch of resources using tickets. I prefer, though that would be a fun playthrough, though. One of these playthroughs, maybe we'll just throw everything into the awesome sink and then just use tickets to buy everything. I don't know. That'd be an interesting thing. And you'd probably learn something by doing so. But I don't try to make it easy on myself. In fact, I like to learn the game mechanics as I go along. And then I learn all sorts of techniques that I know. And that's why I don't like backseat gaming in the chat as well. People are like, Kismet, go do this, and Kismet, do that, and if you do this, this will do that. I appreciate that sentiment, and we do that sometimes when we do learn to play sessions. Then it's okay to say, Kismet, go do this, and Kismet, go do that. But when I'm playing a game that I really like, I like to have the moments that everybody likes. And that is, oh, that's how you do that. And no matter how many times I fail or die or fall off or whatever, all the peeps in the chat know not to tell me. Not to tell me. Even if I make a mistake, even if I do something wrong, they're just like, I'll just wait. Oh, I knew he made that mistake. Oh, I'm going to let him try to discover it on his own. And that's when I reward you guys in the channel. I actually give you rewards for not telling me. I appreciate that because it gives me the moment of having that same moment that you got, or someone who plays the game who is not on a stream, who can get that extra aha moment, right? Oh, look, we're just a little too slow on that 15. There we go. Well, let's just boost it anyway. Boom, boost that baby. And then back here again. Boost, boost, boost. Boost that sucker too. All right, it's that automated wiring is going to slow us down. Now, do I have enough computers? Do I have enough heavy modular frames? Do I have enough circuit boards to make enough of these to make this run? Now, I also need to go in and connect this into this box. And so it'll run a bunch of those out now that it's already made. Yeah, that's a pretty good amount. Maybe about 10 of them there. And that's going to run it in here. And then you're going to see, oh, whoa, actually, that was about 14. You're going to see them start to show up right in here. Now, this is the last item. We've already done the other 2 items. This is the last item that unlocks the last tier of the hub. Currently, they're going to add another tier. Hopefully, they add 2 more. I would love if they added also a tier 9 and a tier 10. But they've only announced tier 8 coming next year. But see, this is the type of game that has a huge longevity because you can add so much more to the game. If you just look at the mods that are already out for this game, I mean, you've got like 15 years worth of stuff. You can just keep adding and adding and adding to this game that make it even more and more cool, right? Like I like a big giant solar array that you could build like down in the valley or something like that. It's like a big old project that you put together and you run it in there and it builds out this big giant solar array. I mean, that would be cool, right? And you know, someone out there has probably made that mod for that already. As well as there's other things that I would like to see. You know, different types of trains would be cool. Different type of cars would be neat. Smaller trains, larger trains. You know, bullet trains. You know, air-assisted trains where it lifts up and runs along the air. That kind of stuff. And of course, multiplayer hypertubes, right? Where you get in the little vehicle and then the little vehicle fires. I mean, if you just let your imagination run, man, you could just run forever, right? You could just build so much stuff for this game because you already have a phenomenal foundation to build upon on top of it. Now, of course, the main thing that I would like to see, and they're working on it, is dedicated servers. Now, when you have a dedicated server, the weight of your hosting the game is put off onto someone else's computer, probably way better than yours, off onto theirs. And that's why I love my buddies at Nitrato who host our servers. We have giant mega servers where we can have, you know, 10 people, 12, 24, 64 if we want. We have tons of peeps in there. I've seen some of their servers have like 4,000 people playing Minecraft at the same time. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy stuff. And that would be amazing for this game, is to have a bunch of peeps who could just come in and one person's like, hey, Kismet, I'm going to go work on iron. I'm going to go work on iron nodes. I'm going to run it into the main base. All right, cool. What are you working on? Oh, I'm going to go work on copper. Okay, cool. I'm going to work on the main base. I'm going to get the hub going. I'm going to get the space elevator again. Okay, awesome. And then all the people are working together and you can do way more amazing things. And this is my favorite type of game, is when everybody's working together toward that common goal. And right now, you can play multiplayer, but there's not dedicated servers yet. But the second there's dedicated servers, I want server number 1. I already have Astroneer server number 1. Did you know that? I have Astroneer server number 1. Private server number 1, that's for sure. My buddies at Nitrato hooked me up straight away. So, second that comes out, boom, we're going to fire up that server. We also have a server for 7 Days to Die. Sometimes we'll fire up a server for something like Ark. We played Atlas. We played another game called Dark and Light, which is kind of like the magical version of Ark, made by the same peeps. And so I'm very, very fun to do server-based gaming. I think server-based gaming is actually the future of gaming, because it then takes a lot of the resource and network lag. Now, I have 1,000 up and 1,000 down. I have fiber optics, so I don't have a problem on my end. I can host a game, no problem. But it's nice to have that server up, so no matter what time of the day, 24/7, you can get on that server and you can play on that particular server. And so if there's a portion of the factory that you're working on, and I'm not around, I'm off playing another game or taking care of stuff behind the scenes like videos and all of that, then you can continue to work on that side of the factory. And then when I come in, I'll be like, oh, whoa, you got the whole side of the factory. Let's go take a tour. And then we go over there, we tour it. And you can have some people who just like, Kismet, I'm just going to work on the transport lines, right? I'm going to work on transport. I'm going to work on trains. I'm going to work on hypertubes. And I'm going to run that because that's what I love to do. right? And I'll be like, oh, awesome. I love to do the main base. That's what I love to do. That's my favorite thing in 7 Days to Die or in whatever game we're doing. And that's right here, setting up the establishment of where the main base is, where your hub is, where your thing is, where all your resources running to. And once you have that established, it's one of the most powerful thing in any game. It's called quarter mastering. And that's where you say, look, this is where this goes. And this is where this goes. And so you'll see us when we play 7 Days to Die, same thing. You say this goes there, right? There we go. Yeah, and then once you do that, it makes it easier on everybody. There's nothing quite like upgrading the base walls. Yeah, and suddenly collapsing. Roughly how long has it taken you to get to this point, at least during this run? Let's see. You can actually find out by going to save your game. Let's see. This game is, how about where we at? I think I'm 130 hours in. Yeah, 132 hours and 55 minutes. Now, you got to think that I'm not rushing through the game. I could have already been tier 7, like 50 hours in. Very easy. I could do that very quickly because what I do is I retool the factory. Instead of adding more lines and running more lines, I take the same resources and retool them again. So I'll retool them for your early stuff. I'll backlog that. Then I'll make the middle level stuff, backlog a bunch of that. Then I'll make the in level stuff, backlog a bunch of that. And then I'll have all the resources. So I can make anything, including unlocking all of the resources along the way. I feel like that's a much more efficient way of playing the game than to make a little bit of everything and have everything running at the same time. It just requires so much extra time going in and tapping all that power and nothing. Though, if you have the time, I highly recommend it because it's very, very fun. But in my case, the resource I find is the most valuable is time because I only have so much. I only have like 2 days a week to play Satisfactory, and then on Mondays I play Astroneer, and on Thursdays I play Fallout 76, and then after all of those times too, during the day I play, then I have to help with my kids, then wife, family. You guys know how it goes, right? You only got so many minutes in the day. So when I'm doing those minutes, I like them to be very, very efficient in what I'm doing. So I'm getting like maximum fun out of what I'm doing, right? And that's what I do in every game. I try to maximize the fun in what I'm doing. So yeah. Game stresses me out because I want stuff to be perfect and it's hard to edit if I make a mistake. What do you do about this? Start again. That's what I do. If I don't like it, I will take it all out. And that's what I did. That's what I did in this factory right here. I built it all up, and I had it all built up, and it was on tier 6, and we're working on tier 7, and it was all over here. I'm talking way back in there, all the way off to the distance. I had it all done, all down in here, and I tore the entire thing down. Gone. Hold down control, go to town, baby. You can remove 50 things at once. Just start taking it out. Take that spaghetti out. Take those resources out. Consolidate them into a single spot. Get them all out of there. Get it in there. And if you have a ton of extra stuff, like you got like 5 boxes of quartz crystal, just run that stuff into the awesome sink. Because you can always make that stuff again. Just run that. You can see I'm doing it right here. I had a bunch of extra resources right here. And I just ran it into these awesome sinks. Why? Because I don't want to have to move it. I don't want to have to pick it up and move it because it takes my time. I could always make it again, no problem. In fact, that's what we're going to be doing here in a minute. But I just went and tore it all out. And then I said, okay, what are we doing in this playthrough? Because I like to set the precedent of that particular playthrough. I'm just going to fly it out and show you what I did. In this particular playthrough, I wanted to talk about underfeeding, which is basically creating a sandwich level or a run level, which is underneath your base. And to make your base look amazing. Not only be functional, but to make it look amazing. When you're walking along, like Wright's doing to me right now, when you're walking along and you get goosebumps at how incredibly, amazingly organized your stuff is, then you're doing it right. Now, again, we'll do that battle here in a second, everybody. Sorry I'm delayed on that battle, but such is it, how it goes. So as you can see, all my stuff is beautifully organized. In fact, it goes way down over there. Now, the funny thing is, all of this stuff right here on this side, it makes one thing. It makes motors. That's it. All of that, all of this machinery, all of this refinery, all of this ore, all of this input makes one thing. It's pretty awesome. And down here, we have our run level, right? Where we're running in our raw resources. Not really that hard. I get it all the time. This game seems really complex. It's not. I'm running in some limestone. That limestone is then being fed up into our constructors up here. And we're running our nice vertical power lines. Look at those beautiful vertical power lines. I love the vertical power lines. We got some walkways that we unlocked in our awesome shop to make it look nicer in the back. Look how beautifully centered around those it is. Isn't that nice? That's just taking the extra time to make it look beautiful. Now, could I just ran it at the same level and just run the splitters back there? Sure, I could have. I could have just had it. In fact, that's how I had it originally. But then we came back and said, let's make it even nicer by not being able to see all the run lines. By not being able to see all that stuff, it does clean up your base. It makes it easier for you to get around, too, from place to place. Now, we're also, in the next part here, let me go down here. I'm not going to explain the entire factory, but a portion of it anyway. Over here, we're converting our raw iron, which is coming in here, and it's converting it into ignits, and then it's running those ignits back over here. Now, if you only learn one thing in my stream, I'm going to show you the rule of 8. You ready? This is going to change everything you do in this game. Your job is to find a template that you can use again and again and again for that particular resource, and it's going to help you a lot. Now, once we have our input, all you need is 120 raw iron running in. Then you convert them into ignits, right? Which you can figure out. It'll teach you how to do that at the beginning of the game. Then you run it into your constructors. And you're going to need 8 constructors per 120, right? Per 120 raw ore or 120 ignits, because raw ore to ignits is an equal amount, right? So it goes 30 in, 30 out. So 120 in, 120 out, right? And so the first one, you want to be plates, right? So we got the first one is plates. So that's 1 out of 8. There's 2 plates. Then over here, 3 plates, all right? And then the next one is going to be iron rod. So iron rod and iron rod. So 3 plates, 2 iron rods. That's 5, right? And then we got number 6 right here, which is screws. Number 7, which is screws. And number 8, which is screws. And you're like, Kismet, I don't understand. It's easy. 3 plates, 2 rods, 3 screws. Got it? That's 8. Right? That's a total of 8 going on. Now, how is this all working in a single line? Well, for that, we need to go down below and take a look at that. And again, we're bringing our iron ignits in. Those will then be converted into plates. And see, the plates are coming down from the other side here. So it's going up on that side and input on that side, output on this side. And we're creating those plates. So there's 1, 2, 3 plates. But look what the plates are doing. The plates are being lifted up away from the rest of the line. That's because the rest of the line is going to be creating rods. Right? So rods and rods. Whoa, what's going on here? So we got 2 rods, and those are being diverted to this side. Why are they being diverted to this side? We got our plates running, and we're converting or diverting our rods. The reason why is because on this side is going to be an input for our screws, because rods make screws, right? So the plates are going on, and we're going to use the plates in our next stage, and the rods are being converted, being made, and then converted into screws because we need plates and screws. We don't need the rods. We just need plates and screws is our end result. And so those are being run in there into those 3 screws, and then they're running out 3 constructors that are making screws, and those are running out, and you can see them running underneath our line. Now, if you know how to run your lines like this, then you're styling, because look how compact that is. It's literally running under the machinery that's up above. So that machinery up above is all perfectly run under one foundation, right? And that's our rule of 8. And if you know that rule of 8, then you know for every 120 raw iron ore, you can make enough plates and enough screws to output for your reinforced iron plates. How many reinforced iron plates can we make? Well, we're running them right over here. We can see we've got 1, 2 assemblers. And those assemblers are making our reinforced iron plates to a point in which we have them backlogged in there now. Right there. Let's make them at 5 per minute. So 120 iron ore goes into plates rods, and then those rods become screws. Those screws and plates go into here. Those make reinforced iron plates at a rate of 10 per, because it's 2 of these. So 10 per. And then say we get another 120 iron. Well, guess what? We're now making all the way up to 10 reinforced iron plates again, which is what we're doing because we have a 240 node, a pure node. And then that is then running into the next part of our factory, right? And what are we using those reinforced iron plates for? Wow, that's a good question. And again, look at those plates being fed up into here. And then here's our other one. So we're making 2 groups of that over there and over here. So we're making basically 20 of those. 20 reinforced iron plates. Over here, we're making a bunch of rods and screws and all sorts of stuff that runs its way down the line. All of this stuff here, making a bunch of elements, including copper elements. That is running to the ultimate thing that we're combining all of this stuff for in the first place. Over here, we're combining and outputting iron rods and screws to make rotors. On this side, we're outputting and inputting some steel pipes and wire to make stators. And all of this stuff ends up making motors. So all of that stuff I just said equals motors in the end. But if you understand that rule of 8 at the very beginning, and you understand how to just keep doing that same thing over and over again, and you can just keep replicating it until you get enough items that you need, enough reinforced iron plates. And there's also alternate recipes and things like that you can get into. But once you understand that basics, then the game is like unleashed for you. You are absolutely unleashed, and you can do whatever you want to do. All right? Now, thanks for being patient, everybody. I do like to try to finish my thought because I am on heavy medicine right now. Heavy amount of allergy medicine. All right, let's battle it up, everybody. Let's go. Let's get it fired up. Let's go. I'll catch up a little bit on the chat. How do you make it auto stop? When it fills the box, it auto stops. I always have everything run into a box and then it does it. So yeah, about 130 hours into this. So if you don't like it, tear it down, make it again. As of 7 days, been in alpha for like 5 years. Actually, it's been 7 years. Been in alpha for 7 years, but they're doing the smart thing. You know what you do? You make the game great first, right? You make a great game first before you release it, before you say, hey, everybody, look, it's ready. I always feel like that's a better idea than to do it the way that people have been doing it lately. Hey, why don't we just release a half-broken game, even though you paid $60 and you paid for your finished game? We're going to just sell you a junky game, and you'll be like, oh, man, I paid $60 for this game. Now I got to wait another couple years for it to be a great game, right? Or maybe 3 years, 5 years, 10 years from now before it's an actual great game. Right? That sucks. Hey, Dr. Gluon in the chat. Happy holidays, my friend. Oh, happy holidays to you as well. Sorry, I got very focused there, everybody. Got very, very focused, as I do sometimes. But I'm trying to finish my thought, explain things that I'm working on. Keyblade Knight getting some love. CW Subi. Let's see. Shexfet. I am going to butcher your name. Chewit. I think that is. I don't know. I'm so bad. I butcher everybody's name. It's part of my charm. Here in the stream. Rotisserie G coming in, getting some love as well with 20 assists. Bam, right there. Whoa, look at all those stuff we just hit. Ooh, we had a bunch of tiers there. Let's keep it going. We'll come back to that later on. Let's keep these battles going. Try to get as many battles going. Now, a lot of times, by the way, I'll go into battle mode and I'll do like, 10 hours, 12 hours, 15, 16 hours of battles as well. I'm just going to pull in the Wasteland Tycoon on that one. Pull in the big guns, help you guys get in the win. And if that does run long, just have patience, everybody, because it's my stream and I do whatever I want. Especially since I have sleep apnea and vertigo and I'm taking heavy allergy medicine right now. It's a miracle that I'm upright at this point. Foolish, thanks very much for the follow, as well as EK Gamer, dropping that Dragon Hammer, crushing that follow button, becoming part of the Teamwork Tycoons here in the Kismet channel. Welcome. Come on in and hang out. Now, a good friend of mine, Dr. Gluon, amazing streamer, by the way. If you've not discovered the wonderful Dr. Gluon, let's give him a shout out in the chat if we haven't already done so. Just give him another one in the chat. A good friend of mine. I met him at TwitchCon several times. I hope you had a great holiday season. He's one of those peeps that you see him when he's, A lot of streamers, I've gone in and I've rated the channels. I thought they were really exceptional streamers. And I find in life, you really just need a few people to believe in you, to give you that extra motivation, that extra something that just kind of pushes you over the edge, says, you know what, I am going to be good at what I do, right? And I remember Dr. Glue, when he first starting off, going in there, showing him a bunch of love in there, and he's gone on to be a huge streamer now. Huge streamer, big congrats. And, you know, there's a great line in one of my favorite movies called Big Fish, if you've never seen that. It's actually with Ewan McGregor, who, of course, plays Obi-Wan Kenobi as well. Fantastic actor. But there's a line in there where he says, the character says that he never went on to be a wealthy man or a real popular or a successful man, but he's helped a lot of other people go on to be successful. And that's kind of my goal. I've been a successful person. I've made a lot of money in my day as a graphic designer. I've been the top of my field. I have 100% achievement unlocked. There's nothing else I need to do in graphic design. I'm good. I don't do graphic design for other people anymore. But if I can facilitate that in other people, if I can, you know, lend a little bit of positivity, a little bit of help on their journey, I feel like that's the greatest thing. And that's why I invented the Kismet Love Train, to do that. And I've had people go on to become affiliate and partner before me. And I'm the one that went in there and gave them the push. Now, of course, it's not just me. It's a whole lot of other people showing streamers some love as well. And that's what I love about stream. That's what I love about streaming, is that there's a difference that happened over the last 6 years. And again, when I first started, people come in, they'd be really rude, and they'd be raiding my channel, say, Kismet, you suck, and your stream sucks, and this sucks, and that sucks, in there. And there's been a whole mentality switch from that. And I started a lot of that. I started a lot of that saying, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not going to be mean to other people. I'm going to show them some love. I'm going to lift them up in their day, right? Bring them a little positivity in their day. Try to bring them a lot of love. And then it will go and inspire them to do the same thing, to keep that love going on to someone else. And then that person on to someone else. And that Kismet love train just goes and goes and goes. And it does have an effect. It really does. And then, of course, you see those people, like when I see Dr. Glue on at TwitchCon, I'm like, hey, and he's like, hey, and so on. And I have a great picture, by the way, of me with a bunch of people that I've helped along the way. And I have one of them, a shot like 50 peeps at one of my after parties I had at TwitchCon. But the quintessential one is Kira Corellia, who was already partnered, came in and rated my channel. Right? And then I took that love, who's in the picture, by the way, and then I took that love and showed that love to my buddy Banlish. And Banlish showed that love to Dreadhead Ed. Right? Now, the funny irony in that picture, we're all partnered. Now, of course, she came in, showed me the love. I went and showed him the love. He then started rating other people to show them the love, and so on and so forth. And we all became partnered because we went on that Kismet love train. Because we went on and showed each other that love in the stream, right? We gave encouragement. We gave that extra thing. Now, of course, all of those people got there from their hard work. It didn't just happen from one raid. It became, they had a passion for it, and they wanted to do that thing and go on to do this crazy streaming thing. Now, me, I do it because it's for my health. I'm not going to become the next Tim the Tat Man. I understand that. I'm not going to become Shroud or, who's the other one? Summit 1G or one of those people. That's just not going to be me, because I don't want to spend 18 hours a day every single day grinding to be that number one. You know what I'd rather do? Just chill, play some games, have some fun, spend some time with the wife and family, and not be dead. That's my goal. And of course, bring some love to other peeps. Go battle. I just did. There you go. And happy holidays to you, Dr. Glue. I'm so glad for your success. Now, some people will be like, hey, I'm the one that helped so-and-so become successful, and I'm a much better Fortnite player than so-and-so, and you get this chip on your shoulder, like, hey, how come they're so successful, and I'm not, the number one person on Twitch and have, 5,000 people on my channel and 10,000 subscribers and all of that stuff. You can go that route, but it's just going to poison yourself. The best thing to do is revel in the success of others. I always do that. I love doing that. Is if I rated someone and they started off with like 30 viewers and I pushed them up into the middle and they found a good community and they worked their way up that community and now they're 500 viewers or 2,000 viewers. And I've had 5,000 people on my channel before, but really my average is between 50, 100, 200. And I normally stream late night. So that's typically my main audience, is that late night audience. But because of coronavirus and because I have to look after my children, I had to switch to days because I have to take care of my children. Those are always the highest priority to me. My wife and my family is above all other things in life. And you've got to have those priorities. What is your highest priority in life? And then everything else works itself out. Money and all that other stuff. I don't have a dime to my name. I don't have money in the bank. I don't have nothing. I put every penny right back into the stream. This is not a for-profit enterprise. This is for staying alive enterprise. That's what this is all about. And people ask me all the time, Kismet, how can you afford to send people to TwitchCon? How can you afford to do all of these things? I can't afford to do those things. But I can also not afford not to do those things because I'm 50 years old. At 50 years old, you don't want to wait around till next year or the year after that or the year after that to do stuff. You just got to go for it. And I was already like that anyway in my youth. I would just go for it. If I wanted it, there was nothing that was going to stop me between A to Z. I'm coming through like a freight train. You better move off the tracks because here comes Kismet. I'm relentless. I never give up, ever. And thus, why I'm a partner here on Twitch is because I never give up in what I have a passion for. And I love coming in and talking to you guys, inspiring you guys to go do it. Because, you got to think, I'm a 50-year-old disabled man. The chances of me becoming partner is like 0.05%, less than 1%. Right? People are like, Kismet, you're old. You're not the young, good-looking guy or young-looking girl with colored hair or whatever, and all of that stuff, and, doing all that stuff. I don't do that. I just tell it to you straight. I come in, show you a little bit of love, a little positivity. We have some fun, building some stuff. And sometimes I'll real life talk. And if you don't like it, here's what you do. You go grab a sandwich, grab yourself a snack. By the time you come back, I'm back to the game. I'm back to doing what we're doing. And there we go. But that is what my stream is about. You got to have a vision of what you're doing. What is it about? When you work at a job, you're like, well, it's just a job. I'm just trying to get a paycheck. That shouldn't be your job. Sometimes it is. I've had those jobs. I know how that goes. But it should be something more. Why are you there? Why did you choose that job? Why are you doing that vocation? For me, I do this to bring little moments of joy to people. To fill up those little moments in between. Maybe they got to go to work later. Maybe they're going to eat dinner later. Maybe they're going to go do this or do that. That's what it's about. Right? And you got to find that focus in your stream. If you're going to be a streamer or whatever you do in life, you got to find that focus of what it's about, not just, oh, I'm going to play some games and people are going to throw, thousands of dollars and give me money, right? That's a terrible, getting money is a terrible motivation in most things. Now, if you're trying to get money like for food, water, and shelter, that's different, right? That's a good motivator because you got to have the basics. But just to get a cell phone, or to get something extra, because that's a luxury. A cell phone is a luxury in life. Same thing with fancy cars and fancy houses. Those are luxuries on top of your basics. So if you got your basics covered, then why are you doing it? If you've already got your basics covered, why are you working at that job? Right? Can you get another job that you'd have more passion and more fun doing? Like I was graphic designer for a very long time, and I loved it. I lived for it. I'd do it without even being paid. But never tell your boss that. And I was paid a lot of money. And I spent that money. And I partied and I rented 60 or 30 Sea-Doos and went to the river and had a great time and wandered around and partied and surfed and did all of those crazy things you do when you're young. Very creepy to do when you're 50, though. You got to get out of that stage. That's not like a young person's stage where you're out partying and doing all of that. And then there should be at some point where you grow out of that and then you become a more responsible adult, but not too much. Still jump in puddles. Still jump in piles of leaves. It's okay. It's okay to have a good mixture of those two things, right? Give yourself the freedom to fail at something, right? If you make a mistake and you fail, like if you're making a base and the whole base falls down, then give yourself that freedom to fail. If you get frustrated, save and walk away and come back, and guess what? You'll probably make it better the second time. I've done it many times, the second time and the third time and the fourth time. And as you can see, we came in here and this is all revamped. This is like the third rebuild of this now. And it looks fantastic. Turned out fantastic, I think. I really love it. One of my favorite builds so far. And so we're going to go back up here to our space elevator, see how we're doing. While we were talking, by the way, it's producing a bunch of stuff. It's doing a bunch of things. So I always feel like if I have something running, then I can do something else. But if I don't have anything running, if I don't have stuff multiple running at the same time, I always feel like I'm being very inefficient. But I should be running just fine over here. But let's double check, make sure nothing's slowing us down. Our automated wiring has stopped. Something's afoot. Let's go over here and see what's up. Is it a power problem? Oh, it's a wire problem. Look at that. We ran out of wire. If it gets real quiet in your factory, then you got a problem. Now, we're out of wire over here too. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let's go ahead and see if we can solve this problem. And there's always some sort of resource that is going to slow your progress. Like you forgot you need so much concrete, you need so much of this, that, or the other thing. We're going to go ahead and just ride this hypertube down here. And what I'm trying to do right now is just burn up my excess resources. So let's look in this one. None in there. Now I'm hitting F like I'm going to take it out. And it's letting me go ahead and look through all of this and see what's in there. Right here, we've got a bunch of that. There we go. Hit F again. Oh, we got some in here too. Grab some out of that one. Some more in here. Again, I don't need it to be in this box right now. And I don't even have any production of wire going on, though we're going to need some here in a minute, aren't we? Because this is going to be the last little bit of the wire that I made from originally. And so when we start to run out of something, that's the time to make sure that you queue up that production. Now, we're going to be running some lines that is going to solve that problem tremendously because we discovered another start area nearby this start area where we are now. And we already know which nodes are already there, so that's going to help us out in the long run. So let's go back over here, and let's take this wire, and I've already saved some for me. I put it in the other box over there. Put that wire in there, and that's going to go ahead and make some more automated wiring. And then over here, we're going to go ahead and look and see. All right, we're at 15 there. Still have plenty of everything else. Let's go ahead and see how many it's made while we were busy wandering around. Ah, it's made 30 of them. All right, so we're almost halfway into making those. But we can already see what the number one issue is. Now, right now, the number one issue is going to be cable. Now, you can make a lot of cable in this game. I mean, a tremendous amount. So now I need to switch my priorities from what I was doing before, which was working on our cadmium and our sulfur and all of that. And I need to switch that priority into something that I need in the moment, right? I need that cable in the moment. See that? It actually goes underneath our entire factory. Watch this. Goes down double line, and it's a hanging line that runs underneath there and then brings us back out. That's really cool, bro. We're working on that yesterday. That's really fun. So we're running, there's our factory line. Then underneath our factory, here's a sandwich line, aka our run lines, which are running all of our conveyors. And then underneath that is an actual hanging line, which is for all of our hypertubes, which is really cool. So we're basically cutting our factory into different levels so that we have the ability to transverse or run lines wherever we want without running into the actual machinery, which is in the way. Right? See, this machinery is in the way. That's why you want to have it up above, or you can actually go the other way too. You can also run lines from above down into there. We could just do the same thing. Instead of running it down this way, we could run it from up above down into here, run all of our lines up above. It's really up to you what you want to do. Me, I like running them from underneath because there's less, hang lines and all of that stuff. And they just kind of vanish, right? It's like, hey, how does a resource even get in there? It's kind of nice. Okay, so we ran all the way over here. Now, right here, what we're doing is we're creating a bunch of copper ignits. Those copper ignits are then making some wire. That wire is then being run down and being used for our rotor, our stators over here, which eventually merge with our rotors and then become our motors. But as you can see, it's just using these first ones here, and these ones over here are not being used. Now, this is a pure node, so we can go ahead and extrapolate how much we could use left over based on that pure node. A pure node is 240 if you're using a Mark II, 240 raw iron, or raw copper in this case. So 30 in, 30 out. So we're using 2 of these right now, or actually it looks like third one, yep. 3 of them, but we're only using 2 for our wire. Right over there, yeah. Oh, we're out of jetpack. We didn't grab our resources back. And so we're using 2 forges. So we add that together, that's going to be 60. And so 60 minus 240 is what we have left over. Hey, Suri, what's 240 divided by 60? I make Suri do all my math. Hey, Suri, what's 240 minus 60?
240 minus 60 is 180.
She ain't doing nothing anyway. She's just sitting there. So 180 left over. And so I can figure that out. Say, okay, well, how many more of these furnaces do I need to do all the rest of my copper? Because the iron, raw copper, only goes into ignites, right? At least at this stage. So we can say, hey, Suri, what's 180 divided by 30?
180 divided by 30 is 6.
Is 6. So 6 more of these iron forges here, or smelters, we can add. So we've already using those 2 over there, and we've already got 2 here that we've set up. So we can go ahead and set up more of these to run that. Now, I got to be careful that I don't accidentally run over my lines. You can see I've got my yellow foundations here. Those are saying, look, those are roads. Kismet, don't build on those. Right? That's a reminder for me not to build on those. Now, I forgot my resources, so I'm going to need to head back here for a minute. And we're going to need those resources to make this happen. And so what we're going to do is we're going to build out some more lines over here, which are going to be for our cable. Now, cable actually comes from wire. So we're going to make some wire, then make cable, and so on. Oh, we got our little vehicle over here, too. How you doing, little buddy? Let's pick that up. All right, back we go. Let's go for a little ride. Kind of cool to look around while you're riding under here, too. Now, this one will come out, shoot me toward the other one. The other one will grab me and then run me that way. But I could tell it not to. I could reverse myself by holding down S, come out the other side, and stop right there. I like to have a stopping point like this, and that allows me to choose, do I want to go this way, that way, or back up here? I don't like running separate lines to each and every place. Just too much work, bro. It's kind of like a train station, right? It comes to a stop, then you choose where you're going next. I like that a lot better. A much more efficient way of traveling than to run each individual line to each individual thing. Way too much work to do that. All right, let's take this out back here. Boom, it's going to grab all the resources, put those back onto my character, and we're ready to rock. And that's going to burn up the rest of that cable, and back we go. Now, what I did earlier, you missed it, is I actually got launched from here. I used my jetpack to actually jetpack across just enough so it would grab me and then launch me. Whoa, I went so fast it actually did damage to my character. And then that used that extra little boost to launch me to the next hypertube. And then look how fast we can get back. Boom. That's what's so great about running a hypertube system, is that you can get around nice and quickly. Okay, so that wire is being used in our current production. We don't want to touch that wire. We want to go ahead and make some more wire over here. And we got to remember our number, which was 6. So let's go ahead and just finish in our copper production here. So we've got 1, 2 over here, and we'll take out our fencing now. Over here. We're going to expand this a bit. Okay. Now, for every one of these, we want 2 constructors in front of it, because we're going to go ahead and do a ratio. Now, this actually, you can see, is actually 20. And it's making copper sheets. This one over here, I don't even know what we're making in these. We're not making anything in that one, even though we're running stuff into it. Not making anything in that one. And this one over here, not making anything, even though we're running that into there. So we're really only using like 3 of these. And then the 4th one here is actually not being used. And so we could go ahead and utilize that, say, for some wire. And that's going to go ahead and run the wire. Because we know that 1 of these equals 2 of these when you're doing copper ignites into wire. So we know that's a good ratio there. Same thing over here. We're going to do more wire over here. And more wire over here. Because we already have all of these lines run. There we go. And then more wire over here. We're going to take these copper sheets out. Switch it to wire. And more wire. Okay. So now we have our raw ignits coming in. They're converting into wire. And you notice I didn't add any more smelters yet. That's because I've already set it up ahead of time. I don't really need to add any more because I have a half of that smelter and then these 2 smelters to make wire. And it's going to make more cable than I'll ever need just from this little bit right here. This is nice about having a pure node, though, is you do have a massive amount of stuff you can make. So it's going to go ahead and make some wire. Now, we want to go ahead and convert that wire into cable. And so we're going to run a constructor down here, just like right there in front of it. We're going to look at that constructor, and we're going to see what does cable require. It requires 60, to make cable, we require 60 wire. It's very easy to get those two confused, by the way. Wire is the first thing you make, and cable is made from wire, right? It's like it's wrapping that, you know, the kind of insulation around the outside of the wire. That's basically going to make cable. And I get them mixed up all the time. So we need 60 of this. Now, what is the output of this wire? So let's go look at the first one that we have left over. That's 30. All right, that's fine. And then over here, how much is this outputting? Oh, that's outputting 30. So we got 30 and 30. If we merge those together, guess what? That equals one of those. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and add a merger. And this is what I call a centerline merge. I love centerline merges because they just look beautiful, right? They come out of here and they go into there. This one goes into there. Look at that beautiful centerline merge. Oh, beautiful. And then we take the constructor and we put the constructor in front of that. All right, and so we can go ahead and just kind of minimize the space usage. Now, I could have ran this down and run it all back up again and all of that. But I feel when you're doing this, this is a huge waste of space and resources by running it down and then back up. Really unnecessary. I would just run these in line because they're literally one step away from making that next thing. All right. Now, I was supposed to take a break about an hour ago. I forgot. It just dawned on me. Just dawned on me. I forgot my break. All right. Let's go ahead and move this forward. That's going to go ahead and start up. Let's tell this to be cable. And now it's off and running. So for every 2 of these, we now need 1 of these. Now, I can blow your mind. Suri is my calculator also. Isn't she? Yeah, she does a lot of stuff. She turns the lights on and off for me and all sorts of stuff. I have these really cool things. I actually have it on my website, kismet.gg. Let me put it in the thing for you. There it is. Of these adapters you can get, and you put them into your plugs, and then you plug your light into it, and you can tell her to turn the lights on and off. I have it to where it turns the printer on and off, the fan in my kid's room, the air conditioning unit, and all that stuff can be turned on and off by voice, by Siri, or by Android. I forget what the Android version is, or whatever her name, Corona. Whatever her name is, Cortina, or something. What's her name on PC? I forget. Her name's something in there. You could use her too. I use Suri for everything. I tell her to do whatever, to set a timer, to do whatever. I do it all by voice, and I tell her to turn the lights on and off. Like when I go to stream, I tell her to turn my computers on. So I have the plugs into the wall where I can just turn all the computers off at the same time. And the reason why I have that is so that all the little leech power that it uses, like all the little lights on all your monitors, all the little lights on all your drives, and all of your stuff that's just leeching power all the time, I turn that off. And thus it costs me less on my electric bill. You're welcome. I just taught you how to save yourself lots and lots of cash on your computers. Go buy those things. They're totally worth it. Go buy those things. They're easy to install. You just plug them in. They connect into your Wi-Fi. And then, boom, you can control it from your phone, whether you're Android or iOS. They're on the website. Feel free to snag them up. I feel like it's one of those godsends here in the stream. Now, one of the things that happens at the end of my stream also is that I have it where it turns the lights off, and it goes through a whole sequence of events, and then turns my main lights on in my office here, and then turns my kind of beauty lighting, my Elgato key lights off when I'm not using them. There you go. So yeah, I can blow your guys' mind too. Hold on a second. Watch this. I'm going to bring up the stars real quick here. Bring up my backdrop. If you've never been in the stream when I really was getting serious, let's see if I can get this to go. There we go. All right. And then I need to go down here. Let me just blow your mind for a second for all you who haven't been in my stream when I was really getting serious. I don't see it in my bar. It's not in my bar. Click on that. There we go. Okay, now one of the cool things about my machine is I can run stuff in the background while I'm doing it. Now, I've actually let Satisfactory run in the background while I was playing other games, because you can just let it run and make materials. It's because I switched my resolution. That's why all my stuff moved around. I was like, where'd all my stuff go? Let's go ahead and launch this baby. Why is it? No, it must have taken it out of my bar. I don't see it in my bar. No problem. Let me just blow your guys' mind for a minute. Oh, it updated. That's why it came out of my bar. Ah, I see. Usually I keep stuff pinned to my bar because I hate looking for it. So I can just click on the little start bar at the bottom, Windows. Windows is like the most Tonka thing ever. It's like the most poorly made operating system of all time. Incredibly bad. But such is the way it goes. I mean, it serves its purpose, I guess. All right, let's go ahead and blow your mind. You ready? Here we go. Bam! That's right. I'm the type of graphic designer that would go in and spend the time and make incredible charts for you guys to know how to do stuff like wire and turn it into cable. Yeah, I made this from scratch. I went in and drew out all the different pieces in the game. I also went in and did different iterations of splitters until I got one that I liked. I really like this one right here. And I did this in a program called Illustrator. Now, I've been a graphic designer for 30 years. I was there when computers began, when graphic design was converting over into a digital style. I do know how to do traditional graphic design, paste up and all of that, working with film and how printing and publishing and dull and gloss varnishes and trapping and all that stuff, which you probably never even heard of. And so on. And so I went in and I created each and every one of these items. And then that allows us to go in and do all of our constructors, which I did, and also assemblers and so on. And that allows us to chart it out. Now look at this. We can do plates and rods. We can do wires and cables, which becomes this. This all goes together, becomes reinforced iron plates and all of that. Really fun to chart it out. I'm more of a visual person. Put a 1 in the chat if you're more of a visual person. Here's how you know if you're a visual person. If you go and get instructions, hey, go to Walmart, make a right, go over here to the gas station, make a left, and so on, versus street names, you're probably more of a visual person. I can't remember street names for the life of me. Don't tell me street names. Just say, go 2 blocks down that way, there's a gas station, make a left. That's going to be way easier for me. I love doing things both visually, but also like to do the numbers. I enjoy using both sides of my brain, both the creative side and also the logic side. I also have a spreadsheet which has all the numbers, which shows you all the inputs and outputs, and if you boost things and all of that, and even the calculator in which you can split it in half and then split that into thirds and so on and so forth, called the Kismet Awesome Settlement Overseer. I'll go ahead and throw that in the chat as well, right? Right there. You can go ahead and check that out. So hardcore, baby. Hardcore. Now, I've already shown this before on how to do that, but I just thought I'd pop in here just to kind of show you what we're doing right here. Right, which is what we're doing is we're bringing our raw ore in, then it's splitting. These are our forges here, or smelters as they're called in this game. And then those smelters are then being split into different constructors, right? So over here on this side, we're outputting just wire, just by itself, 60 wire in this case. And on this side, we're outputting a bunch of cable. We're splitting it, running it into the box. Now, if you're like, well, Kismet, show me in game. Boom. That's exactly what's going on right there, right? So we're using 3 of these for wire. And then we're using these other wires over here. And we're taking these 2 and we're running it into this one. And then that one's going to run out the cable, right, on the other side. So you can see it's already maxed itself out. And so we're just going to keep doing that a few more times. So really we only need to do it twice. So I'm not going to really do a whole bunch of this. But we're basically, that chart that you saw is exactly what I'm doing in game. So sometimes it's good to chart stuff out. I enjoy charting stuff. I enjoy kind of pre-thinking it. But it's not a requirement for the game. You don't have to do that, by the way. You don't have to pre-think everything out. It's good to kind of understand ratios. And when you understand the ratios of the game, right, like the rule of 8 I was talking about earlier, then the game becomes fairly easy. It's just a matter of taking the time to do the thing that you want to do, right? In this case, I want to run that stuff in there and make a bunch of cable, and then combine that cable together and run that cable from here all the way up into my main base. And that's what we're going to do here in just a moment. And luckily we have a run line underneath where we can very easily run it wherever we want it to go. Now let's go ahead and do this battle, and then we'll go ahead and take a quick break, and then we'll get it going on. There you go. Incomplete, you need to add alternate recipes. Loken Moon, I do have alternate recipes, but I don't use any. Why don't I use alternate recipes? And that's because this way everybody can do exactly what I'm doing, because you don't always find the alternate recipes in the same order every time. I played through the game like 30 times, so this ain't my first time playing. But I usually use alternate recipes after I've shown how to do it the normal way first, right? This way anybody can do it that way, right? Alternate recipes are great for being able to make more of that particular thing as you go through, but they are fairly randomized in the way that when you're playing through the game, which is great because then it's going to change the way that you're playing through the game each and every time when you play through. Adds a little bit to that replayability. Now, there's a little side game we play called Stream Raiders. We just got another win there. The Man of Steel games with Sister G, CW. That was a big win, too. We got 50 gold. Nice. Nitroid coming in MVP with a 14 assists. Little side game we all play in the chat. You're welcome to come join us. I feel like we want to go and figure out whatever this thing is. So let's go up here. Check it out. Now, we're playing a new event here. Now, normally I would go into battle mode, and we would just battle and battle and battle. But I am on heavy medication and really need to rest. So I'm going to be taking tomorrow off and then, of course, into the new year to rest up. And then I shall be back after the beginning of the year. We'll get back into it. So there we go. So this is going to be my last stream for this year. And then I will see you guys in 2021. And hopefully we'll start off way better and have a way better year than this last one, because this one was a train wreck. Thank you to Tum Tum and Van City Gabstack coming in, showing some love. Thank you to It's Rob coming in with a 5 months of sub love. Let's show him some love in the chat, everybody. Thanks for coming in, dropping that Dragon Hammer, crushing that follow button, becoming part of the Teamwork Tycoons here at the Kismet channel. Having lots of fun talking a bit about Satisfactory and how to get it running just so. All right. Now, I'm going to let you guys go ahead and watch a bit of my production over here. We can take out all of our stuff over. See, you just want to do that one more thing, right? You want us to go, I could do this, I could do that thing, and I could do this. A lot of fun to go in there. Now, we went over here and we put a bunch of stuff into the Awesome Sink that was just out here working away. And once we have that all cleared out, we can go ahead and just put that in temporary. Oh, here comes our train. The trains are cool every single time. Every single time. There we go. And we've cleared all this stuff out of the way for our main primary road. Our train's doing an excellent job of grabbing, or maybe we'll go on the train. Let's go on the train, everybody. I'll let you guys ride back and forth as it picks up my oil for me. That'd be fun. Now, I need to hurry up and get over there because if that train starts up, I might have trouble getting on top of that sucker. Now, you can get in the train, by the way. You don't have to get on top of it, but I just find it fun to be on top of the train because you're just like risking your life. All right, there it goes. Now, it's actually picking up fluids. So they added fluids to the game. Incredibly fantastic update where it's actually collecting oil. It's putting the oil in that container if it has enough room. In this case, it doesn't. You see it picked it back up again. And then it's running that oil into there. In fact, we really need to up our oil production. We need to make more stuff out of oil so we can be using up all this oil. Now, here we go. This is just one of many trains you could have. Many, many, many. And you can also have trains that are going certain routes with train cars. Say it goes to the first station, it collects 3 of those items out of that one, and then it goes to the next one, it drops some of those off and picks up other items. You can do all sorts of killer complex stuff in this game. Now about 1,500 to about 2,000 in this direction away from my base. You can see it back there. Is my oil. Over here. Now, again, I don't have any oil lines run anymore. I took them all up, and now we're just solely relying on the train to come over here. Now, if I lose power, this train's going to lose power, which is going to cause me not to have any oil, which is also generating part of my power. But there we go. So it's going to go in here, and again, it's going to pick up some oil, what it can, and run it. And all of our oil is down here. Now, I'm going to go ahead and run to the other side of the train. Try not to get squished by that, which you can't be squished yet. And I'm going to run this way so you can watch it go in the other direction. While I go for a quick AFK, I'm going to walk around, stretch my legs, and get it going on. I'll be right back. I'm going to go stealth boy. Woo! Got back just in time. Bye-bye, train. Did you guys have fun riding the train? Put a 1 in the chat if you had some fun riding back and forth. Man, that's just one train of many that we'll have collecting our resources for us. Very, very cool. All right, let's get back to work. We're going to get over here. We're going to get some cable run so we can keep our items running up there at the top. All we need right now is cable. All the other stuff we've already made previously. Whee! Yeah, that was fun, huh? Yeah, I love the train. The train's incredibly fun. This game was a 9 out of 10 until they added them trains. And then it's a 10 out of 10. And then they added fluids on top of that. So now it's 11 out of 10. Incredibly fantastic game. Highly recommended. It is on sale on Steam right now. I don't have an affiliate link or anything like that. You just go and buy it. Give yourself a little holiday present. And enjoy yourself. Now again, eventually we are going to have ourselves a mega server where we can all play together. Can't wait for that. When they add private servers, I want to be server number 1. Add me in for sure. All right, so now we're going to take the output of this and we're just going to very simply just run it down like this and merge it together with this one. And this is going to be a lot of wire. There's a good amount of wire on these. You're going to find that there's certain things like wire and cable that you're just going to be making a lot of. This is 60 per minute, just these two, because there's 30 here and 30 over there. That's going to be quite enough. And so we don't need to take the time to go in and do all of it, right? To do all of the copper. I typically don't. I will just go in and merge this stuff together like this. This is a merger. We want to make sure that we see it coming down. We can see it coming down, but it's not coming down the line. That's a dead giveaway that these lifters are not working. And these lifters are always the last thing I put in because we want to see it coming out of there. There we go. If we don't see it coming out of there, then there's something horribly wrong, and it's usually those lifters. All right, we got that done. Now we want to go ahead and run this across here and run it to a point in which we can run it back up to our main factory. Let's put a little cross line in there. And when you get to a certain point, when you get close enough, you can just do this. We just click in the same spot over and over, and it will just bring the foundation to you. Just so awesome. It's just so awesome. All right, so I want to go ahead and bring that resource, and we want to say, okay, where do we want that resource to end up, right? Now, we've already got a line right over here that's being used for our motors. And so, hey, why don't we tap into that a little bit, right? So we'll walk back. We'll take a look. Okay, where's our kind of back area where we kind of run stuff? Right here, we got this coming in. That's being moved across, so maybe right here down this line. That's why I made that cross area, because I knew I was already going to go over there. You'll find I do that a lot in stream. I do a lot of tricky stuff. All right, there we go. We're going to go that way and then like this, and we'll extend this out. Now, I have a lot of concrete on me, so I always have a good amount of concrete, 500 to 1,000. Allows me to kind of fill in all of this stuff. Now, I don't need to take all the time to fill every last one of these in. I just fill it as I go. And I try to just leave myself a bit of a safety net. So when I'm doing stuff, I don't fall off the side too often. But then again, I do have a jetpack, so I can save myself if I do fall off. Hopefully. All right, so we've got that coming out of there. And I'm going to leave this as a triple. And let's see, where's our run lines? Probably should leave that as is. All right, we're just going to run this like this. I'm definitely going to fix this later. I can tell you that already, because we're going to be doing our copper sheets and stuff like that at some point. Huh. Sometimes you got to do it like that first. Then run that into there. There we go. It said invalid shape, which it wasn't an invalid shape. All right, now we want to go ahead and lift this up so it's not on the ground level. I'm just using the triple one because I know eventually I'm going to come back and rework a good amount of all this stuff. Actually, I should probably have put that in the outside one. Let's just put in the outside one for right now. Just easier to turn the corner on your outside ones. And in there we go. Now you can go in and chart this all out and figure out what you're doing with all of this. You can totally do that ahead of time. If you're doing really massive builds, you want to definitely think that through. Me, I kind of have an idea of what I want to do and where I'm going to run what, but not necessarily set in stone. And this one we're going to need to, uh-oh, we got a problem, right? So we're hitting here. These three are already remerging back. So we're going to have a problem there. So let's go ahead, have that come down into the middle. Oop, into the middle. Hopefully it doesn't clip. See, I don't do clipping stuff. Nope. 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 No. No. It'll still work. I just won't like it. And that's the worst part, is that I won't like it. And so I'm going to go ahead and put a bit of a lifter there to control the way that that comes down. And then it'll go over that nicely. There we go. Okay, now we're running at the bottom level. And so, again, we can divert the way that we run it. Now, of course, you obviously want it would be nice to keep it consistent. But this is why I added all of this, so I can go ahead and run some other lines along here when I needed them. Actually, this one can back up, because we're going to turn it that way. Okay, so we've got our cable running. Now, I've already come in here and run a bunch of lines. So the thing is, once you've established one thing, then it makes it easier just to run all your other stuff. And we're only running just like the minimum amount of stuff to my base right now. We're running some concrete, some heavy, some regular modular frames. Over here, we were running some reinforced iron plates, but we have a whole box full of it now, so we don't really need that many. We got motors running over there, plastic, rubber. Those are all running to our base. Eventually, we'll have everything running there. But it's not necessary in this particular stage of the game for me to run every single thing. Though you can do that if you want. It's your game. Now, I'm going to use my hyper tube that I built to take me back up to the top here. And we're going to discover where our cable is right up here at the top. Now, just to be convenient that my cable happens to come out right here, and then I need to put it over there so I can just run a line, which is going to be very, very convenient. But I'm out of cable. Now's a good time to figure out which one it is. Well, you see, you can't tell from the back, right, which one it is. But that's why I have these little conveyors in the front to tell me and set the precedent that that is the box for that thing. And you can see I've left a gap here too, so we can say 1, 2 over from the back is the one that we want. So we'll say 1, we want this one right here, number 2. And we're going to go ahead and just grab a conveyor lift, and we're going to run that way down there like that. Now, be careful when you're peeking over the side. You don't fall off. Oh, my God. Ah, we're going to die. Jetpack. And, yes, you want to look at your jetpack fuel before you accidentally do that. All right. We'll go ahead and bring our stuff down. Now, you can see that we're bringing our conveyor and stuff down there. Now this is going to potentially run into that, and we've actually got these turned the opposite direction. So let's go ahead and match these down here. Now it's really hard to see from up here, but I know there's a gap right there, and then this one. And so I'm going to try to snap in there and then turn this around. There we go. And then we can bring this down into that lower level. Like so. Right there. All right. Now that one doesn't seem to be down far enough, which means I'm probably attached to the top part, which I don't like. Let's go do that again. Let's go fix that. Oh, wait. We just go this way. We could just go like this. Boom. Because if these reach all the way down, why is that one not reaching all the way down? And that's because it's attached to the top of the back. It's hard to see from way down there, but you'll see when we get back here. I just know. I know by the length run that I did that it's attached to the top. Now this time when I run it, I'm going to go ahead and try to turn it the correct direction. instead of turning it the wrong way. Actually, let's take both of those. Take both of those out first, and then run them without any obstructions in the correct direction. There we go. And we'll jump that again. Whee! You can actually land on that, by the way. I could actually die landing on that, too. Be careful of that. And down we go, and it should match up to the ground level. Perfect. All right, nice. We'll turn it this way. Put that there. We'll run this here. And now we've set the precedent of how we're going to run our line. Now, one of the things that I love to do is I love to use the kind of newer pieces that they have in the game. And those newer pieces are your wall hangers. And so we're going to go ahead and just run a nice wall all the way down here. We're going to use this as a run wall. And we've got it coming out the center, which is going to impede any other ones that we do in the future, but that's okay. We'll deal with that later. We'll go ahead and put that right there. We'll have this come around, and it's going to end up on that wall conveyor right there. Now, for every 6 of these, maximum length of a conveyor line is 6. So we're going to go over here, grab this, and we'll say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So we should, in theory, be able to put that right there and connect it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that actually is going to reach all the way to there. How convenient. And so we'll run it from there to here. And you want to make sure that you see it coming down the line. So we should see that cable coming down. It is. And then this should be able to go right into here. And again, since we've already established all of this stuff and all of these runs, you can see that running the lines is pretty easy. And then there we go. Now we've got our cable running up there. Now, because we have it running up there and we need it in our offline production over there, we could actually put the wire in line, right? So in as part of the actual production itself. So we're going to go ahead and take all that wire that we ran over here, and we're going to try to keep our stuff running. And so how do we know if it's working? Well, we come up here and we see if this box is filling up. Oh, yeah, it is. It's filling up. Now, what was the rate at which this is going? This is going at 60. And what is the rate of the input over here? Well, let's go take a look. Right now, our input is 125 per minute. So we are not producing enough cable, right? We need to produce double this amount of cable and whatnot. Now, normally, you're producing way more than you need. Now, also, I've got a bunch of cable on me, by the way, so I can just double-click it just to get it going. I go over here, just kind of double-click it over here to get it going, and so on. But we definitely need way more. Now, also, we need double that because I'm using boosters, so I actually need 250 cable per minute, which is about the speed of my actual belt. My belt's 270, but we're going to go ahead and just divert this temporarily, and I like to put it in the top one so I can run under it, into there, and it's going to automatically start to run that wire in there because we got plenty of stators. We got plenty of all the other stuff, but we need that wire. And it's slowing down the production of our adaptive control unit here. Now, that's all going to be in line. Let's see where we're at. How many we're at now? 36. So it only made 6 of those with the wire that we have. So we definitely need a lot more wire. We need to up that wire if we want to go ahead and utilize this. So let's go back. And we have plenty left over of our system, and we've already got the line run, so we can run it up to 270 on that one line. And so very easy to kind of what I call scale up. Now, I'll show you a fun little trick, by the way. If you want to do this without a hypertube, you make a conveyor pole. You get your fastest conveyor belt, and then you run it like this. And then you run it up like that. And I'm running it in the direction I want to go. Right? Watch this. Whee! So it's like catapults me. This is how we used to get around before they had hypertubes. Is what you would do is you would launch yourself, and then you would use your jetpack to kind of keep yourself airborne, but still that momentum is carrying you forward toward the thing that you want to go. See, I'm flying all the way over here, And boom, there we go. So I didn't even need a hypertube. I could just launch myself off the top of there. That's old school right there. Old school. All right, let's keep going with our stuff here. And so we're going to go ahead and bring out another forge. Hey, Siri, what's 240 divided by 30?
240 divided by 30 is 8.
All right, we should have a total of 8. So we have 1, 2, 3, and there's 4. And then we're going to end up with 4 more. All right, and let's go ahead and add 2 more on this one. Now we're going to run into our road over here. We have a hard stop for our road. Right over here. Let's go ahead and put back in our fencing. So we know where our hard stops are. And that's because we want to keep our roads clear. And I'd probably call it there. And there we go. So that's as many as we're going to do. And then we'll go under and we'll do some more on the other side. But right here, we want to go ahead and make more cable. Like so. We'll merge those together. Now this is going to work out oddly because of the way that we're splitting this, right? We're half splitting this and we're taking some of this to running it back into our factory. But it'll all work out in the end. Now I suggest to do the constructors first, and then you can go ahead and line up your smelter there off your constructors, right? You want to use your splitter on this side. And I'm just doing some center line splitting, which is pretty fun. We could do it all in line as well. But center line is fun. I usually use that when you're first kind of starting off. I'll do a lot of center line stuff just because it's more efficient, because it'll just run exactly the amount that you need in that particular thing. And then we'll take this out like so. Okay, so how many smelters are we at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 smelters there, and then 6, 7, 8. So 3 more on the other side. So let's go ahead and just line this up to the other side. Let's say right there. And again, I always love to count and recount just to make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 5, so 3 more over there, which means 3 more groups of this. So there's one group. Second group. Third group. All right. Now, we're going to have a problem, though, because combining this one with that one is not going to happen. And so we'll have to merge this one on its by itself across into that other side. We'll work all that out here in a moment. But let's go ahead and get more of our constructors going. Right here. And this is just, now that you have kind of the pattern of how to make cables, you just kind of rinse and repeat kind of thing. And we'll go ahead and bring this straight up. That across. And then this over here. We're going to need more foundations. And we're going to run that up. There. Run that across. I love doing this. These vertical power lines are awesome. So now I do an individual connector for each and every machine. And so they just go straight up like this. And then we connect them across. Oh, look at that awesome power grid. Now, if they don't connect straight across, I'll connect this way and going around like that. But they just work so incredibly well. Just absolutely love them. All right. Oh, this actually is wire. This is wire. The one in the front is the one that's cable. All right. This is cable up here. That's already off and running. That's making wire. All right, awesome. We'll have to fix that one. We need to get some of this feeding into there. And so we'll bring this down, line that splitter up so we can run some more stuff in here. We'll turn it around so the input's on the right side. There we go. Take this back out. Rerun that again. So we know it's working. And just bring it on. Now this is called an inline run. An inline run where you're just running it all in one long sequence like that. And that's going to run up into there. And we're going to tell it what we want it to be. In this case, copper ignits. There we go. It's going to take those copper ignits and run it in there, and it's going to make that cable. And then we're going to take that cable and we're going to run it down below. And we're going to take this line out and bring our merger forward. Bring this now. Take that back out so we know it's working. 4, level 3. We're now merging that into there, taking this, connecting that back over there. Now then we added a whole nother line. Now we added another 60. So 60, 60, we're at 120. Now we're adding another 60, we're at 180, etc., etc. All right. Now we also have a problem on this one right here. We want to go ahead and actually run this one down in its own line to be merged up with the other one. But it's not quite to the front. Here's a great little trick, by the way, is you can go ahead and just say use a splitter to act like you're going to split it, just to kind of push it off of that edge. There we go. To act like you're going to split it back here into something, but you're really not. You're really just running it forward just enough so you can run this down like that, and then we'll run that wire and combine it with the other wire on this side. It's got to kind of mess up this first one. It's going to be offset versus the original, but that's okay. And so we're going to go ahead and do a bit of this, a little bit of an offset. We'll try to continue to keep it within our thing, that a little bit beyond, and our little limits we've set for ourselves here. I think we have enough room just to move that just a little bit forward. Let's line it up off of that. And then a little bit forward. Do we get away with that? All right. And then this is all needs our smelters. And we're going to center line all these smelters. I'm just going to speed up. Hope you don't mind. I think you guys got the gist of this. If you do have a comment or question, feel free to throw it in the chat. When I'm not super focused, I will take a look in just a moment. All right. We need some splitters. Love a beautiful center line split. This is one of the most basic things in the game right here, which is doing your center line splits for your copper. All right, we'll come back to that in just a second. Let's go ahead and fire up this battle. I'll catch up a little bit on the chat. Let's go. Let's see. Welcome, Raiders. Thank you, Rio, for coming in, raiding the channel. Appreciate that big time. Appreciate you showing the love. Thanks for coming in. Just got focused. Just curious, how does the game actually start? I always tune in to huge builds. Well, it actually starts you're in some sort of space station. You don't get to see the space station. Then all of a sudden you are in a pod landing on the thing with nothing. You basically just land on the surface wherever you choose your starting point. It then lands you on the world, a certain part of the world, whether it's like a forest or a desert or somewhere in between. Basically, you land on the planet, and then it walks you through a bit on the basics. It has one of the greatest tutorials in any game on how to get started in the game. I highly suggest going through the tutorial. I played through the game like 30 times, and I still go through the tutorial every time because I love it. It's really well done. Let's say give some love to CW, Rotisserie G, Brommel, the Man of Steel Games, and Keyblade Knight, all getting some love. Rotisserie G, MVP. Very nice. Oh, it's boss time. Oh, let's go check out this boss. What's this boss all about? There's like an electricity thing in the center. Ooh, I feel like this is going to be a painful one. I'm just going to bring in the Wasteland Tycoon, see if we can get it done. Try to keep my coughing out of your ear as best I can. Let's crack open a new one. Hi, what version do you play? The early access or the experimental? The early access version is the one I'm playing right now. I do play the experimental from time to time, but mostly early access. I really enjoyed making machines in Minecraft with flying enabled, so surprised to learn about this game. Yeah, Power Man, this game is still in early access and is an 11 out of 10. Yeah, 11 out of 10. This game is already phenomenal, and it hasn't even been released yet. How many games can you say that about? Not many. Especially over the last 5 years, right? Where a lot of games are being released in completely broken and junky state. And they stated the reason why they're just working on the PC version right now is they want to make a great game. And then once they make the great game, then they'll port it to other platforms. And that's the way to do it. Just make the game great before you release it. I don't care how long it takes. I don't care if it takes 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. I don't care. I paid $60. I want a $60 game. That's how it is. And this game is already a $60 game. Even though you don't have to pay $60. It's $20 off. 20% off right now. Not $20 off, but 20% off right now on Steam. I don't even know how much it is on Steam. Let's go see. I got mine on the Epic Game Store when it came out originally. Let's go see. Satisfactory. Again, this is one of the very few games I can very easily say it's an insta-buy. It's $23. That's a deal, US. So $23.99 right now on the Epic Game Store. God, it's like you're ripping them off. That's like ripping them off. I've paid $60 for some games that I've not anywhere close to got this many hours out of. Easily. And you know that when you buy a $60 game and you get it and you're like, oh, dang it. They got me. They stole my $60, and then they want to charge you more money for the DLC, and they want you to buy the combo packs, and they want you to buy the loot drops, and they want you to buy all the other stuff, and you already got a sucky game for $60, and then they want you to spend another $500 to $1,000 on their game when it already sucks when it starts, right? How about make a great game first, and if you make a great game, people will buy it. Great example, Spider-Man. Spider-Man, phenomenal game. You feel like Spider-Man when you're doing that game. Oh, man, I still play it from time to time. Really fun game. My kids play it, too. Web swinging around and doing all sorts of stuff. And you have all these different interesting things you can do on top of the main storyline. Incredibly fantastic. This game is one of those games. This is a fantastic game in early access. One of the very few early access games that is an insta-buy from me. If you like factory building, if you like to go collect original resources and then turn those resources into something else, if you love to build, this is gonna turn your build on forever. If you ever played Factorio, which is probably a really great correlation in this game, and they actually said that they were inspired by Factorio to make this game. So it comes from that bit of inspiration, but they wanted to make it on a whole nother level, right? On a three-dimensional level. And it is really awesome. As you can see, I'm building very three-dimensionally over here. Very, very three-dimensionally in this playthrough. Now I don't know how many hours, several hundred. I don't even know how you look that up on Epic Game Store. I'm sure it's on there. Maybe 100 hours, 200, 500 hours. I don't know. In this game, I played through like 30 times. I do start over quite often just to kind of show the progression of the game, how you get started, how you get in there. And each and every time I try something different. In this case, we're doing a bunch of bottom-fed runs, which is very fun because it's super, super efficient to run it from underneath, which is what we're doing. It's called a sandwich level, or I call it the run level, where you're running all of your conveyor belts from here to there and everywhere. And of course, the more we add, right now we're adding back in our cable lines, right? So we're producing a bunch of cables. We're running all of our raw resources. We're even bridging certain areas right here, which is our roads that we don't want to cover up. And so we're kind of bridging our raw resources across. And you can see, again, I'm in this lower sandwich level. I'm running my splitters here so I can run my raw ore into these smelters so I can really up my production of my cables, which is what I need right now. I need a lot of cables being run across there. Now, luckily, see what I did is I ran my actual wire up above because I knew I was going to run that stuff underneath. Good to think that stuff ahead. Here it comes. There it is. That's a 204. That's a single copper node. That's a pure node, though, so it allows us to make a lot of wire over here. Also, we're doing a lot of fun. If you haven't seen the game in a while, they added the ability for you to do power overhead. And I think it's one of my favorite things they've added to the game. And so I can go ahead and grab this, and I can run the wire straight up to a nice little connector up above. And I'm going to go ahead and do that to all of these, and I can kind of line it up to the same kind of area. There we go. And then over here, then I can cross-connect all of these like this, and then I can cross-connect it into my primary power. Now I need to tell it what it want to be. Now I come back and clean that up and put, walkways and all that other fun stuff, which we'll get to that later on. But for right now, we're going to go ahead and just run this to copper ignits. All right, that's going to go ahead and fire up those copper ignits. And then again, we're just doing nothing but cable right now, just so we can finish our last tier. And once we get that last tier going, then we can get into some of our other stuff, aluminum and all of that fun stuff, which we get into about this point. But we need to tell it, oh, wait, actually, that's incorrect. We want wire. My bad. Pressing the wrong button, getting ahead of myself. Wire. There we go. And this is wire. Got ahead of myself. Want this all to make wire in here. Now, you need a lot of power to make this stuff happen. So make sure that you do add a lot of power along the way. All right, and these are all copper. And we got our copper ore. We need to fix our lifters. Now, if your factory is not running, most likely it's your lifters. Right, your lifters, I can see my lifters aren't working because there's no resources on those lifters. I put the lifters there first so I can figure out my distances of where I put my splitters here, and then I always take these out and re-add them, and now you can see that they're working. Otherwise, they don't just work right off the bat. Remember, this game is early access. Expect things to not work properly, even if you do add the splitter there. I always come back, add them, and then now I know it's working. And then we can see our green thing there, which is saying it's working. Then it's going to start popping out. Then all of these ones over here are going to start working once we put all our power in. So let's get all of our power lines in. I like to get them as vertical as possible under there. That's really fun. Try to get a good perspective where I can see both directions at the same time. And you're like, well, Kismet, how did you just pick up that foundation and put it in there? Did you use your foundation button over here on your bar? No, I hit F and then middle mouse button, and that allows me to pick up foundations. If I want to make another constructor out here, you can see I don't have a constructor on my bar. Right? Nope, nothing on my bar. I just hit F, middle mouse button, and bam, now I'm making a constructor. Right? That's the fastest way to do anything in this game, is to actually use the fact that you pretend like you're taking it out, and then basically just go ahead and grab an item that already exists. That's way better than using sets, but there are good times for using sets when you're running a lot of piping or hypertubes, things like that, where you need a lot of combo items that might not necessarily be right next to each other. All right, let's run that across there, and we'll run this over to there. And away it goes. All right, nice. Okay. Now we're going to have a problem on this one here. We need to merge what's coming out of this one right here, right? The wire out of this one and the wire that's coming from that one. Not too hard to do. We can just go ahead and go like this. We're going to go ahead and put a merger in on the back of here. Like this. And we're going to tell it to go into there. Like that. We're going to tell it to go in from here. We're going to tell this to come out. We're going to see if we get it on the left. Probably not. We're probably going to end up doing it on the right. So we have more room. And down it goes. Turn it this way. Probably just elevate it just a little bit there, so make it easy to bring it up into there and allow us to run underneath it. There we go. We're coming across that way. If you got all these tricks in your bag, you can use them whenever you need them, like that. Look how awesome the foundation running is in this game. It's just so fantastic. I hope they add foundations to Astroneer. I feel like there could be a whole bunch of cool pieces you could use as your base, for sure. I'm sure they're working away on all sorts of killer stuff over there. Another fantastic game, by the way. Astroneer, very, very fun game. Highly recommend that one as well. But if you love factory building, this is your jam right here, brah. Get that sucker for 20% off right now in the Steam sale that's going on. Again, I don't make a dime. I don't have an affiliate link or anything like that. You just go and get it and enjoy it for the holidays. There you go. I don't need to be involved in it. All right, let's go ahead and get this going. We want this to go off the center. We won't be able to put that one back in because it's going to be blocking. But we're going to go ahead and try to center line this as best we can. Yeah, we're going to have to push that one forward as well. We're going to need a merger. All right, those are going there. Now we need to tell it what to do. That's going to be really close. That might be a little too close. Yeah, a little too close. Well, these two are going to have to push out. Because of that merging from the other side, I had to push this forward a little extra. But that's okay. We'll make it work. And this one's sitting in such a way that it's not going to... line up, but we'll make it line up like this. All right, that's good. And again, this is not, mathematically, this is not going to work out. And the reason why is because of our use of some wire elsewhere in our factory. But that's okay. That merger is going the wrong direction. There we go. Again, merge this together. Take this, and this one we can move a bit closer. Like we were doing on the other side, cable. And then we've got a little left over at the end here. So what we'll do is we'll just run this one direct. try to get as much cable as we can going temporarily. Now, the funny irony is everything that I'm doing right now is pretty much temporary. I know that I'm going to come back and retool it for copper sheets later on. But we do what we can do, right? All right. And again, we'll tell this to be cable. And cable's already on that one. And this one, cable. Now this one's going to be getting more. It's going to be getting 30 per minute coming in. It needs 60 per minute, but I have a bunch of excess right now, so it'll still work just fine in the short run. But eventually, that will need to be underclocked to half amount. All right, now this one, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to turn it around the other way and run this back. See what I mean? Oh, I'm out of stuff. All right, no problem. Let's go for a little flight. Just so happens that right over here in my factory, I've left a little bit of redundant supplies that I can go ahead and grab whenever I need. Right over here. And same thing right over here. There's a lot of that. And actually, it stopped. It stopped production because it's filled that up already. So it's kind of nice to have that right there for when you need to run lines and when you run out. Very, very nice. Okay, now we need to go down here. We need to go ahead and tap in to this. So let's go ahead and add another merger right up on this here. There's that in there. This down the line there. Ah. Darn it, I thought it was lined up. It was not. No mas lined up. Really hard to see the lineup sometimes. Let's get the lineup correct first. There we go. And then we can just kind of bring that in at an angle. Okay, nice. Now, what we want to do though is we want to bring some of the wire from the other side and we want to actually merge it into this line. Right over here. So I'm going to go ahead and just kind of add another merger right there. We're going to merge these two together, and then we're going to merge it in line. We can also try to merge it here in the corner. Very awkward to try to merge it there. You can also have it run, merge into this, circle back, and do all of that. I feel like that's a waste of time, so we're not going to do that. Add ourselves another little line here. And we're going to take these two right here. We're going to merge them back together. Where's our other one? Oh, we got another one. Now, because these are at different offsets, you can see that this one kind of goes to there, and then this one's way over here. Sometimes that will happen depending on your original. Just make sure that your directions are going correct. As long as your directions are going in the correct direction, you should be fine. What are you doing? There we go. What are you doing, mouse cursor? And then we'll just take this. Get a nice little 90 off the side here. And then we'll line it up off of this. Right in the center of that, as best we can. Say right here. And we'll back it up, say to there, and then a nice little 90 into there. Right? As best you can. There's a little bit of offset there, but that's okay. Now what that's going to do is feed down all of our stuff, but again, remember, you got to go back in and put these in properly so that they snap into your mergers. Otherwise, it ain't going to do a darn thing. We should see some coming out there. Nice. We see it coming down, merging into there. That coming down, merging. This running into there, merging into there. And now we got crazy tons of wire. Now again, normally that's way too much wire, but temporarily we need an absorbent amount of wire. And so let's just kind of figure out how much wire we're doing right now. So this is outputting at 30 per minute. All we really need to do is count the output, right? So 1, 2, 3. We've got another one going in there. That's 4. This is 5. That's 6. So 6 times 30. Hey, Siri. Hey, Siri. What's 6 times 30?
6 times 30 is 180.
All right, so it's coming out at 180. And then this one's coming out at a reduced rate, at a half rate of it. It's really coming out at about 15. But right now it's coming out at 30 because I have a ton of extra wire. But really it's coming out at 15. So let's just call it 200. Now, when I mentioned earlier, now we've used up all of our raw resources now. That's as much as we can do from that particular node. And so we didn't even hit the 250 that we were going for, right? We were trying to make 250 to keep that perpetually running up there. It tells you that stuff really scales quickly, doesn't it? It really, really does. All right, let me catch up on chat here. Sometimes I get focused. Is there an end game, or do you just get build bigger and bigger? There is a sort of end game. There, Rio. I don't want to spoil it for you, but you got to think that this game is also in progress, as well as they're still developing the storyline and all of that. I already love the storyline, even though it's just like just the very beginning, and then it tells you a bit of what you're doing as you're going along. But I already love it, right? Because I love the mechanics of the game. I love the storyline. I love the intro to the game and how you get started and how it teaches you how to build stuff and all of that. And there's also like multiple levels to the game. There is the doing the thing, and then there's doing the thing amazingly, right? Like, look at this. Look at this baby just running that in there, right? Running that wire in there like it's nobody's business. Look at that. It's even backlogging a little bit. Look at it go. Now it's cranking that out. It's cranking that out at 12.4. And we are just running that in there as fast as we possibly can in this moment. Look at that. But it still needs 18.75. So we still ain't going to be at that level. Now we could go and build some more and do all of that. But really we only need 100. It's not like we need to keep this whole production going forever. We only need so much. And then we're at 60 already. So we already just doubled the amount that we did. Now at this point, because I have a bit of everything, there could be a potential that we could do 40 more of these. Now, to do 40 more, what do we need? We need 40 circuit boards, and we have 200 in there. So we're good. Well, roughly 40. Let's say 100 circuit boards, all right? We need 2.5 per minute, and so we need, again, 40 of those. So we need 40 times that, so we need about 80 heavy modular frames. We got 50 in there. Probably have more. Yeah, we have about 75, 100 heavy modular frames. So heavy modular frames. Computers, 2.5 per minute. We need 40 more. It's about 80 or so. Let's say 100. We got more than 100 in there. So that, again, the main thing that we're worried about are automated wiring. We need about 20 per minute. Let's say 20 times 40 to get that done in the next 40 minutes. And bam, then we're good, right? So 20 times 40 is how much? Hey, Siri, what's 20 times 40?
20 times 40 is 800.
That's 800 of those. So we need to make 800 of those. And if we're going to make 800 of those, we're going to need a lot of wire and a lot of these. Now, how many of these do we need to make 800 of these? Well, let's just take 100 times 6. This would be 600 of those that we need. We look in here, 100, 200, 300. Ooh, barely. Barely. So we're probably going to run out of stators next. Will be the next thing we run out of. But wire, we're never going to run out of, because that wire is going to run forever. It'll never stop running. So even if it's not running at full efficiency, it'll still continue to run and run and run. So the whole gist of this game is you're working for the global corporation, FICS MAS. Your job as a lowly employee that they just drop on this planet and say, go to work, Kismet, boom, which I absolutely love, that you just start the game, you just like, go to work, Boom, and it drops you onto this planet. Now you choose where you land, but it drops you on a certain part of this planet. Now you got to figure out how to survive. You got to explore. But the game is really not a pew pew game. It's not like you're running around fighting space aliens and doing space battle. It's a factory building game. That's why they call it Satisfactory, right? It's very satisfactory to build factories in this game. Fantastically named, by the way. It does sum up the entire game in a single word. It is very, very fun to build your factories. Oh, look at how it kind of takes a little roller coaster ride on its way down. It is very, very fun to do this, right? To build these factories. And I have mine. This is just an offline factory with one item that's inline, which is the wire, right? And that's all I need. And then I've unlocked the entire game, all the tiers of the game, but there's sub-tiers you have to unlock still, like we're going to unlock our aluminum, our nuclear power, and all that stuff. And that stuff's getting revamped after the beginning of the year for the Tier 8 that's coming out. They did say that in their dev stream. So very cool. What's up, Europe? Thanks for hanging out in the stream. I'm playing the early access version. Yes, I am. Let's see. I'm buying it based on your recommendation. Oh, Power Man. I don't think you're going to regret it. I think you're going to have lots of fun. By the way, it's also multiplayer. So when they go and bring in private servers, hopefully next year, I'm praying for private servers next year, then we're going to get a mega server, and then we can all work together. We'll start a brand new server, and then everybody get in there, and then we'll have a little powwow. Okay, what do you want to do? Okay, I want to work on iron, Kismet. I'm going to work on plates. I'm going to work on the rule of 8, right? Using Kismet's rule of 8. I'm going to go get that going. So, bam. Okay, what are you going to work on? I'm going to work on copper, Kismet. I'm going to get the copper going. I'm going to get the wire, all the copper wire. We're going to get all that fired up. All right, cool. You're on that. Okay, what are you going to do? I'm going to go work on this, that, and the other. I'm going to work on transport. I'm going to work on the trains. I'm going to work on coal power. I'm going to work on whatever, right? So that kind of communication is very important, so you're not doubling up on the same thing. Very important to everybody have a vital role as part of the team. And then, of course, we'll be tapping all those resources and running those resources back. And you might be the transportation master. Maybe you're in charge of the trains. You're running around, running trains from place to place and bringing resources back to the primary base and whatnot. Now, I love to do the primary base. That's my thing. I like to do the hub and the space elevator and all of the resources and all of that. That's a lot of fun. And so on, to bring all of them into a central place where anybody could come and access those resources and use those resources for whatever they're doing. Now, of course, if I'm trying to do one thing with those resources and someone else is trying to do something else with those resources, that could be a problem. That's why you got to have good communication in there. Now, here's the thing. And everything that I've done so far, all the way up to the maximum level of the current game, the early access game, level 7, I've only needed 3 iron nodes. They're pure nodes, though. I've only needed 3 limestone nodes, which are normal nodes. I've only needed 1 copper node, and I'm using 3 coal nodes. That's it. That's all I've needed all this time. I haven't had to tap any more nodes, anything else. Now, I also added the addition of sulfur, cadmium, and also quartz, as well as oil, which you can see my train is running off to get the oil right there. You can see it in the radar. Running it back and forth, or my compass up there at the top. That's all I've needed to progress all the way. And I usually stop. I stop at certain points in the game in that progression, even though I could just keep going. But the reason why I stop is to retool my base. So when I'm going up the different tiers here, here's the tiers of the current game. Right now it says there's a tier 8, but there's not. It's only tier 7. And so you start off on tier 0 and you're upgrading your hub and whatnot as you go along. And then you're getting into then doing your space elevator and other fun things here, base building, doing your splitters and all of that. And then you're progressing your way through, upgrading your inventory slots, adding the awesome sink is a really great thing in tier 2. In tier 3, you're working on your coal power now. Tier 3 is when the game truly starts its automation. And that's because coal power is perpetual power. In the beginning, you're using biofuel. And biofuel is when you go collect a bunch of leaves, and then you convert those leaves into fuel, and that fuel then burns your burns up to power your factory. But then you have to keep going and collecting the leaves and the wood, and eventually you get a chainsaw, and you can cut down that stuff, and so on. That's the progression of how the game goes. And it is very satisfying to unlock those different milestones and the different tiers. Now, at one point, you're going to hit a wall. And that wall is when you get to making stuff for your space elevator. And to unlock further tiers in the game, you have to make certain items that are made from other items and run them into your space elevator, and that's going to unlock the next tier and the next tier and the next tier, which I really like. I think that's a really cool mechanic. So you go from just making it yourself and progressing yourself to the fact that you're here for a reason. You're here for a reason as part of the main storyline. You're here to take resources and send it up the space elevator into whoever's up there in space, the main corporate overlords who are up there in space, and you're sending all that stuff up to them because you're here on this planet to get the resources and to make items that they need for whatever they're doing up there. That's somebody else. That's somebody else's problem. My problem, I got a job to do, and that job is to make resources and to send it up to the home office. Right? And that's what we're doing. And so we've progressed all the way through until we've got to oil, we've got monorail, aka trains, we've upgraded our pipeline, we've done all that stuff. And then we kind of stopped and we tore a whole entire factory down. And then we rebuilt it again, but super efficiently. And so it has a single purpose. Our main factory right now has a single purpose of making motors. We're also making wire. We're making other things along the way to progress our space elevator as well. But you always want to keep an eye on this, your power. Your power is the number one stumbling block in the entire game. Now you're like, dang, Kismet, you don't even have nuclear power yet and you already have 2,500 power. How did you do that? Well, the way I did that is I got real lucky, number one, because this is the first time I played what's known as the Rocky Desert. Rocky Desert is a starting point, right? You have your forest or Rocky Desert, you have your more advanced start, and then you have your new desert, as I like to call it, that you can play. Those are all your starting points. Now, the map is all the same. You just start in different points on the map. It's just one giant map that you play on, right? And so what'll happen is, like when we started on the Rocky Desert, which actually the starting point is about 2,000 in that direction. And I was looking for coal. So I ran along and I used my little thing to find our coal, our little scanner, like that. And I found some coal over here. And so I ran over here to where the coal is, which is down below here. Let's just take a little magic carpet ride. You can see I got it stopping on each level. And I took that coal and I ran it into a bunch of coal power. Now, I just happen to have water. And this is the first time I've played in this area, by the way. The second I saw these coal nodes sitting right next to this water, that's the dream, bro. That's the dream. Look at that. At the beginning of the game, at the very beginning of the game, I saw that. I could see that in my head. I knew that is what I was going to build the second I saw that water and the coal nodes. Now, it just so happens that I have a coal node right here next to the water, and it happens to be a pure node. Now, we're only on the Mark II. There is actually a Mark III, which actually extracts even more coal, even quicker, and it extracts all of your resources faster. But right now, we have 240 running in there, which allows us to make enough coal to rival nuclear power. Right? That's 1,800 coal, or 1,800 power from one coal node, that pure node right there. Now, if that wasn't awesome enough, when I looked over here, there's another 240 pure node of coal, which we can use for making our steel. And there's another one right there. And the second I saw those three with the water right there, moving my base, baby. And that's exactly what I did. I dismantled my entire base. I made a big old line that went from way off over there. And I came all the way over here and started building my base right here. And then I started working toward my coal power. I got my coal power, put my coal power down, put the water down. And then, see, the thing about coal power is once you get your coal power going, it powers the items that powers the coal power, right? Great example, say you got biofuel, right? And you collect all your leaves, you do your stuff, put it in there. Your biofuel has got your coal going, and it's got your water going. And your coal and water go into your coal plants. Now, your coal plant is producing power. that power going back into the grid, which is now keeping your coal extractor going and your water going. And so it creates this cycle of now perpetual power in which you don't need biofuel. I have 0 biofuel running right now. It's just coal power, and I've also added oil power later on. Now, if you're wondering where my resources are coming from, they're coming from way down here through the giant lift wall that I built, which is awesome. And you can see it's bringing a bunch of resources from down there up here. We're running our lines along, and then we're running it to a run level or a sandwich level underneath there, and then it runs to all of my machinery. So very, very cool, as you can see. So let's go ahead and jetpack our way up and over. And so that's where I knew this is. Now, because I know where this is now, and as you play through any game, you start to know the terrain. We also were looking for a bit of quartz. So I went up here, and I did the same thing. I went ahead and I chose my quartz. And it says there was some quartz way out that way, right? So let's go ahead, and I made this ramp to make it easy to go up into my different levels. As you can see, we've got our run level. Down here, we're using this as a hypertube hanging level. We're running our hypertubes. And then up here, of course, is our manufacturing level. And then up there is going to be our train level, even though I do have a train on this level. Right there. That's right. You can, this is like a huge train set. You can make as many trains as you want and run them all over the world. It is so awesome. This is called a push-pull train. One of the easiest trains to do. You take your station, aim it that way. Other station, the opposite direction. Then you put a train on both sides, and the train will go back and forth and back and forth. And you just set the schedule, and it will go back and forth. In this case, bringing oil back and forth. So there you go. That's basically the gist of this entire game. And it is awesome. And there's more stuff ahead to do. Plenty more. But let's go ahead and do this battle. And I'll go ahead and talk in the chat here. Let's do it. So yeah, you're going to enjoy it, Power Man. Incredibly good. Assuming App Store is on sale, they also have a $10 voucher at the moment, so it would be cheaper there. Oh, I don't know if it's on sale on the Epic Store. I would take a look. Awesome. Paid, says Berglund. Yeah, there you go. Haven't played since closed alpha. I need to get back into it. Oh, it's great, Big. They added trains, number one, because it was a 9 out of 10 already. Even in early alpha and the beta, it was a 9 out of 10. And then they added trains. It's a 10 out of 10. And then they added fluids. And it's like an 11 out of 10 now. And then they add even more stuff on top of that. I go on and all the awesome stuff they've added. And they're adding even more stuff after the beginning of the year. They're adding Tier 8 now. Remember, this game is not even released yet. It's already one of the greatest games I have played. Already a phenomenal game. And it can be a bit frustrating when you don't understand the mechanics. But as you get into it, there's kind of 2 ways of playing. There's playing the game and you're playing through and you're understanding and you're making stuff work. And then there's making it beautiful. Making it really run well. All your lines are run really well. The way you're running your stuff in there is very efficient. You've got roads. You've got ways of navigating from place to place. And I always try to do it different every single time because then it kind of opens me up to new ideas and new ways of doing the same thing I did before. But better. Bramel, Techie, Rotisserie G, LOC, and Kijin. Oh, getting some epic scrolls there. Icy Diamonds. Whoa, 43 kills. Putting them big numbers up there, Icy. Nice. And that is a boss win. Very nice. Let's go ahead and get another one. Oh, there's a blue chest, everybody. Let's go for it. We have enough time? Maybe. Maybe. Let's run for that blue chest. We got to keep these going then. Let's go. Let's go Centurion on that one. Right there. All right, that's a little side game we play called Stream Raiders. Very fun. We play it every 30 minutes or so. While we're also doing Satisfactory. So look at the trains. And you can do complex trains with signals and merging tracks and all that kind of killer stuff. You can also segment into a whole bunch of different cars. So you can have fluid cars and parked cars. So this one, like, say, collects a bunch of iron plates, and this one's getting your water, and then that goes and it drops off your water here, and then picks up plates there, and then goes to the next one, in which it picks up the water and drops off the plates. And you can really do some complex systems in this game. And I've seen some really exceptionally great stuff in some of the dev stuff where they show off the community items. I typically don't watch videos or shortcuts or stuff like that because I like to try stuff out myself. I like to try and fail at things, because then I learn it permanently. It's kind of like teaching a person to fish or giving a person a fish, right? It's kind of like that. That kind of thing. So we've got that solved. We've got all that other stuff solved. We've got our wire running now, so we're not so worried about our wire. We need 40 more of the items so we can unlock the next tier. What would be the next thing we should work on, right? What is the next thing we should work on? Well, let's go back to working on our explosive over here, since we were kind of finishing that up with our sulfur and all of that. Then we're going to go find the nodes. Now, since I've already played the advanced part of the game, way off over that way, over there, is actually the advanced starter area. How do I know? Because I used those quartz nodes in my last playthrough. And I know exactly where all the nodes are over there now, and including 3 more pure iron nodes, a pure limestone node, and a pure copper node that I could go over there, grab, and bring to my factory, or I could just go there, build the factory there, and run the final product over here. Either way, I can do it. Now, in this particular playthrough, we are running all the raw resources into our primary factory and then building it out from there. Though, when you're starting the game, I highly suggest not to do that. I suggest to build at the node. If you're going to build cement, right? You're going to build cement, build it at the node. So you're extracting it, you're running it into converter, that converter or constructor, and that constructor is going to make it in cement, and then you run it down the line to your base, right? That usually is way easier than running a really long line. That's probably going to be pretty slow in the beginning. And then you're running it over there, and then you're splitting it, and then you're doing all that stuff at your base. And you had all of this time and effort that you had to spend running it all the way to your base and then redoing it there. Then you could have just done it at the actual source node. And you have less lines to run because you're not running double lines for your limestone. You're running a single line for your finished concrete, right? That time adds up. It adds up a lot. I know, I've done it that way, and it sucks. It sucks. It takes a lot extra effort to do that. Now, in this case, I'm doing it because the resources are nearby, and I know some techniques that help me do it a bit easier, especially with the lift walls and things like that. Okay, so let's get back to working on this over here, which is what we were working on earlier. We were working on our novelists here, and we need a bunch of steel pipes. Now, right now, we do have excess. We have excess steel pipes that are being used for other reasons over here. And let's go ahead and head over there and take a look. I love it. I love these underrun lines here. I call them hanging hypertubes. All right. Turn the light on. Now over here, we're doing a bunch of production. This is kind of our main in spot right here, where it's doing all of this production, all of it from where we were to all the way back where we just started. All of that is just going to a single product, which is right here again. It's producing our motors, right? It's actually stopped because I have a box full of motors right now. And I need to make the next step, which is doing your heavy modular frames and your computers, which we'll do that later on. But back here, we are producing some items, right? So we're producing some pipes, which are going that way. We're producing some beams, which are going this way, and then backlogging into this box right here. I'm not running it up into my main base. It's just stopping right there for right now, though I could run it to my main base. And so we have plenty of all of this stuff. And this stuff, rods are being run in here to stators, so we need 15 per minute. Right here, and we're actually producing over here 20 per minute, right? So we're actually producing excess amount of pipes, and this actually is backlog because it's stopped. It's already done as much as it can, and now it's come to a stop. Now, one of the cool things that we're doing down here also, as you can see, this is actually feeding into here, and then it feeds up into here, and then feeds down into there. So what we can do is we can actually tap into this and utilize this over on this side to run the excess elsewhere. So I can go in and say, you know what, if I've got some excess pipes, let's go ahead and run those down. I'm going to turn them that way. And then we'll go ahead and run those pipes somewhere else, right? Where do we need pipes at right now? Well, we need it over there for our other thing, right? For our thing on the other side. So I don't have to build a whole nother production for that and do all of that. Utilize what you've already got, right? I feel like that is the ultimate in this game. If you can utilize what you've already got again and again and again, then you win. There you go. So let's go ahead and grab this. We're going to run it over this way. Now, I'm just choosing a random direction because I happen to know that I've been running some resources down the center here. I've been running some resources around this way and whatnot. And we've got some room there, but we really want to... I need more concrete. We really want to run it down here and run it along that side so it ends up way down on that other side. Now, I could go in and just go in and just run it, just run along the floor. But I do like to use my wall pieces and let it run along that as well. But let's go ahead and get some concrete. So we're going to go up here. And I have a bunch of boxes that I leave at my production level. And usually by where I'm producing within a relative distance where I can just run over to it and grab stuff. Now, I could use my vehicle and run back and forth. I have a tendency not to. I typically just run back and forth because I'm not in that much of a hurry. And again, I probably have my vehicle on me. I do. Just for funsies, we'll get in the vehicle. And it does go way faster. I always like to keep this vehicle on me because you never know. See how nice it is to have a road. Makes it easy. I can just go wherever I want, right? And I can turn this way. Makes it easy to get around the factory when you leave yourself enough room for roads. Pick that up. And down we go. All right, now we need to find that spot where we were working. And we diverted right here those extra pipes. And so we're going to go ahead and run those pipes along here. Go ahead and do another triple conveyor. And you'll see I often lift it up off the ground, again, just so I can walk under it when I'm working down here. This is why I do 1.5 size walls. So I can just keep it out of my way. But in this case, we're going to go ahead and bring this one down. And again, you see I'm feeding it up and over all these other lines. And we'll go ahead and feed it since this one's already pre-existing. We'll run that to there. Fill in the rest of this now. Look how easy it is to fill in these foundations. So good. So good. And then we'll go ahead and create another line here. And we'll bring that. Ah, so close. So close to Rooney. Now, you really shouldn't be changing from 1 to 3 to 1 to... You shouldn't be doing that. You want to keep it consistent as you can. You also don't want to go from a right side into a center. There we go. But we'll go ahead and just keep it rolling for now. Across to here. So I'm using a pre-existing item that I already used before. Let's see, we're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and there's number 6. Why did I count 6? Well, I counted 6 because that's the maximum length of one of these. 4, 5, 6. All right. Now we're way over here where our factory is. Guess what? All I need to do is get that to go up there. So all I can do is go ahead and take this out here. Let's go ahead and run it up to here. Can't afford. Ha! Oh, boy. It's always something, everybody. That's pretty funny. I always find that funny because I literally have a box full of that stuff. I have a box full of it over here. I have a box of it up there. But I'm always running out of some resource that you're just so close to finishing whatever it is you're doing. And then you need that 2 bars or you need that stuff, right? In this case, we need more of that. But I have a crazy ton of that. I make a lot of level 3 items because those are the ones I'm running. Notice, by the way, I'm not running like the appropriate conveyor belt. not running 60s and 120s and whatever. I just run it all at level 3. Why? Because those are the easiest to make at this part of the game, and so I'm just going to run them and run them and run them. Now, here we go, everybody. I just used a pre-existing factory, part of my factory, that I'm currently not using, and I diverted it to use it in another side of my factory. If you learn one thing today, everybody, make sure to repurpose your factory as you go along. It will save you a tremendous amount of time. Now, I just happen to have a crazy ton of steel pipes on me here, so if I wanted to speed these up, I could literally just feed them directly in there. I could also not even bother to run that line and just manually feed them in there, or create a box, put a bunch in that box until the box runs out. But I can also speed up production here by simply running those in there. We can sort those together and running those in there. All right, there we go. I get this one? Yeah. Okay, so now those are going to fire up and make a bunch of bombs. Now, I haven't used these bombs in forever. I can't remember the last time I used these Novelis. But now they're going to run those Novelis out down here. They're going to merge. We got them all running this way. Let's see if we see some come down the line. Oh, I saw one down there. Now, we want to see them go down every single one of these lines so that we know that our lifters are working. There goes one. And it should come out on this side. Oh, did I miss it? I can't remember if I put these back. No, see, it's not working. How do I know it's not working? See, there's 2 of them there. They did not feed into there. That's telling me it's not working. So let's go in and put our lifters back in. That means our lifters are confused. Now when they come down, there we go. Now we see them coming down the line. Oh, I saw those go down. There we go. We want to see them coming down the line. Now, these take a while to make, right? They're going to take a while. When you go in and look at them, you can see it's making about 3 per minute. And we're going to backlog those for sure. Can be used with a Novelis detonator to blow up cracked boulders, vegetation, or other vulnerable targets, which is pretty fun. Now, do not be using your explosive near your machinery. Rule number 1. But that's exactly what we're about to do. All right. Now, what we can do also, by the way, is we can take these and we can make these into a button. What button do we want these to be? Hold on. Let's make it into 0. This way we know, or 10 in this case. 0. Let's see, what is it? Control. I forget how it is. Is it control? How do we set it in the thing? Oh, we know this is a hand item. We have to put it on us, right? God, I haven't used these in forever. Oh wait, I think we got another step. Hold on, we got another step. We got to go do our detonators. Hold on. Or our little things that blow stuff up. Got to go do one of those. All right, so we're going to run back up here, and most likely I'm about to blow myself up. I've done this in forever. I rarely ever make these anymore. I fooled around with them when I first started playing, but they actually are pretty fun. All right, let's go up here into our craft bench and see what we can make here. Let's see, black powder. Yeah, see, we can't even make the Novelis in here, right? You can't even make them in there. You have to make them in the thing. And then we need our stuff over here, our equipment workshop. All right, here we go. And we're going to go ahead, and there's our Novelis detonator. All right, we need our object scanners for that. See, we can make Novelis in the equipment workshop, but we can't make them actually in the workbench, right? So you can make them in here. So we made our Novelis there. Again, we're going to make our detonators. Or we need our object scanners, which I think I made some of those. I think they were back here. one of these. What did I... Oh, I left them down below. I left them down below. Let's go get them. Now, again, if you do have a comment or question for me, my name is Kismet. You can put Kiz or Kismet in the chat. I'll highlight in red. Know you're talking directly to me. Paid. Let me catch up on chat. That coffee cup is a nice touch. Well, the name of the company is called Coffee Stain. So you know you're going to get the coffee cup. But the actual purpose of this coffee cup is so you're not looking at this the whole time. That's what I feel the purpose is. There is no way of just putting your weapon away without actually physically drawing it out of your inventory. So I think they added the coffee cup, one, because their name is Coffee Stain, but two, just so it's not visually blocking your entire playthrough, right? Or most of the time, and if you look at a lot of the older playthroughs, people are running around with that barrel nut in their hand all the time. And the reason why they got that barrel nut in their hand is because it's also the least obstructive thing that's in your way. I don't think I have any. Oh, I got a bunch of, I got a thing over there. It's the least obstructive thing. Let's see. I don't think I think I took it all up above. Oh, there's my scanners I was looking for. Get those out of there. But yeah, it's that barrel nut you'll see most people running around with. I used to do the same thing. I just run around with that so that I didn't have a big pole in the way or paint thing. And that's why they use the cup. Now, look at this. Still hot and warm and tasty. You're like, yeah, how come it never spills? Well, here's my RP why your coffee never spills. Now, see, where he's got his finger on the side of the cup there? Well, there's a little button under his finger. You can't see it because it's under his finger. Now, what happens is when you let go of that button just a little bit, a little force field goes around your top of your coffee. And so when he wants to drink, he presses down a button and he takes a drink, and then he lets go of the button, force field, and you never spill your coffee. I'd love that in real life. Wouldn't that be nice? That would be nice. All right, let's go ahead. We already got some object scanners, so we might as well use those object scanners. Now, I don't have to run back up here, by the way. I could just build a workbench down there or a workshop down there. But I like to run up here and minimize the collateral damage to the rest of my base. All right, over here. We're going to go in here, and we're going to try to make some of these detonators. All right. Oh, I need one more. I need one more of these. Okay. What do we need for more object scanners? We need beacons, which I left down there. Let's just make some more. Okay, we're going to try some stuff out here, everybody. It's going to be highly dangerous. All right, there we go. Novelist detonator. All right, I got a novelist detonator. I got to remember how to use it. Now, I could have sworn that you took and threw these things on stuff. Maybe you don't do that anymore. Doesn't allow me to put it in my hand. I can split it in half. Oh, I got to put the detonator in my hand. That's what it is. I've done this in a long... Whoa. That was scary. All right, let's get out of here. So you don't want to accidentally just fire off that detonator because it would blow up all the things that are in my inventory right now, in theory. But it actually doesn't work that way. I'll show you what we're going to do with it, and we're probably going to break some stuff doing it. Let's go. Let's see what happens. This is why you don't want to give me explosives. I'm dangerous. Dangerous, dangerous. Now we're going to go over here to where our stuff is. Now I could take the hypertube down, but since I have a jetpack, I could just jump off of here and just find my way down. Now, right here in the center of where all of our stuff is, there's some glowies with a big rock. And of course, we're right by where our water's running. This is all of our coal power running beautifully. Probably one of my favorite coal power ones that I've built. You can see we got all sorts of cool stuff, including glass that we're using so we can tell the directions of that. So in theory, we want to go in here and use this baby. And we're going to reload. There we go. And we're going to, I think it's left click. And we're going to move away, and then we're going to right click. Oh, okay. We didn't get it close enough. Left click. Right click. Now, if you never did that in game, now you know. All right, we found a green power slug. All right, and reload. There we go, and get out of that. So there we go. So you can actually remove obstructions. Say we wanted to put some more water there, we could go ahead and remove those obstructions with that. Now, it actually serves another purpose as well, and I'll go show you that up here. And I am wearing the shirt from the home office. By the way, got my FICS shirt on, so representing the company. I love this shirt, really great. They have a bunch of great, awesome merch you can buy for Satisfactory. I'm sad that they didn't make a FICS MAS sweater. I totally would have bought that FICS MAS sweater had they put it in there. Maybe next year. Hopefully they had that sweater. I want that sweater. I want a Fallout foosball table, and I want the FICS MAS sweater. Thank you, Pokey, for the host. Appreciate that big time. How we doing on time? Oh, plenty of time. Plenty of time. We got this going on. Thank you very much, Pokey, for coming in. Show. What are you playing? Oh, some Tarkov. Pokey, incredibly fantastic player, by the way. Also, amazing builder in 7 Days to Die and amazing first-person shooter. I basically just run around behind him. This game's not complete yet, right? Still in early access. Yeah, still in early access, an 11 out of 10. That's right. One of the few games that I've ever seen that was already a phenomenal game before release, right? Now, see, back in my day, here I go dating myself. Back in my day, you bought a game, you played a game. You didn't even update it, right? There was no updating games in those days. You bought the game, you put it in there, you played it, you had a great time. Sometimes you played through them a bunch of times. Great example, Fallout 1. I played Fallout 1 like, I don't know, 10,000 hours easily. I'm not exaggerating. I'm saying 10,000 hours, bro, easily in Fallout 1. I played through again and again in different ways and different options and different things this time and that time. And I, killed this guy this time and I didn't kill him next time and so on and so forth and played it through again and again and again and again. And not once did I ever have to update that game. Not once. And I played it over and over and over, right? But now what they do is they run out some games. The games are in a terrible state. They go off the rails, and then they spend the next 2 to 5 years fixing that game that you already paid $60 for. This game is the exception to that rule. This is the game where you pay $23 right now, which I think is like stealing it from them. I feel like they're very undervalued in their game. They only charge $30 for their game. This is better than some $60 games that are currently out that say that they're released and you paid $60 for. This game, I know I'm going to get way more hours out of and more out of this, right? My money, more value for my money than some $60 titles right now. So I suggest to snatch it up on Steam for 20% off or use your $10 thing on Epic Game Store. There you go. And they're only making it for PC because they said, we're going to make a really great PC game first, and then we'll port it to the other stuff. And that's going to be awesome because I bet they'll add crossplay too. So you get it on your PS4, which I have a PS4 Pro sitting right over here. I got an Xbox One X sitting right over there too. Got a Switch. I don't care. It's just a tool to play games for me. I ain't got to, Xbox is better and PS4 is better. You know what? Electronics are tools, just like a wrench and a screwdriver. One does this better than this one does, and this one does this better than that one does. And whichever one you need in the moment that you like better, that's the right one for you. I don't get on that. That's advertising. I've been in advertising my entire career. It's a huge waste of time to bring someone else down based on whatever console or PC or whatever they have. Here's the thing. That's all irrelevant anyway. The most important thing is the games. That's what's important, right? And the ability to play with the people you want to play with, right? A great example is No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky has gone cross-platform. So you can play it on PC, you can play it with your buddies on PS4 or on Xbox, and you can all explore the universe together, right? There's no limitations. I don't care what platform you're on. That's irrelevant to me. You got the games you want to play, then you're on the right platform for you, right? Now, not only do I have that, but I also have 2 custom PCs. I have Mac over there. I got iOS. I've got Android I can run. I got everyone. I can run Linux if I want. I got all of the toys. Why have only half the toys? Why only have such a limited scope? I like 100% of everything, right? I don't limit myself, especially when it comes to technology. Now, of course, you're probably limited by your budget as well. In my case, I Had a lot of this before I started to become a streamer. I had already purchased a lot of this stuff because, again, I like tools for what they do best. Great example, PC is great for gaming, right? You can custom your own PC, make it specifically for gaming, or you can make it specifically as a server, or you can make it specifically as a awesome 3D animation rendering farm, right? Which is what I like to do with it. And of course, I have my Mac over there, which is great for graphic design, it's great for art, it's great for 3D animation, all that kind of cool stuff. And that's what I use it for, right? This game does this machine does one thing and one thing only. It plays games. I don't even get on the web browser. I don't do anything else other than play games on it. That's its purpose, right? That's it. That's what I use the tool for, right? To play games on it. Now, I do have another PC, which is for streaming and all of that. Now, if you want to know all of that stuff, by the way, all my specs and all that other stuff, you can very easily take it right over, follow that link right over to my website, kismet.gg. I know, cool, right? Go over there, and it's got every single thing in my studio. In fact, how all my computers are configured, all the cabling, what lights I use, microphones, all of that stuff. If you are looking to upgrade your stream, I put like a lot of effort into that sucker because I get that question all the time. Kismet, what is your configuration and all of that? I think that makes it way easier. Exactly. Yeah, this is not complete. Still in early access, and it's already awesome. It's already an 11 out of 10. I know that constructing and building games like these are just not my style of game, but somehow watching you make Satisfactory makes me at least want to try, even if it ends up with more spaghetti than an Italian takeaway. Well, there you go, Rotisserie G. I find that's what my stream's all about as well. Is that I'm having so much fun, it inspires you to go have a lot of fun. Even if it may not be a game that you would normally be turned on in, I feel like the value for your money is way beyond what you're paying, right? $30 for this game. And I paid $30 for this game a couple years ago, right? How many games from a couple years ago are you still playing to this day, right? Now, I'm a bit of what I call a slow player, which means I don't burn myself out on the game. I see a lot of people, and who I love, Co-Carnage, big love to him, who I've actually met before, by the way, and had a really awkward photo in an elevator with him. That sounds like a real good story, but it's really not. It's really not a great story. I keep passing him and say, Co, hey, how's it going? He's like, hey, kids, what's up? And just kind of keep passing him, as we were going through TwitchCon. I don't know him personally. He just knows of me. He doesn't know me, if you know what I mean. So I keep passing him, coming in and out of the elevator at the hotel and whatnot. And finally, my mod goes, no, I'm going to get a picture with Co. So I'm like, all right, I'll get a picture with Co. So, because I'm not a big selfie guy. I don't go around and get selfies with people. I do it just so you guys, live vicariously through me as I go through TwitchCon and I meet different people. I'll take a photo with them so you guys can see I saw so-and-so there. But me, I don't even think about taking photos with people. And then my mom's like, well, you should get a picture with Co too. So I'm like, okay. So I'm standing there and me and Co's next to me in the elevator. And then I'm talking and the person takes a picture of me mid-sentence. So I look like I have this weird face in my and then I'm sitting there with Co-Carnage at the same time, which I think is my favorite photo ever. Right? Because I embrace the awkward moments. I think it's funny. So now it's my favorite photo. So there we go. So Co-Carnage is one of those people, though, who plays a game to the umpth degree and then moves on to another game. And he plays it to the umpth degree and then he moves on to another game and so on and so forth. And that's cool. That's his style. More power to him. I'm not that type of player. I try to get the most out of this, right? I'm not just jumping from one game to the next game to the next game. That's not my style. My style is I love Fallout. I'm going to keep playing Fallout 76 until I get to a point in which I feel like I've done everything, like I did with Fallout 4. Right? Same thing with Satisfactory. I'm going to play it in such a way where I always have something to do. And then as new stuff comes in, I'm going to check that out and so on and so forth in that particular type of genre or type of game that I like. I don't play games for money. I don't play games for any reason other than the fact that I like them. If I don't like the game, you'll never see it here ever. Ever. Because I don't have to. I don't answer to nobody. I don't make a dime doing this. I'm beholden to no one. I don't have to do anything I don't want to do. And that's the great thing about being a bit older, right? Is that you realize that you don't really have to do anything you don't want to do. I mean, some things come with consequences. If you don't bathe for a long time, that'll come with some serious consequences later on. But you don't have to do anything you don't want to do. Like if someone says, oh, well, you got to listen to this type of music because your music sucks and this music's better. Oh, I can listen to whatever I want. I can listen to thrash metal 1 minute, rap the next minute, and some classical after that. I can listen to whatever I want. I answer to no one. I'm high level in real life, and probably a lot of you are too. Doesn't matter what age you are. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do. JC Hunter, Techie, CW, Rotisserie G, LOC, all getting the love. Rotisserie G coming in MVP. 21 assists right there. And so that's my kind of take on life. Of course, they're your life decisions. They're all on you. Make them good ones. Again, I like the freedom of choice. I like to choose what I want. Unlike Preston, who doesn't want to give me the freedom of choice. Speaking of Fallout 4, who's just like, Kismet, here's a quest. Here's a quest. Here's a quest. No, Preston, bro, I'm level 5. There's no way I can do those quests right now. No, take the quest, Kismet. No, Preston, no, don't do it. That's why people don't like Preston. He takes away your freedom of choice. Your freedom to choose whether you want to do that quest or not. He just gives you the quest, and you have no choice. Boom, you get the quest. It's going to time out after a certain amount of time, and if you don't do it, you're screwed. So there you go. I hate those kind of quests. I like to have the choice. It's so better having the coal and water pumps close together for better operation, or is it okay to have them apart from each other? It's okay to have them apart from each other. I have done them apart from each other, but the ultimate is right where I'm at right now, is to have 3 pure coal nodes, which means I could, in theory, just use the coal just for the power, right? So right now I have 24 coal plants going. That's 1,800 power. And I could do that 2 more times. I'm talking like 3 nuclear power almost worth of power at the very beginning of the game. That's incredible. And I have enough space to do it too. Definitely have plenty of space right off the side here. Let's run over this way. Which way is it? This way. You can see I've got plenty of water down there. Right? Plenty of space. I can build that all out and make that into basically, let's say 24, 48, 60. Yeah, 60 of those water plants running, or 60 coal plants running down there if I wanted to. I don't need to, but I could if I wanted to. I would rather use the coal for steel and use it for other production like cadmium and things like that to make other stuff, right? So that's the most efficient way of using those nodes. So that's why I would do that instead. The most important thing is the enjoyment factor. Exactly, look. That's why I do anything. Is because when you get to my age, you got medical conditions and you don't know if you're going to be around tomorrow. I'm not kidding either. I don't know if I will be here tomorrow, as in existing tomorrow, right? Because you only have so many minutes left. I know that at my age, at real life level 50, right? I'm 50 years old. I'm a 50-year-old partnered disabled streamer here on Twitch, which the chances of that all coming together and actually working itself out is very, very low. But I know that this could be the last one. And so I'm just going to make the most out of it. What do I want to do right now? I want to talk to you guys, obviously, and play some games. And so that's what I'm doing. Let's see. Tug and Wabbit's Foot coming in. It's a Wabbit. Coming in and showing some love. Thanks so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing that follow button, becoming part of the Teamwork Tycoons here in the Kismet channel. All right. We got that going. So we got all that running up here. Let's go check in on our space elevator. We might be able to do our space elevator today. We'll see. It's going to be close. I feel like we're going to run out of stators at some point, and we'll redirect those. Oh! Go! We are ready to go. Never mind. We have got to. How many stators are left? Oh, those are my thing. I thought the next thing would be my stators, but nope, we good. Oh, God, I still got 110 stators in there, probably 100 in here. Still got 200 stators. So we had made all of that stuff before when we had Spaghetti City running. That's it. We done. We don't need to have this doing any more of those. Stop. Don't make any more of that stuff. There we go. This is it, everybody. This is the final tier of the current game. They're going to be adding tier 8 eventually. But here we go. This is the part that I love in this game. You ready? Here we go. Spoilers. So they package it up into a big package, and then they're going to send it up the way. It's cool every time. All right, so boom, there we go. That's all we had to do, everybody. Now, if you notice, I went and retooled the entire factory, but I didn't make any more of all of those resources. That's because I could have already done this the whole entire time. Before I even started retooling the factory, I could have just finished and went to the next tier. Again, I don't rush. Why rush? Who am I trying to impress? Somebody in the chat? Hey, look at me. Wow, look, I went at 10 times the speed and got half the enjoyment out of it. No thanks. I rather enjoy the journey along the way. Now, right here, we've gone ahead and unlocked that tier number 7. We're going to do some box right refinement. We're going to get into that aluminum, those really fast conveyor belts. We're going to get into advanced aluminum production right over here where we make some heat sinks, some turbo motors, some batteries. We're going to need a lot more resources than what we got. We're going to get into turbo motors, that's for sure. Our hazmat suit here, which is going to allow us to go by radiation, which of course is going to lead us to our next thing, nuclear power. Now, we set up a bunch of nuclear power last time, which is a lot of fun. It has a huge byproduct of course, nuclear waste. And they're actually going to make it even cooler. I saw the new nuclear waste things they're going to do. They're going to move some of this stuff into Tier 8 because probably the most advanced thing in the game right now when it comes to production is going to be your aluminum. It does have a lot of pieces and parts on how to run it. Now, I happen to know how to do it because I've done it many times. Same thing with nuclear power. Nuclear power probably easier than your aluminum production. And they're going to be revamping aluminum production and whatnot and adding more cool stuff when eventually we get our Tier 8. Now, right now, we don't really have anything we can do in Tier 8. Tier 8 it shows this, but really you're not really doing much in that Tier 8. This is really the same thing as this. Watch, when I click that and I go there, it's the same thing. There is no Tier 8. There is no spoon right there. Tier 8 hopefully coming next year. That's what they said next year, but we'll see how next year goes, right? We thought this year was going to be a better year. You know, the funny thing is how many people, put a 1 in the chat if you remember how many people said that 2019 sucked, right? At the end of the year, man, 2019 was a sucky year. Oh, that was the worst year ever. And then jinx. I remember it. I remember people like, oh man, 2019 sucks. I can't wait to get to 2020. And then we get to 2020 and then, man, it really nosedived, didn't it? There we go. So pure coal, better for them. Yes, you want to have your coal next to your water. Makes it super convenient. You can just run your coal down in there, and you want to set your foundation just a little bit into the water. This way, when you're running your water out, it actually has a positive lift because it knows the difference whether you're running water up or down. That fluid in real life, great example is water barrels. I have a couple water barrels right outside, and I have them connected to the downspout of my roof, right? So you got all that surface area of your roof collecting water for you, and it runs down that downspout into the very first water barrel. And so it runs in that water barrel, and it starts to fill that water barrel up. Now at the bottom, there's another hose that goes into my lower water barrel, right? And so because this is lower, this water in this one will drain all out and fill this one up first. And this will fill all the way up to the top and then start to fill this one up here. And then that one will fill. And that basically is gravity doing that for me. I don't have to use a pump to pump it in that lower one, right? Water seeks a equilibrium across containers. So if you have 2 containers of water and you run water in this one and you have a hose at the bottom, this one will start to fill up and then start to fill up the other one over here. And they'll both start equalizing on the other side. If you have them set down, then the lower one, it'll seek that lowest position. And in the game, it knows that. In the game, it will actually seek the lower position. It'll seek to equalize the 2 containers across each other. So they put real fluid dynamics into the game. So you definitely want to have your water in a lower level so you can run it along there. And you can see that's what I've done on mine. If we fly down here, let's go look. Let's go look real quick. Whee! Oh God, we're all gonna die! Jetpack. So way down here, you can see I have it right at the water level. Now again, I can keep on going. Look at all that room. I got plenty of room to make it happen, Captain. Now you can see that I've got my foundation just a little bit below the water. Now the reason why I have it like that is so when I'm pumping the water out of here, it goes up into the pump and then comes down. And that creates a natural water flow, right? Whenever you've ever seen water come off the top of your overhang or off the top of your roof, that it's actually pulling the water through that water tension and pulling it through the thing. So that's what that's creating, that kind of water tension. Now I have a pump on mine, just one, and that pump, what it's doing is it's pumping up into here for excess water, right? As a backup. In case my power goes out for whatever reason, I'll have a starter water. And then that water is then running back down again into all of my coal plants over there. So that's why I have that pump. But I have built many a time where I've need 0 pumps. And the reason why is because it's coming up into that pump, down, and then it automatically runs down the line. And so that's a really great way of doing your water. Now that's in deep water, and again, you can see I have all these foundations down here. That makes it, isn't the water awesome in this game, by the way? They're going to make it even cooler. It's going to have currents. So if you fall in the water, it's actually going to push you along in the water. Very, very cool. A lot of stuff they're working on right now. A lot of killer stuff. So that is what it is. So that's why I suggest look for those coal nodes as quickly as possible in game. And once you've mastered the coal power, now you're cranking, right? Now you're gem. Then you can do more advanced stuff like hanging hypertubes like me. And so on, and build giant roads and build beautiful factories that are all bottom fed, making a bunch of explosives right now and having some fun. Now, speaking of explosives, let's go ahead and utilize some explosives way out over this way. Now, we're going to have some fun. We're going to go ahead and get our vehicle here. Let's take our paint thing off. And we're going to utilize our road. Let's go actually this way. Nice wide road. Whoa, look out. And that's why I always make my roads first, so that it's easier for me to traverse from one place to another. And I just thought of something we could do over here that's really fun that uses explosive. So let's wander over this way. And you can see I've got the remnants of a hypertube and some line runs that I did before, which I need to take out. So it's kind of good to come over here anyway and clean up our mess from before. There we go. Now, way up here on the top of this, there is a crashed ship. Now, in this game, there are alternate recipes, which are awesome because they do allow you to extract more stuff and also to make more stuff. Now I'm going to hit number 9, which is a foundation. And you can see it's way up on the top here. And so earlier we came up here and we tried to get over here to it. But the problem is look at all that bad stuff coming out of there. Oh, man, a lot of bad stuff. Right? A lot of bad stuff that we would need a filter for. Or do we? Now here we go. Fling! Ah, missed him. Let's try again. I gotta get my aim down. Not anymore. Did you know you could do that? Now you know. Come on, that was a good shot. That was a good shot right there. All right, so you can actually take these bad guys out. You can even throw it at these guys. Boom! Let up, bro. He's very angry now. Whole bunch of them. Yoo-hoo! Doggy, doggy, doggy. Aha! Fell for the oldest trick in the book. Now here's a funny thing. Whoop. Reload. I can actually throw it and it attaches to the mob itself. See, and the mob itself will be a carrier for that particular object. Now this is why this is fun. And so they run around when it's attached to them. You can also go over here. Just throw it down. Get him in mid-run. Later, bro. Now, he might stand up, so that's why I always seek the high ground. Like this. Right? Here, another one somewhere. So these are really fun. I haven't used these in forever. I can't even remember the last time I used these. Now, there's one more around here somewhere. Grab ourselves some barrel nuts. There he is. Bye-bye, bro. That's the end of that dude. All right, so you can actually use it as a weapon. In fact, I feel it's the best weapon in the game because it blows up the things that done the thing. I think I haven't done this. Have you guys seen me do this ever in stream? I think I did this once before. I think a long time ago when I first started playing the game. I don't think I've done it in forever. I can't even remember the last time I done it. Now, if you hold down the mouse button, by the way, he throws it further, and then right-click, bye-bye rock. Right? So now you know how to get rid of these darn rocks that are sucking up space in your base. Very, very fun. Very rarely do I use them anymore, but there you go. Now, what's the deal with this thing right here? This is a drop pod. And in here, we've got some quartz crystal is going to be needed. And then we can go ahead and unlock this, and we can get ourselves a little computer. And that computer will allow us to do alternate recipes. And we already have some alternate recipes, but you can also find some items around there, right? You can also go ahead and pick up the carcasses of the stuff we just blew up. And you can run around and look for more resources. Sometimes you can find some really good resources like reinforced iron plates and whatnot. So the game not only has a kind of factory building, like what we're doing over here, look at that, factory building, but also has a kind of exploring factor. You have a little bit of battle, but it's not just about battle. They actually started this game, very interesting thing I read on there, or watched on a video, is the fact they actually started this as a tower defense game. That's what originally they did, and they took all that out when they realized how amazingly fun it was to do the factories. Let's try a real... Kobe! Oh! I got it, everybody! Oh, that was a Kobe right there! Let's try it again. Oh, I should probably quit while I'm ahead. Kobe! Oh, that's 2 for 2! 2 for 2! That was pretty good. I haven't done that in a while. See, that actually was the sulfur we were trying to go for, but those guys are in the way, right? So we can't go in there and get that sulfur, so we went elsewhere. Let's try it again. Now, of course, the more you hold it down, the kind of straighter it's going to throw. Nice. I can do this all day. Now, we can also try it with trees. Blows up trees, too. Blows up rocks, animals, trees. I can't remember if it blows up these big beehive things. Let's find out. All right, I haven't done this in forever. That would be a no. This is going to be good. All right, that would be a no. All right, so I put a whole bunch of them down there and blew them up. So you can, put multiple on an animal or whatnot, and then hit it and then kill it in one shot. But as you can see, very, very fun. I can't remember the last time I've done that. I don't know, maybe 15, 20 playthroughs ago. A long time. Now, again, we need some quartz crystal to unlock this, which we didn't have at the moment anyway. Originally, we didn't have any quartz crystal that we could use to open that up. But let's go ahead and double back. Oh, we got some circuit boards there. Nice. Let's go ahead and double back down here. I usually like to have my skates on because you just run faster with your skates like you're skating. You're going much faster. But I got my vehicle down here, so we'll just walk down to my vehicle. And let's head on back. Okay, so again, we can come back and we can unlock that later. Again, I don't work too much with alternate recipes in the game as I progress. Otherwise, it makes it where other people can't do what I'm doing. But we will do it eventually once we have all of the basics down. Let's head back into our factory here. That was a lot of fun. And now we know if we get into trouble, we could always pull out our bombs. How many more I got left? Well, that was it. I used them up. Do I still have one reloaded? Nope. Nope, I don't. All right, that was fun. We used up what we had. Now, we need to get our bombs from down here, which are probably massively backlogged now. Yeah, they are. And we need to get them all the way over there. Now, bombs are very small in their run line, so we could probably get away. Let's see, where is our... Dang, there it is, right there. We could probably get away with sneaking it right here at the top. Let's see if we can get it in there in such a way where it doesn't interfere with what we got. It's a little close. Yeah, maybe not. Not sure I like that, but we'll give it a go. I always like to try stuff. See if it works. That's going to be tricky. That's going to be tricky because of our item right there. And we can't do that because that's its minimum height. It's running into that. Let's do something like this. Run that into there. And we'll move our conveyor over. We can take this out, which is part of our road. And I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Alright, let's try moving it this way just a little bit. No, that's not going to work either. Let's try to use our conveyor lift like that. Take that out of there. This is a output, input. That's being diverted sideways. All right, now we're getting somewhere. And then we'll put it there. Run that onto there. And I don't know. I don't know if I like that or not. Turn our light on. Because it's going to run into the foundation. Now we could make the foundation smaller. Nah, I don't like it. I don't like it. Really, we don't have to run it there anyway. And I like to try stuff. And if it's clipping too much, count me out. Count me out for that. But that's okay. Because guess what? We got a run line. So we can just run it on the other side. Actually, let's offset this a little bit. Better idea. Over here. See how I don't just fill this stuff in all at the same time? Only in the moment in which I'm working in that area. Oh, this needs to be fixed. I can see that one just needs a single ramp. And not the double ramp. It's kind of poking through the bottom of it. More of a cosmetic thing, but if I see it, I usually fix it. Again, I only fill this stuff in the moment in which I feel it's appropriate. I don't spend like 5 hours filling in foundations. I feel like that's not necessary. I feel like you should only fill it in when you need to. Alright, let's divert that. We need some more stuff. As always. As always. But you see how no matter where I am, I've got this centralized in such a way that I can just walk up here and look for that particular thing I'm looking for. Good to keep that in mind. Let's get all this other random loots off of me. Oh, I have 34 of those on me. I stand corrected. This guy we can get rid of. Barrel. We don't need those on us. Alright. Take all that stuff off of there so I can have my plates. All right, so instead of using our walls, which you saw me do earlier if you were watching, instead of using the conveyor walls like this where you're running it straight, running along the side of your walls is actually incredibly efficient space-wise. So I go ahead and use a wall mount on this side, and then I'm just going to run those things on this side. And I'm going to run it at the lowest level. Let's say, start it right there. Run it out of here. Right into there. And every sixth one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Number 6 right there. 1, 2. We're going to turn the corner. So we'll do a little corner turn. Offset that just a little bit. So it lines up. There we go. Same thing here. We line it up in the center, and then we go 1, 2. There we go. And that's going to allow us to kind of go around the corner here. I'll show you what I mean. Got a nice turn there, which doesn't clip, and then we got this, which goes and does a nice 90 and just kind of follows along the contour of the wall. And that's just from practice and understanding how that works. Now I'm going to go ahead and offset this just by a little bit there, just so I can make it easy counting. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. A lot of cool pieces in this game. 4, that's just 4. A lot of cool pieces in this game to make all this work. And you unlock a lot of stuff in your awesome shop as part of the game mechanics. Not like you pay to win or any of that ridiculous stuff. It's just a great game. That's it. Had to hover over them. What are the pros and cons of starting areas? Oh, yeah, it does tell you in the starting areas. Like the first one's the forest, which is kind of like the getting started area. Oop, that is actually going in the wrong direction. There we go. So the first one's like the forest, which is kind of like the newbie area. Like when you first start the game, I highly suggest doing the forest. Then you have like the rocky desert, which is a bit more advanced. You're going to start in the middle of the desert, not have as much resources and whatnot to get started. Then they have a more advanced mode, which is the third one over. That third one I feel is like the easiest one in the entire game because it has a bunch of pure nodes right there at the very beginning. So I feel like maybe that might be the easiest one. But that's just me. But you have to build more vertically. You can't, there's not like a big open space like you do in the forest. When you start in the forest, you have a big open space to work. But in there, you're in this cramped space, but you have a bunch of pure nodes, and then you have to start working vertically straight up. So I feel like that's probably the most advanced part of that. Plus, you're starting by some harder mobs and stuff and whatnot. All right, now's a good time to stop our bombs running there. And then figure out where we're running our bombs to, right? That's an important part of what we're doing. So let's go ahead and take this hypertube up to our primary hub, up here on the train level. And we'll say, okay, where do we want our bombs to aim up? Ah, we already put some black powder over here. Look, Kismet thinking ahead. Well, let's go ahead and right next to that black powder, let's go ahead and establish this as our Nobelisk area. There we go. We'll put that in there. If I did it right, there we go. They're sitting on the thing. They're real small, though. All right, and we got these all lined up. We do. All right, take this out. And then we're going to go ahead and run the conveyor down. And we got to make sure we got it turned in the right direction. Which way are we turning these? Forward. Like that. Now be real careful. We don't fall off. Oh, God, we're all going to die. Luckily, there's some water. Or if you got a jetpack, even better. All right, there we go. And so we'll go ahead and push this out like this. We have lots of concrete on us. Make sure you're constantly making concrete until you fill up at least like a box of concrete. You got a box of concrete, you got lots of concrete to do your stuff. All right. So, now we know where we're going, right? We know what we're trying to end up. Now, a lot of times this is going to happen, by the way, where it doesn't quite line up to what you're trying to do. I could go in and have them all perfectly line up on the lift levels and all of that stuff. I typically don't. I just try to get close. And then when I get close enough, then I'll just readjust the angle of this to rotate and then run it in like that. Because I'm not running every single resource right now. That is incredibly time consuming to run every single one. Though, hey, if that's your jam, more power to you. Me, I'm not going to bother. Not going to bother to do that. Okay. Now, what I need to do is I need to get this resource through these right here and get it over there and then have it lift up into that top part. Now, we do have a wall that we could use. We could use a wall conveyor right there, but it's going to be obscured by our other items. We can also put it on top of the wall right there. So we could just run it from here up into that wall, which allows us to traverse all of this, and then take it from there and run it down the line until we get it where we need to go. Now, how far away is that? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're short by 2. That's the furthest we can run it right there in a single line. But then we can go ahead and run from there into there. So in theory, if I did it right and we stand right here and we watch this, a whole bunch of these suckers are going to come down the line and now start to go up and fill up that box full of like thousands of explosive, right? We just let that run. That's thousands and thousands of explosives that we could run around and just blow up everything. And again, I haven't made those in a while. Those are fun. Those are fun for sure. All right, let's go ahead and blow up some battle action here. Let's go. Good shots. You like that? Yeah, that was some Kobe off the top. I have 4 coal water pumps are at waterfalls, and coal power plants are down the hill from them a little ways. But they shut down unless I overclock them, and that's fun with the TNT. Yeah, you like that? Yeah, I would not. Here's the rule of water, if you don't mind. Spoiler. Here's the rule of water. 3 water extractors to 6 power plants. All right? 6 coal plants. So you want to make sure you do it. In fact, 3 water plants, you can underclock to 84%. Because what you're trying to do is produce 300 water per 6 coal plants, right? And so crank those down to 84%. Why would you want to do that? Because it uses less power and produces the same amount of water that you need to keep your coal plants going. That's what I do with mine. I underclock them down to 84%. Now, you could add a 4th one and a 5th one if you're trying to do 12 and so on and figure out all those numbers. But you know what's really easy? Underclocking to 84%. That works perfectly. So make 3 water extractors and then underclock them 84%. Run them into your coal plant. You'll be set. Grants and rewards. Let's see. Mr. Lemur coming in. Rotisserie G, Darth Nader, and LOC all getting the love. Tex coming on. Texon coming in. MVP with a 15 assists. Fantastic job. We'll collect that stuff later. We're trying to get to this here. How much time? Ooh, this is going to be close. This is going to be close. We got to keep these battles going. Man, I don't even know what's going on in these battles. This is a funky battle one. So come in and join us, everybody. We're going to be doing some Stream Raiders for the rest of the stream. Having a good time. GG, right? Yeah, that was some Kobe off the top rope. All right, nice. Okay, so that's just going to keep on running those in there as it produces those. Now, I don't see any running down the line, but that's because it only produces 1 every so often. It doesn't produce them like at 50 per minute. It produces them pretty slowly, but I do see them running down the line, which means that it is working. And if I let that run, because this is going to perpetually run forever, it'll just keep running, right? I could just go AFK right now and come back in a while, and it will have a lot of those done, right? It's going to create 3 per minute, and I'm doing how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on. Now, see how this one's green, but some of these other ones are not? And that's telling me something, right? That it doesn't have enough steel pipes right now to keep that running, because it needs 30 per minute. But what do I care? Because I'm not in that big of a hurry for them in the first place. But I could up my steel production to get that going. Now, there's one other big thing that we want to do over here, and that is our quartz production. We want to get that going. on top of all of this. But we wanted to offset it because we do have some line runs again down here. We have all these line runs from other things, and we want to offset it over here. And you see I've got a cool little ladder and all that kind of neat stuff you can do now in the new thing. So let's go over here and figure out how many we need for our quartz. So let's go ahead and get our constructor, like so, out here. And we figured this out with a spreadsheet earlier, that we need basically 16 of these, right? We need 8 quartz crystals, and we need 8 silicas. So basically we need 16, right? So we're going to do 8 and 8, and we'll have the output go along here. Now, I feel like I want to go ahead and leave this as somewhat of a road here. Maybe this one is somewhat as a road. Not sure we could fit that in. Probably could fit this in here, but not 2 rows of those. So, but don't be too tied down to your roads, by the way. If you have crossroads and all that stuff, don't be too tied down to it that you can't just choose what you want to do. But what we want to do is basically 8 and 8. And I don't think I'm going to get 8 across here, but we're going to give it a go. Let's say if we line it up off of this, and we say 1, 2, 3, 4. Now I can tell you already that's halfway, and we're not going to get it. All right, well, let's go ahead and offset these out this way. Again, that's our line runs there, so we kind of want to offset this. Let's say right there. We'll come over here. We can't line it up to that, but we can at least utilize some of this space here. And we can kind of leave a bit of a walkway back here. We can get around there if we want. That'd be kind of a back walkway. We also got this walkway here that we can use. But I'm not really sure if I like that. Kind of like having a nice central roads. Say right there. It loves to flip those the other direction because of where my cursor's at. And see, I've already got a road established there. So if I keep that road going here, it's going to be nice and clean. I can run from one side of the factory to the other with my vehicle. Why must you flip the direction? Stop it. Something like this. Out of rods. But yeah, and then around there, and then this could be part of the road. Not sure if that's enough space, though. Feel like I might want to push that out some more. Okay, again, what I'm trying to avoid is I'm trying to avoid my run lines over here. But we could get away with this side right here. And probably start right up against this fence. Using this as our drop line. Our kind of output. Let's say about, maybe more than that. A little bit more than halfway. Right there. Alright, now we don't have a line created there. We need to go in. I hit an F like I'm taking it out, and then middle mouse button to pick it up. Go ahead and do our underline. Run here. Anybody else just love the sound of the whirling factory? I just love the sound of it. All right. That's looking good. Okay. So again, we got to remember 8 and 8. So we're going to do 8 this way. There's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 8. All right. We'll use that drop down. Our primary road is coming along here, so we want to watch out that we don't... Oh, we took it off. We took it off. Not a good idea to have this detonator on you. Take that detonator off. That's how you die. Let's right click. Let's go here. Select that. I have 0 ammo. So we know this is our primary road. We're going to need more rods. And I could go make some paint if I wanted to, but just trying to use up all these extra resources I've laid around. Whoa, lots of rods there. Holy moly. Bunch of rods into there. We'll just establish this edge using our fences. Say to there. Okay, so we got our 8 there, and then we want to do our 8 on the other side. So what we're going to do is back-to-back run. So we're going to basically... That is not back far enough. I can see already. Yeah, not back far enough. All right, this definitely needs to be adjusted. There we go. This is what's going to do basically a back-to-back feed where I have these on this side, the 8 on the other side. We run a single main source. It goes into there, it makes the thing, merges it, and then runs it where it's going to go. Now, we've done that multiple times, so I'm going to just go ahead and speed up. I hope you don't mind a bit and see if we can try to get this done as well. Yeah. Not quite able to get that in that same run. That's perfect there. Get it to go this way. Yeah, see, it wouldn't let me do it from down there, but it will let me do it from up here. Perfect. All right, all the rest of these out. And just using these for... I'm using them like measurement, right? I'm measuring distances and stuff like that until I get it aligned the way I want it to be. And I'll put it in and take it out, put it in and take it out. Doesn't matter. You get all the resources back. So you can use them for measuring. You can use them to figure out what you want to do. It'd be nice if you could put it down without using the resources as kind of like a little virtual placeholder. That would be awesome too. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, perfect. Another side. Now that we have our alignment already done. Oh, out of wire. I think I'm actually out of wire down here. I know where a whole bunch of wires going though. Yep, completely out of wire. Let's go to this one right here and get our skates out of there so when we're walking, we go just that much faster. I find the skates my favorite because everywhere you go, you just walk a little bit faster. From here to there, and there to there, and here to here. And if you fall, you can fall further distances because I have a tendency to fall a lot. I like them a lot. I like the skates a bunch. Now, we're crushing this playthrough, everybody. We are just absolutely crushing it. Running through, making a bunch of stuff. We were throwing out bombs and blowing up stuff like that. It was a lot of fun. Doing some Kobe run. Now, also, we have unlocked our different refinements and whatnot. Now, I could unlock probably a bunch of the stuff right now. But we're not going to be using any of our box right today. We'll probably do that next time. And then start to work toward our nuclear power. But a lot of the stuff we already have set up is going to really help us with this, but we're definitely going to need more nodes. My big goal right now is to finish up my quartz production and then get into running some new lines over, and then we're going to have a lot of excess iron and all that other stuff for the next process that we need to create. All right, we also got a bunch of extra iron ingots and stuff on me. Let me get that off of me over here. Cadmium and all sorts of extra stuff I don't want to carry around. Throw it in there temporarily and probably awesome sink it later. What are we doing? Cable. That's what we're doing. We can take this out now. Have it start to backlog in our main box. But there's probably a ton of it over here because it ain't doing a dang thing over here. Because I've told it to stop. Right over there. All right. Tell it to stop making this as well. There we go. By the way, I don't even need my space elevator. Now that I've unlocked that tier 7, I can just take the whole entire thing out and don't even need it. Wonder how much extra we had. How much extra do we make? 18. Not bad. Plus the ones that are on there, so 20 plus extra, which is about right. About perfect. Yeah, got a little bit extra, that's fine. I try to make exactly the amount I need without wasting those additional resources. Okay, so we came back for some wire. We got that. We're just trying to finish out this section of the factory. Hit F and then middle mouse button to pick that up. You're going to see me do that a lot. Make sure these are all facing the right way. Yep. Again, we already figured out the numbers. It's 8 and 8. Got a terrible cough. You just see when I'm not on stream. It's really amazing, by the way, how amazing your brain is. Because normally when I'm thinking about it, I'm coughing a lot. But when you're playing a game or you're like engaged in something like watching TV or whatever, how amazing that you don't feel that coughing feeling all the time. It's amazing that you can distract yourself into not feeling as bad, right? And I feel like games is a great way of doing that, right? A great way of, man, I don't feel good today. Oh, I'm going to play some games. That'll distract me from how I feel, and I feel much better because of that, because I have a real bad cough right now. And basically, I'm not coughing that much because I'm not thinking about it. And I'm also taking heavy cough medicine, but still, it's amazing your brain works that way. All right, so we're setting up our feed lines here for our quartz. We have 480 quartz, so we got a lot of quartz. And we're also going to go ahead and put in our merger. We're putting this real close. Oh, this is going the wrong way. Is it? No, I was right. Okay. It was right. Now, I like to eyeball it because, you know, this gets off kilter quite often. I'm just using these to line this up. Watch out, I don't walk off the end of the thing. And then we just kind of look and see if it's centered. That one's centered. Looks good, looks good. Yep, 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 and more yep. All right, now we take all these out. You're like, well, Kismet, I don't get it, bro. Why are you taking those out? That's because they should be the last thing you put in. Lifters are always the last thing you put in. If you only learn one thing in my stream, that should be the thing you learn. Always the last. Boom. Boom. Watch how fast this goes, everybody. Once you get the gist of how this stuff works, man, you can really cook. We're going to dual run those lines on both sides from the same single source. Now, you can also screw yourself up by going too fast and then mess something up along the way. I've done that many a time. But this is pretty easy stuff here. And we'll know if it works in a minute. Again, go from the top down. Top down. So it'll line up. There we go. All right, now we're going to go ahead and run our lines. Again, I hope you don't mind if I speed up a little bit. Oh, something wrong there. Look at that. Something wrong there. This whole side is offset. This got offset. Nope, nope, nope. Always something. It's okay. If it gets offset, it gets messed up, you made a mistake. It's okay. You'll be fine. Just fix that mistake and move on. This side over here got offset by just a little bit. That first one threw the whole entire rest of them off. I want to make sure we got it going the right direction. It's going to happen quite often. I do it every now and again. No biggie. I get myself in a better visual position so I can see when it is offset and when it's not. I feel like that's like part of the entire game, just being in the right point at the right time, in the right angle of what you're looking at. Sometimes the above angle is the better angle. Sometimes being right up on it is a good thing. The funny irony is I lined it all up by the green lines and all of that, but that doesn't mean it's going to work because sometimes those lines are going the wrong way. Look, that one's going the wrong way. I can see the direction. I can see it's got the green arrow instead of the 3 lines. We went in, we double checked that because it loves to flip around the direction of my stuff just to see if I'm on my toes. Again, looking for those 3 lines in the back. Green arrows are the front. All right, no problem. We got it. Let's do it again. That was some foreshadowing right there. Going faster sometimes makes you go slower. Sometimes slower is faster and faster is slower. In this case, faster was slower. I do that. I talk about that a lot in games. That slower is actually faster. You take your time and do it right. Then you actually take less time to come back and fix it later. Right? That's pretty obvious. So let's take the extra time to do it right. Right now. Ah, out of concrete. Always out of something. This one. More concrete. Back to using my jetpack. See, look at that. If you just aim on the edge, it pushes it forward. And then when you push it forward, you can just click, click right in the same spot, and then move just a little bit. It's just, the building is just so wonderfully done. It's just so fun. It's just, that's it. You got to put the fun in, everybody. If you're a developer, make sure to put the fun in first. Don't put the fancy graphics and this, that, and the other thing. Nobody cares after about an hour of playing your game anyway about the stupid graphics. You know what they care about? They care about whether the game is fun. That's what they care. So be awesome like these peeps over here at Coffee Stain. And put the fun in first. Just like 7 Days to Die. Reason why that game is so successful is they put the fun in first. It's a really fun game. It cost me $10 and I played it for thousands of hours. I'm not kidding. It cost me $10. Now, I don't know how many $60 games that you've bought that you haven't even played 10 hours in, right? And I've played for thousands of hours for $10. It's pretty amazing. Pretty amazing that they put that much fun in it right from the very beginning. And I still play the game to this day. Still very fun. We usually play it on Saturdays. Will not be here this Saturday because of the holiday. But I will be back next week. Don't worry, we still got plenty of time left of the stream here. Gonna run our power lines here. If we get this done, we are styling. We are so styling. I'm gonna put it forward by 1. Now what I'm doing here is they added vertical power lines, and I absolutely love them. I love these vertical power lines because you can have one little tiny line that's going straight up from your constructor like this. Super clean way of running your power. And then you just connect them together. Now, you can have as many of these as you want. I mean, it's your resources. You got crazy tons of resources like me, you can do this all day long. And you just go ahead and run it from one to the next to the next. It's just so awesome. And they just recently added this too. They've had these connectors before, but not where you can do them vertically. And it's like a game changer. I mean, it changes the entire way that you run your power. And it's a really great way of gridding your power out. Look at it go. All right, look at it. You can see all my power just kind of going all along the ceiling, all the way down there, which is pretty cool. All right, what is this side? This side, we will say quartz crystal. Let's get down here. Quartz crystal. Now, it's actually a great idea not to take out the front here while you're doing this, so you can go in, tell it what you want it to be, and then come back later and take all this out and redo it with all your other stuff. This makes it easier to run along and tell it what you want it to be. Quartz crystal this side. And then on this side, we're going to be silica. Again, speeding up a little bit. Both of those, by the way, come from raw quartz. Okie dokie. We got them all lined up. We got the power run. We need to do a cross power connection. From over here. It doesn't matter which one, but we'll just run it to that one. And now it all should light up in yellow. That's saying, hey, you got some power, but you ain't got your raw resources in there. So we got to get our raw resources over there. Now that's going to be a bit of a problem again because we have our line runs right here in the way. Now, by the way, you can't crouch and try to jump your way through there like that, which is really fun. But what we want to do is we want to get our quartz, which is actually, I believe, over on this side, over there. Yes, right there. Again, see how I made that so I can just run underneath there? We got our quartz lines there. And we got to get these quartz lines to run through to the other side of the wall here. Right across here. And so we can crouch our way through there. And what we want to do, again, is we want to get both of those to run through. So I'm going to go ahead and stack, let's say a little bit back, say a pole there, and a pole there. Not centered. Center that a little better. Let's say something like that. All right, I've got to get that to go through this other thing. Come on. Wrong buttons. To try to get that through without clipping. Right? So I got to get that from there over to here without clipping anything else. And that's going to be tricky. So what you can do, see that's clipping through there. What you can do is control the angle of that line, right? The line that's running up. You can control that angle by the distance, right? So the distance between here and there and everything in between, I can go ahead and readjust. I just keep hitting the wrong button there. If I can move this back just a little bit more, Just going to lower that angle just a bit. And now, it's no longer clipping. Now, the problem is because the item that I'm going to run is going to be pretty tall, the actual item itself is going to clip through there. But here's the cool thing. I'm not even using that line. I'm not even using that line there, so I can just take that line out and adjust it that way. Now, also, you might have noticed that I was using this over here for that piping. Well, that's because I'm going to actually be using these other two lines right down here. Actually, I could probably move those over. Let's move those over so it doesn't clip in the center there. We'll move this over. That's clipping a little bit at the end there, too. Save lag. It's clipping just a little bit through that wall. Now, this is just cosmetic, everybody. It's not... You don't have to be as picky as me if you don't want, but I'm pretty picky. I don't like it to clip at all. If I can get away with it not clipping, I'm going to readjust it until it does. Until it gets to a point where there's no clipping at all, like that. Right? That's one of my favorite things to do, is figure a way to make all of that work itself out without clipping at all. And that, it'll still run even if it's clipping through stuff and whatnot. But I feel like it's the type of mechanic that you don't want to rely on, because I feel like at some point it's going to be like an invalid thing, an invalid run, that you're not supposed to run it that way or something. But we're going to go ahead and run that through there. And of course, we've also got our explosives coming down below, which are not clipping. These should not be touching. Anything else? Nope. Perfect. Awesome. All right. Now, here's the thing. I have 2 lines of 240 coming in here. There's no way I can just single feed this and get it to go on a single line. But one of the things we're using is we're using an overflow feature, right? An overflow amount. Eventually, I know that I can run this as a single line. So that's why I've got it set up like this. But what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to actually need to run 2 separate lines. So I have 240 going one way and 240 going the other way. And any excess that we have, we'll go ahead and feed back in into the main line. So I'm going to go in here. And I'm going to go ahead and run this. Actually, I should probably have that. No, I have that run it that way. Because we're going to come back and definitely fix this. Okay, so now we have we have 2 lines running, a lower line and an upper line. Now, just so you know, I don't even need these resources right now. I'm just making them because we already have the resources already tapped. We've already got them run, so we might as well let them backlog a bit while we're doing other things. Those are all run, and then we'll run the top line like that. Now, we need one to connect to one side and one to connect to the other side, right? One to connect to the other line. So we're going to go ahead and now take this back out again. You'll find you'll take a lot of stuff out, add stuff back in, take it out, put it back in. You'll do a lot of that in this game, and I don't mind at all, because it basically allows me to set a precedent of where I'm going to put stuff. It allows me to align stuff, and then I may or may not use it later. But at least in the moment, it allows me to get the stuff lined up. And again, I know I'm going to combine this line very soon when we get into aluminum. Combine that into a single line. In fact, I probably could do it right now. I think I do have enough to use my 480 line, which I have right here. I could do that, but we're going to mess around with that next time. For right now, we're going to go ahead and get all that running. There we go. And now this is just a simple matter of running this one under and trying to run this one over. But we do that. See how they run into each other? Yeah, not good. Not good. So here's the thing. Just push this one out a little bit like that, and then they shouldn't run into each other. Anymore. There we go. Nice. All right, and then up into here. Now, these are already set up to run, so they're going to start running right away. They're going to start getting and going right there. Oh, we got to do another battle. Ooh, I think we have just enough time to do these battles. Let's do this battle. We'll get the next battle going. I think we're just enough time to get to our loyalty one. We'll see how it goes. Ooh, 122 units, crushing it. Need me some fuel right here. For my jetpack. Gonna get me some fuel for my jetpack and run back while you guys are watching this battle. Okay. Battle complete. Open cap chest. Rewards for CW, Riverdog, Power Man, and Syllable something. 22 assists. MVP. All right. Come on. Come on. We got to keep going. I think we get 2 more battles in. I think we'll crush this. This is a 3. I'm feeling like left side. I don't know. Maybe right side. Let's go left side. Left side, let's get her done. Fire in TV. Thank you very much for the follow. All right. Now I'm going to do something I rarely do. I normally run this back to my primary factory up there. But I'm actually not going to do it this time. I'm actually going to run it right here. Because I don't really need it anywhere else right now. I don't really need this resource at all. But I am going to go ahead and let it backlog a bit into this box. And then I'm going to have it run out over here, which tells me what's coming out of the box. Same thing with my silica over here. I'm going to go ahead and put a box, let's say right here. Try to match it up to the box we've already got. Let's take our ladder out of here. Utilize this in piece. There we go. And then we need to put a merger in. Aim it this way. That'll help us line up our box. We're not getting that cross line up though. We're too far away from this box. Whoa! Too far away from this box. Use that as a temporary in-between. Merge that into there, merge that into there. So we're going to do silica, this box, and we're going to do our quartz crystal over here. Let's go. Now, you guys have seen me do this 100 times, so I'm just going to go ahead and speed up a bit again. Put all the mergers down first. We're just going to do it at level instead of running it down below. Now, usually I'll do this when I kind of feel like I'm going to be redoing this later. This is going to go to some other stuff that we're going to make. Whoa, why is that off? Yep, making that silica already. Misclicked it. I can usually tell right away. You want to get into a point where you can tell you made a mistake, right? Is finding your mistakes. That's a lot of this game. Just finding what mistakes you made along the way and how to correct them. Especially things like when you're looking at a belt and you're going, wow, why does that seem like it's going so slow? Probably because of something you forgot to do. That's typically why it's going so slow. There we go. It's going to fill that box with silica in no time at all. All right, over here, look, we've already got our quartz crystal rocking and rolling. And then rinse and repeat. Over here, make sure we've got our direction going the right way. Sometimes I move it off to the side so I can see the direction. sometimes hard to see because of all the lines and things running everywhere. And sometimes you have like crossed lines that are throwing you off. Or you just simply misclick. If we did this right, it'll run all of this down to the end. And we have every resource except for box right running in our factory. This is the normal speed that I go in games, like that. I go as fast as I possibly can. I usually slow down, though, on stream. But you get the idea. All right, we're looking to make sure that all of this is coming out. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're going to have a crazy ton of that. And we're going to have a crazy ton of this. All right, why is that last one not coming out of there? No, it is. It just hasn't come out yet. All right, there we go. Now, sometimes what it does is it's already kind of grabbed it and is kind of waiting to process because it's going to fill from this one first and fill down to that direction. It's also going to pull from that one first. So it's going to take a little while, but look at that. We're almost got a whole line of that already done. Quartz makes a lot of stuff. Same thing over here. Again, I'm not going to bother to run it all the way up there because I know I'm going to use it in a different chain of my overall factory. We got our bombs going. We got all of our plates going. We got all of our wire going, which actually we don't have it. We don't have our wire coming out, do we? I don't think we do. All right, we got our stuff there. We got that going, but our wire is actually not feeding to a box. I think it's stopping right here. And we have 2 wire lines because it's not fast enough to run them. Kind of feel like we need another box. Wrong. How do we want to run this? I say we run it. Should move it back just a little bit. Might be able to get away with it. Let's see. Yep. Oh, really? Off by 1. Off by 1. So close. Nice 90. Take that out. Run it down here anyway. So we should be running those in 2 separate lines. But we got a whole bunch of excess, so it's just going to fill this entire box full of that. And now we have everything running. We have every single type of resource running in our little resource wheel here. We got coal, limestone, copper, iron, crude oil, sulfur, raw quartz, and caterium ore. Boom! All running at the same time. That's a GG. Now, what should we do next? Well, we should stock up on some serious line running, and we should go get ourselves some nice pure nodes, because we know where those pure nodes are, right? And that's going to be really fun for next week, in which we get into some computer making. And we'll start working into those higher end items. We'll work on aluminum and all of that. But right now, we're going to need a lot of this right here. Right there. All right. We also need to get rid of some of this stuff that's on us here. So we'll stack a bunch of that. And we'll run down here. Gotta find one that's a little bit more empty. Maybe toward the end here. There we go. What do we not need? We don't need some quartz. Maybe just a couple stacks of that. A couple stacks of this. Don't need screws right now. Don't need this. One stack of quick wire should be enough. Don't need the bombs. Don't need black powder. Don't need the trigger. We can go ahead and put our vehicle onto us. Pipes. Bring a full stack. What else? Don't need that many rotors. All we're going to be doing is running lines. So, actually probably heavier to go plates. Extra plates and extra rods. We've got this. We got a little bit of everything in there. We're going to be doing hyper tubes. Probably not. We already got our hyper tubes in place. So we don't need hyper tubes. We're going to need a bunch of extractors. So let's get those going. Let's see. Mark II miners. We're going to need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those. And so we're going to need modular frames. We got plenty. And we're going to need portable miners. Portable miners. Let's actually just use our X and go portable. Bad spelling. Portable miners, we need two each. We're going to do 5, so we need 10 of these. So 10 of those is going to be more plates and more rods. We got plenty of those. We can just make those when we get there. And that's it. That's all we need. Let's go. Let's get into it. Now, we have several different hypertubes here. One's going to take me over to my cadmium and all that other stuff, but I just happen to know by my quartz, which is this one, is where my other nodes that I want to tap, my other pure nodes are. And so we're going to get there. Now, the way I know that is because of my previous playthrough. That's the advanced start. The third place over is going to be right where we're going here, and we're going to tap into those nodes and bring those nodes with us. And we already got a bunch of transport, which is taking us that way. And here we are. All right, now we need to go that way. So we're going to start building out. Hopefully I brought enough of this. I guess we'll find out. Already starting by misclicking. All right, let's go this way. Now the problem is the way our foundations are set up are different than they were before. Before I had it squared off to where it will come this way, but our foundations are in a weird way here. I'm going to push out this way a little bit. Now there's a baddie down below there. I remember when we were trying to get that. Yeah, he down there. Oh, wait. Oh, we didn't bring our explosives. Ah, bummer. Could have tossed a bunch of explosives down there and blown them up. All right, we're trying to get over there. So I feel like maybe we'll push out this way first. Trying to get up to that top part. Just trying to eyeball, let's say right here. That looks good. All right, let's go ahead and push up from here. We're going to go ahead and use our foundation. I'm just going to use my buttons down here. But I'm going to show you where it is in our foundations, which is one of the things you want to unlock right away from your awesome sink, the double ramp. The double ramp makes going up ramps or even down ramps way easier. I do have a jetpack, so I could just jetpack up there. But I'm trying to build my way there so that it matches up with the rest of my factory. That's not bad. Let's see how that looks. Kind of feeling like one higher. Yeah, one more up. Again, in our last playthrough, this is the starter area right here. This is the advanced starter area, and it's one of the greatest starting areas in the entire game. Incredibly awesome. All right, so we'll bring this up a little bit higher in this area. Now, we got to watch out because this is a new area we haven't been to yet. Of course, we could have brought our explosives, too. That would have been fun. Kind of tempted to go back for them. Wish I had brought them now. Because that would be fun, because we just lob an explosive over there, boom, and blow them up. which I haven't used those explosives in a long time. Now, these nodes are not exactly perfect to my foundations, and that's okay, because we'll fix that up. Now, usually whenever you go toward a node, especially pure nodes, there's going to be mobs about. I find this doesn't have that many mobs, and the reason why is because this is your starter area. And typically they don't drop a ton of mobs on your starter area. But over here has a little bit of mobs. We'll go over there and see if we can wipe them out, even though I only have 3 thingies. Two for 2. Little save lag there. 3 for 3. All right, nice. Let's go over here and see what we got over this way. Where are these little bee guys? I could do a little divert over here. Grab a little bit of that action. A little bit of barrels. Nom nom some of those. Get my health up. There's also a rifle you can use. And of course we could use explosives. Now look, they all try to get behind you. They're very tricky in that way. They try to fly behind you. That wasn't too bad. Not too bad. All right. Now I'm trying to get to the furthest node away that we're going to be tapping, which in this case is this copper node. Now you got to take the top of the copper node off first, which says is a pure. The top of it can be pure, but what is the actual node itself? The actual node is the bottom part, right? When you roll over it, boom, pure node. Sweetness. All right, we got that squared away. More little barrels here. More some num-nums. Num-num cookie. There we go. What did I take off of me? Chainsaw. All right. Let's get this going on. Now, there's actually a way up here, which is very cool that they actually work the terrain so you can kind of find your way up. Again, this is the start. This is the third selection over in starter node. I forget what they actually call it. Now, it'd be cool right now just to throw some explosives in there, boom, and blow it up. But I also like to fight them, too. It's a lot of fun. I get right up in their zone, try to take 1 or 2 of them out right away. Keep swinging. Try to keep them in front of you. There you go. Got him. Another node. Nice little pure limestone. I felt like this is one of the greatest places to start in the game. Now, had I known, which I didn't know, had I known just over there, just that far, that was pure coal over there, I had no idea. There's actually a coal node between where I'm at right now and that spot, and I was using that one, and there was just one of them. Had I known there was 3 pure coal nodes over there, I would have instantly moved my base over there. I would have done that in this playthrough too, which is what I did in that other playthrough, in our current playthrough. Whoa, that's a long way down, brah. But let's keep going. Slurp, slurp. Again, what I'm going is going around taking off the tops of all the nodes. Actually, I think there was 4 pure iron nodes. Yeah, that one over there is a 4th one. Make that 4 pure iron nodes. Sorry, my bad. My bad, I forgot. There's a 4th one. And we had a huge base built here for this as well, which was pretty fun. Massive, massive vertical base in which we were using all of these resources. If you have pure nodes at the beginning of the game, you win. You won just by logging in. All right, now we got to get all of this stuff to line up. Now, I like to put my stuff on foundations. So if I run these foundations over here, say something like this. Around here, in theory, you can put your stuff on there, your miners. Now I'm going to go ahead and make myself a nice little equipment workshop here. Maybe put it out here. Equipment workshop. Right there. And I seriously doubt we're going to need it, but we'll put a crafting bench here too. And then we can go ahead and make ourselves a couple miners. Hopefully we have enough inventory space. We do. That's the hardest thing. Have enough space for this stuff. Okay, so now we got the stuff we need. We want to go ahead and put down a miner. But as you see, it doesn't go down. Why doesn't the miner go down? And that's because it can't be further than halfway of a foundation above the actual node. So we're going to need to use a little bit of trickery here with our foundations. We're going to use our ramp to ramp down a little bit. And then we're going to go ahead and use our foundations. There's one underneath there now. And then we're just going to foundation around this area. And I don't need to make the whole entire area foundations like I did before. And I made a bunch of walls and made a bunch of cool stuff before. All I need to do is make it enough where I can have it at level with the rest of my base. Like that. And it doesn't even need to be centered. It's okay. And bam, pure node. Off and running. And we're going to need a couple more. All right, easy peasy. Again, trying to get it to snap, not working. Oh boy, why is it not working? That's because of the elevation of our foundations. And now this is up a little bit too high. If we look at the edges, we can see that middle, which is where these rivets are just a little bit too high. Now on this side is a little bit lower because it's at an angle when it's sitting on the top, right? It's straight while the other thing's at an angle. So it does work over here, but over here, again, we're going to go ahead and use our foundations, our middle one here, ramp it down just a little bit. So we can go ahead, and I put one underneath first so I can snap the rest of these to it. And I just do the whole entire node. Because that makes it easy. And makes it look cool. And now we got that one. This one's got the opposite problem. We need to go up just a little. Instead of running all the way over there, I'll just make myself another workshop over here. Come on. These portable miners are actually really awesome. I love the animation of these portable miners when you first start using them. You can actually use them to extract resources at the very beginning of the game. Very, very cool. Okay, we got those, even though they're at different levels and whatnot. We got those all squared away. We have another node over that way. Do some misclicking there. We're also working to the center of our base, right? Our base way back over there. This one I'm going to put pretty steep. Right down over the top of this. I really don't like building at base level like this. I typically like to build up much higher. But we've been building at base level this particular playthrough, getting going. Oh, how useful is that zapper thing? Oh, it's pretty useful, especially when you upgrade it. The original zapper thing, kind of tough, but still useful. And then the upgrade for it, even better. All right, so we've tapped all the iron nodes now, and now we're going to go ahead and run. Apparently, run. What are you doing? Cursor, mouse. The mouse is acting crazy. We're just going to run this at the same level. Oh, and I'm out. And I'm out. Such is a bummer. Now, here's the thing you want to do. When you run out of resources and you're going to run back for resources, here's a great trick for you. Go to Organization, create a storage, kind of in the area in which you're working, and then take everything you have on you and then drop it. And the reason why you want to do that is obviously not your weapons and things like that. The reason why you want to do that is so that when you get back there and you get more resources that you're going to bring back this way, that you have more room in your inventory. Vitally important. Going to help you out a lot. How are we doing on time? Oof, it's going to be close. Got to be close. I feel like we get these at least fired up. All right, we're going to need some concrete. Let's go. Now, I've already got all my transport over here, so I don't have to take a long time to get back. You definitely want to set yourself up with a lot of transport. These hypertubes are great. Totally worth taking the time to add them, especially when you're going a really long ways. Also, trains are really awesome. They go even faster than hypertubes if you're at the proper angles. If you do it too steep, your trains go really slow. But if you adjust those angles in such a way that it's just barely going up an angle over a long period of time, it goes pretty fast, which is what actually my trains are doing. My train's doing right now. It's got that long angle. We're riding under these hanging hypertubes down here, utilizing this really low level, which I'm not really using for anything right now. We've taken away all that resources and move them up to our production level up here. All right, I don't need to run all the way up. I can just go ahead and go find where my concrete box was right there. And there's more in here. And some more in there. Just go ahead and consolidate. Bunch in there. All right. And the other way. Now remember, everybody, I'm going to be off tomorrow, Thursday. I've decided I'm going to take Thursday off too. I'll also be off on Friday and on Saturday. And be back on Monday. We're going to be playing some more Astroneer, and then we're going to be playing some more Satisfactory. Very, very fun games. Really like this area, though. Kind of like a mixture between the forest and the desert. Some dangerous drop-offs, though. Woo! Oh, also, we found something out about those plants that down there, too. I'm not going to tell you what it is. Not going to tell you. You'll have to just go down there and cut them down with your own chainsaw. All right, I feel like we want to raise this up a bit. How to do it. See how close this is. Works for me. And we'll get in our bench. Oh, and we need our other resources. Let's come back for that. Let's get our other resource up here first. Since we're working on our concrete foundations right now. Trying to line up off of there. Maybe right here. An eyeball. All else fails, go one more. Go one more so you know you're going to cut that clearance. I can always bring it back down again. It definitely needs to be up by a little bit. Let's go ahead and use our foundations. Much better. Much more better. Oh, man, I'm misclicking today. Just trying to move forward. All right. Do that battle here in just a second. Get that in. All right, we got to keep these battles going. We want to try to get this battle going in one more. Let's do it. There you go. 107 units that time. Now we're kicking some butt. Let's go. All right, Voxfera, Power Man, and LOC getting the love. Mr. Lemur coming in overall 23 assists, MVP action. All right, let's get this battle, everybody. Let's get this battle. At least we can get you guys a blue chest. Now, pull out all your legendaries, your epics. I'm going to pull out the Wasteland Tycoon himself. I'm going to go ahead and just run it right over here on the, you know what, right here, this right side. Let's go to this right side. We're going to push in, try to get her done. Get her done there. We'll try something a little different. All right, let's get it going. We got this up here. We're trying to work on our final node here. Let's get our production. So I just put the equipment workshop wherever I need the equipment. That's the important part. Okay, we can go ahead and put down a lot of this concrete. So we can switch over to our skates here. I like how it extends the legs. It figures out the distance of the legs and actually extends them. There's something really cool about that. Really neato. All right, we need a little bit of this, a little bit of that to make another one of these. And let's just set it right there. Put all that in there. Take this one out. That's going to give us all those resources back. We can sort that and then take a bit more of this out. So we'll have that. All right, now we're ready to finish up. We still got to put our copper over there. We got to combine all of these lines together. Now, see, I've already got lines fast enough for all of these to run on, but eventually we'll make it where it all combines into a single line, and thus we don't have as much line running. And we'll probably get very heavy into doing a lot of that, or at least progressing toward that next time. But right now, we just want to see if we can get these nodes in. See if we can take these nodes and run them. Take that node and run it. I'm gonna say that. All right. So we'll run this node across. Kind of feel like we could probably get away with fixing this too. Straight run. Like that much better. Hold down control, take a bunch of this out at once. Whoosh. How easy it is to run these foundations. God, it's so great. It's so awesome sauce. Same thing over here. Boom, boom. Widen this out. We don't accidentally fall to our doom. Right there. And right there. Matches up nicely. Alright, we don't need to do nothing fancy over here because this is just out in the middle of nowhere. And we're just going to go ahead and run this line like that. And we're going to go ahead and run all of these lines. So now we need to count how many lines we got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we have 6 lines we want to run. And so we'll say, okay, we're going to run 6 lines. We're going to go ahead and say, move over by 1. So we have a transport line as well. We'll call that in this outside part here, or that middle part, the transport line. And then this is where we're going to run our resources. Right over here. And we'll just run them at the lower level here. This one's going to be the first one. Oh, clipping. No clipping. No. No, no, no. Ah, no good there. Okay, and we want to go ahead and run this one there. Actually, better idea on this one. Where's that? There, 2. Nope. Nice. Nice 90s. Right, we got those 2 going. Again, this is out in the middle of nowhere. I ain't doing anything out here. And so if it's in the middle of nowhere, you know, hey, you don't have to make it too fancy. But you can if you want to. You can if you want to. Doot. I'm not, but you could if you want to make it fancy. No clipping. Perfect. Beautiful. 3 lines of iron ore ready to rock. What's up there, bro? Take that out. All right, now we need 3 more lines over here. Now this one's going to be the easiest of the 3. This is just going to come straight down the line. Across here. Boom, right there. Now, my previous playthrough, this is where I started, and I built all the individual spots in different factories here at the actual node, and then I ran the actual resources up to the top part, the finished resources, which I prefer. I prefer to do it that way, but, oh, I need to do my equipment bench first. But in this particular playthrough, we are not doing that. We're running the raw resources back to our primary base for now. And so we'll get that going on. Not quite. Not quite, but close. I don't know what it is about putting it in the corner with a belt. It reminds me of the original Satisfactory. I used to do that all the time. Just angle it up like that to a belt. And then not only did it act as a transport, but if you wanted to get to the other side of your factory, you would just ride this up, and when you hit the top, you hit your jetpack, and it would just launch you wherever you need to go, which I also think is awesome. All right, let's see if we can line this up without clipping that. Oh, that's clipping through the ground. We got to fix that. That's nice. Put that on the edge. And there we go. All 6 resources running in. Now we got to get them from here to over there without clipping them. Oh. Use my conveyors to control the angle. Push out the angle a little bit so they don't clip. There we go. All of them good to go. Now they just need some power so they can fire up. So let's go over here. Try not to fall off. Ah. Always something. Alright. How's our power running here? We got to get our power through here. There we go. We're going to run out of concrete. I'm just going to run these old school. Just run power line. No reason to make it fancy if you don't need it to be fancy. I just need it to be basic. At this point. We'll do a little fancy. Away it goes. And away that one goes. That across there. That one way over there. Oh, it's going through the middle of that one. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Need a little concrete. Luckily, we brought a lot extra. Right over here. Get a bunch of that. Fix this up over here so we don't run that through there. You're like, well, Kismet, why did it stop? Well, because it has nowhere to run to right now. So it's stopped until I run it somewhere. And there we go. All right, 3 iron pure nodes up and running. And let's go ahead. Same thing back here. Widen that out a little bit. And we got 2 nodes coming from this side. Yeah. Better idea. Let's do a wall. Perfect. Might be a little too long. Nope. Oh, just barely. Just barely too long. Oh, well. It happens. Still got it. All right. There's a lot of pure nodes. Copper pure node, limestone pure node, 4 iron pure nodes, all now powered and running with Mark IIs, right? So that's 240 per node, 240 times 6. That's a lot of resources tapping right there. This is one of the starter zones. This is the 3rd starter zone over. I actually started on the 2nd starter zone. I just happened to notice that I ran into this when I came over here to get at the quartz. Now, you need to stay here for a moment to make sure that you see all of your resources on these belts. If you don't see all of the resources on these belts, then there ain't something going wrong. But this will pop up here in a second. There we go. All right, we got all of our resources. We got everything powered. We got everything run. Now we don't ever have to come back here again unless we want to go ahead and upgrade those. Okay, now we got our power pole in our way there. Let's readjust this. Push that out just a little bit, because these are going to be in the way. Can't quite get it from here. Trying to get that little hammer on it. If you're close enough, it'll snap in. I got it set to power line. One of my keys there. There we go. Oh, so close. Much better. There we go. Then we don't have that power line in our way. And now it's just a matter of running this sucker. Doesn't matter which way we run it now. They're all set to a certain direction. But I'm going to try to run it in the direction I'm trying to do here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, perfect. I should do the top ones first. We're going to need a lot of resources for this. Then again, we're bringing the resources, the very resources we use to make all of this. Alright, then we'll go ahead and run that there, and then we'll go ahead and turn the corner, which is always a fun thing. Turning the corner is always the trickiest part of running these lines. Kind of feel like you want to always start with the furthest one out away from you. Always a good idea. Turn that corner. Already got the corner on that one. Now this is where it gets tricky. See, they start to run into each other. So what I do is I use stackable conveyor poles, and then I line it up on the center of the previous one, and then line it up off the center of the up one like that. And then you can just run them across. Same thing on this one. A little bit further over. Ah. I got the problem right here. This one you have to use one like that. You have to actually use the stackers. A little bit further forward on that one. That might be a little too much. Beautiful. All right. Let's keep it going. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How much time we got left? 8 minutes. All right. Can I run this all the way back up to my base in 8 minutes? Let's find out. Now you know why I wait till later in the game to run. And it's so I have enough resources to run a tremendous amount of stuff at the same time. You don't want to be running 1Z, 2Z lines. It just takes too long. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. Over the top. Oh, upper ones first. We get this done in 8 minutes. That'd be pretty epic. Just trying to get it back to my base. All we gotta do is go up that line right there. And it's gonna be pretty easy since we've already established where all the lines are. All we need to do is have enough beams here to make it happen. And one of the cool things that it does pretty well is diverts from one side to another like this. It's just basically switching over by a row or two. Actually does that really well with minimal issues. Like, you know, you don't want to have real bad clipping issues. Now we get an industrial strength up in here. That's a tricky one because my hypertube is in the way. love how precise this game is, too. Alright, we're going to take a moment and just go do this. Stand off the side a little bit here, make it easier for us to run. Listen to the wonderful sounds of the forest. Even when you have it already run, this can be time consuming. Just running a crazy ton of lines. How are we doing on time? 5 minutes. Time on that battle. 6 minutes on the battle. Alright, we'll call it 6 minutes then. Go, Kismet, go! Run those lines, bro! All I gotta do is get to the top of this ramp. That's all I gotta do. Top of the ramp for the win. Come on. Get those insane amount of pure nodes to the top of that ramp. Really tricky when your hypertube is in the way. Oh no! Out of resources! Oh no! Man, I used up all that. That was a lot. Well, we'll run back this way. Let's get our skates on. You're like, kill me, you're running the opposite direction of your resources. Not really. Because guess what's right here? Boom! Hypertube. That's going to go way faster than I'm going to go. Unless I got a train. Come on, hypertube. Let's go, let's go, let's go. It's going up. Obviously, you're going slower. But as I come back down, you're going to see I'm coming down like a rocket. Big time. Hello, Crypan. How you doing? Thanks for hanging out in the stream. Appreciate you chilling. Hope you're having a great day. I'm making some big progress here. Making some big strides. We're running an insane amount of pure nodes back to our primary base because we discovered we're nearby where we had started last time. Because everything's one big, gigantic map. No matter where you start. I'm just going to go straight to where I know the resources are. Up here on my train level. Which currently only has one train running. Running my oil right now. But we'll have plenty more as we work our way through. Boom. Let's just grab all we can. And run back again. You'll see on the way back it's going to be way faster. We're going to go way, way faster. As you can see. It's kind of cool it dips down like that too, because when it dips down it makes you go faster overall. You build up some momentum going side to side. This is a byproduct of having it drop down from each side as it goes faster. Now this is going to go really fast. Here we go. Boom! 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 We're going so fast. Oh God, we're going to get squished. Bam! Take one to the face. Alright, now we're going to run our way back up again. And pick up where we left off. 3 minutes left until that battle. Let's get up here, get this filled in. Oh man, are we going to have fun next time? We're going to have some crazy amount of fun with this much resources. We're going to build till our heart's content. The thing about belts is they don't require any power. And so you can do this as long as you got the raw resources, you know, the resources you refined here. In this case, steel beams. You can run belts all day long. Didn't mean to do that. I was just trying to move my mouse. Oh, almost there. Come on, get on there. Get up there. That's it. That's all we need to get to is there. How much time we got? 2 minutes. Come on, come on, come on. Run, little guy, run. Ah, it's lagging. The save lagging is throwing me off, and it's dark, so it's a little harder to see. But we'll do what we must. Darn hypertube. Slow me down. Gonna be close. In the zone. Might as well take the time to do it right. Oh! Whoa! Oh no, I don't have my jetpack! Oh my gosh! I tried to switch to my jetpack, but it never works. Whoa! Holy moly! Oh no! We're in the green stuff! Oh no! We're in a toxic tank! Red alert! Red alert! We're getting damaged! How do we get out of here? Oh no! We're dead! And that is how you die right when you were just about to win. I didn't mean to do that. I fell off the side on the thing. Oh, God, that scared me. And I tried to switch to my jetpack, but it never works while I'm in the inventory. I try to double-click in, it switches back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and whatnot. All right, now we got a little side adventure. It never goes to plan, everybody. Never goes to plan. Let's see some rips in the chat, everybody. Now we got to go back and get our stuff. Never goes to plan. Darn, if I was in my jetpack, I could have jetpacked right out of there. I want to go see where I fell. Oh, oh, nope. Back up to the top. Where did I fall? There was this. That should have landed on that. I think I just backed up too much and fell right in the middle of that. Literally, that's all I had to do right there. I just fell off the side. Ah, heartbreaker. Heartbreaker. That's okay. We got this. We got this. We're going to have to do a little work here. Let's go back to go forward. Now let's just run. Okay. Now, our stuff is down that way. And we got to go get our stuff. Again, nothing ever goes to plan. I literally had just that bit to go. And it's down there in that toxic bit of stuff. Ooh, you know what we can do? Oh, we go have a bit of fun. Hold on a second. We go back, have a bit of fun. I got an idea. It's a crazy idea, like most of my ideas. But I got an idea. Now, luckily, we left ourselves these ladders here. So we're able to get back up again in case we go down below there. But I got a crazy plan. Let's go. Crazy plan. Now, you're going to die from time to time. Oh, well, it happens. I don't really worry about it too much. I feel like I had that, though. I had that. Had I not fallen off, had I had my jetpack on, I could have jetpacked back up again. And we don't even know if we can get our resources out of here. But I got a crazy plan. And let's see how it works out. First thing we're going to do is run up here. And give me something you should never give me. And that is explosives. Let's go. We're going to toss some explosives like they're candy. Oh, it's around here. Let's see how much explosive we've made since we've been wandering around. Dope! Okay, we got a bunch. All right, 150 ought to do her. Now, we also need our trigger. I forget where I did with the trigger, though. I think it's down below. Let's go look down here. I think I left it in a box down here. Whoop, whoop, nope, nope. Other way, bro. Other way. Wow, I did that without the jetpack that time. Caught some serious air. Yep. There's some extra skates or something in here. No extra skates. All right, right here. This is all we need, everybody. This is all we need. All right, let's do this. We're going to go have some fun. Now, again, see, these are the things that cause other adventures when stuff like this happens. And so that's why I don't like to tell people tell me stuff, because when I get off the rails and bad things happen, you start getting sidetracked. Good things actually sometimes come from bad things, what are perceived as bad things anyway. Now, I'm actually taking another side one that takes me over to this side over here, which has a hypertube on my way down where I was down there. Now, I was trying to run toward this over here, but I couldn't get out of that toxic stuff quick enough. All right, and here we go. And again, our stuff is that way. We got to find our way that way. Right down there. First thing we'll do is look for some baddies. Let's teach this tree some lessons. We'll do that battle here in a minute. We're done rearranging the forest. All right, let's go. Now, we might not be able to get to it because it's in a toxic area. Yeah. I hear you over there, Fred. I don't even know where the crate is. Over there. All right, now when you die a second time, it's really hard to find where you died the first time. Yeah, that's gonna have to be a mission for next time. I was just gonna see if we could run in there and grab it. I could have ate food to get in there, but there's no way. That's in the middle of all of these things. I guess I could have done it if I had higher health. Yeah. That'll be for next time. Next time, we'll go ahead and do that. I feel like that's a good mission to leave for next time. All right, everybody. We'll go ahead and make ourselves a whole suit, which helps us against that green stuff, against that toxicity. And then we'll get that suit, and we'll run in there, and we'll grab all our stuff next time. And I'll get myself a reminder. We're so close, everybody. So close. All I do is run those last 3 lines. Recover. A toxic... Recover. There we go. That ought to remind me next time. And there we go. Confirmed. Confirmed. All right, let's do this battle. One last battle here, and then I'm going to head out. I'm not going to do battle mode. We're going to get it going on. Just pass through into a rock. Sometimes you do. Sometimes you do, or sometimes you whammy into a wall. Oh, man, we got tons of peeps on this one, 120. Oh, it's like you're taking out the wall or something there. That was interesting. Ah, the flying rogues can just fly over. Nice. Everybody else has to go through the middle part. Take out that little house. There we go. That's a win, everybody. Awesome. Now, let me know if you get a free skin from that. That's what that chest is all about. Oh, my God. Techie getting 200 gold. Fox Vera getting 2 epic flying rogue scrolls. And Mr. Lemur getting a monk scroll. Nice. And Jim coming in, overall MVP with 26 assists. Way to crush it, everybody. Now, again, I'm just going to go ahead and call it right there. Let's go up to my overseer's office. All right, cliffhanger for next time, everybody. We're going to have to go back and recover our stuff. That was a lot of fun, though. It's very unexpected. I love when stuff goes off the rails like that. Oh, God, oh, no. And I'm trying to switch my jetpack, and I couldn't switch it. It wouldn't let me switch. It kept switching back to my things because I'm double-clicking on it. And sometimes you only single-click it to get it to switch. And so I couldn't switch it in time. I did survive, though. I made it into the water, but just so happened where I fell, there was no fast way to get out of there fast enough. I could have actually ran, if I ran the way I'd fallen the other way, I probably could have made it. But oh well, such is the way it goes. So thanks for being here, everybody. So we're going to show you guys some love. Let's get it going right over here. Now, first, I typically stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to about 4 o'clock, and then on Saturday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time until we feel like stopping, and so on. But this week, I'm going to take tomorrow off, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday for the new year, and I will be back on Monday at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, doing it all again. All right? Now, if you can't help out the stream by clicking on that Twitter right in there, and you click on that link, go over there, hit that follow button. Go to the YouTube channel, hit that subscribe button. That does help out the channel tremendously, and it's free. So there you go. As well, you go check out Kismet.gg, which I work on very hard. Shows you all my studio stuff, unboxing, guides, all sorts of killer stuff. That will lead you also over to the YouTube as well. So I appreciate you all being here in the channel. We're just going to peace out. So when we peace out, that means I just give you 5,000 Kiz Caps, though they are going to reset in a day. But hey, you never know. Those might be the ones that make you the #1 caps leader. If you are the #1 caps leader on December 31st at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, according to Stream Elements, then I will send you something extra, something special for the new year, or for being the #1 caps leader. And then all the caps will reset back to 0, and then it's your chance to be caps leader next year. So everybody has a chance from the very beginning of the year. All right, everybody. So I'm going to immediately finish this stream and go lay down and probably sleep for the next 5 hours. Because I'm on heavy allergy medicine, and I'm just going to sleep and rest. I'm not even going to do any videos or anything over the next few days. I'm just going to rest so I can come back stronger in 2021. I will not see you all until the new year. All right, so see you all next year. I always love to say that. That's always a funny one. All right, everybody. Again, we'll see you all next time. See you on Monday at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Bye, everybody. Hey everybody, Kismet here. Thank you so much for watching this video. Make sure to hit that subscribe button right in the center of the screen. Also check me out live on twitch.tv/Kismet. I'll see you all next time.